I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. 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 I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I can't focus. I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my. I just need to clear my head. Oh, clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head.
And I've been chillin', watching the ocean with you. Baby, up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our growlings when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the mall soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it.
Woo. Hello. How we all doing? Happy Friday. Holy crap. What is going on with my chat connect disconnect? That is a lot. Are we smooth? Or are we laggy? Something seems a bit off. I'm getting red bar on connection, which has got me a little bit worried, and I'm not sure why we're getting that. 1 second. Are we all good? I mean, I just installed more VPN, but that better not be causing any issues here. So why is my connection a bit wonky? Oh, we're dropping a lot of frames. Holy crap. What's going on there? Something in OBS, maybe? What's up, Fastcat? Oh, yeah, I can see the lag on screen. Guys, I might come across... What is causing that? That's very weird. One sec. If I try... I'm going to close and reopen AoE 4, see if that's causing any issues. What the hell? Crunchy frames? Yeah, no, for sure. Like, I don't know why, though. CPU usage is low. GPU is being funky, though. I might restart. All right, one sec, guys. I'm quickly going to, like, refresh in a sec. I'm going to click. That is somehow fixed things? I don't know. We'll have a look. We'll see. Okay, looks like we're smooth now. I don't know what that was. I think it was just a bad connect. Yeah, I think we're good. I think. Huh, interesting. Is my chat not showing my own messages? I didn't know about that. Oh, wait, 1 second. Now I've got... Dude, what's going on here? I'm just checking if I've got... I'm going to close some tabs, but that really shouldn't be causing that sort of issue. Whatever the issue is, it shouldn't be that. Close, 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 close. Okay. That's weird. Like, yeah, my chat wasn't updating correctly either. I'm going to control F5 just to be safe with that. Let's start the game up. Dude, I actually think that, like, I mean, it's fine now that AoE 4 is closed. It could just be the reboot. Hopefully, AoE 4 is not causing huge connection issues. Because that would make me a Red Alert 2 streamer, I guess. Alright, so, hopefully, things look smooth, though. Things are good now, right? Like, if I go like this, no frame issues. We good? Let me know if it's a bit... It looks good on stream to me. So I think we're safe. Yeah. Okay. So, yes. Now that that problem's all gone, let's actually focus on what we came here to do, which is, of course, to highlight and nose in on the players ahead of the EGC finals on the weekend. Don't know if you guys saw my tweet at all, but there is a goal to start getting show matches going eventually in the midweek. Just kind of give back to the pros and then vice versa. One issue I'm going to run into is admittedly some of them have priced themselves. What's the word I'm looking for? I don't want to say extortionately, but quite high. So we'll have to assess that. I'm probably going to try to like send out some sheets to all the players and have them list their availability as well as pricings. And then we'll see what we can do from there. But for the time being, we just keep yoinking the public data, I guess. I do want to try and get the Bronze League Legends going again, though. I think that was getting popular. I just need to sort out the YouTube side. I'm hoping the next week or two to start getting YouTube postings starting to go again. I'm bringing in someone to actually handle thumbnail and titling and everything because I don't want to handle it, to be blunt. So, I think what we can do to start off with is we can look at Wham versus Mikos. What's up, Farm Man? How's it going, buddy? I just realized, like, oh, I just got the hype train summary. We finished at level 1, 94%. That was from 2 days ago. Oof. I only just noticed that, though. I still can't believe my hype train record is that low. I don't actually. I guess I'm not that surprised. All right. So what I'm going to do now, I think we'll pause the music as much as we are vibing to it. I don't know if you guys would also be interested in watching me start to play the game versus just casting it. I'm not really sure if people would clock in for that. But for now, let's focus on other people playing the game. All right, boys, gals, and non-binary pals. This is a fun one to kick off the day. We've got an Order of the Dragon Mirror. Now, I know mirrors are cringe, but hear me out. When you're in the middle of a new patch, you want to learn the optimal builds. And, well, we've got someone that might be the perfect person to show you here, because in the pink, OPA, that is, of course, the one and only Wham. In the way, it's going to be Mikos. Mikos is a fairly competent player, actually. They're ranked, I believe it was... yeah, 75th on the leaderboard right now, so definitely no pushover. I think this is the most definitely a Smurf. They usually rank between 130 to like 70 each season. I could see this being kind of experimental Smurf. Might just be an entirely new person. I will have to see how they do. They've already got an interesting opening to this game, actually. They went for the farm. Huh. Now, that is intriguing. Now, chat, correct me if I'm wrong, but the patch, is the patch live yet where you get the extra 50 wood? Because if this is the new patch where the Order of the Dragon get 50 wood star, this is an innovation on what they usually have. I mean, usually, no, it can't be, right? Did you have 150 wood before? Now it's 200? If so, this allows this build. It's kind of intriguing that they'd even do this. I'm wondering, Mikos, oh, wow. Okay, no, oh, God, that's not sheep. That's bad. Okay, so here's the tough part about what Mikos just done here in the opening. This build is quite intriguing, but it makes sense if you scout a bit more like Wham. I think the value in going for an early farm is in your ability to play a wider arc with your scout before returning sheep. But you can see by the way they scout, they kind of just like, they went down here and then it's almost like there was hesitation. Actually, I think, oh, wow, dude, that sucks. So I think Mikos was going to go for the 2/3 of the map rotation, but they ran into Wham's scout, which meant they had to turn back early after trajecting this way. They had to go boop all the way back, which means they didn't get that wider arc they were looking for. And instead, it starts to make you think that this farm wasn't necessarily worth it. Now, it's still going to make up for it a little bit over here. Meanwhile, Wham, where are we at? It looks like we're about to complete our encirclement. Wham has got a phenomenal amount of sheep off the map at this stage. 7 coming back. Probably 1 or 2 more to grab on the edges here. Meanwhile, I think Mikos, oh, dude, actually, Mikos might hit the jackpot here. 2 more sheep over in this area, and then I think he's maybe got 1 or 2, yeah, on the way back home towards his mining camp. So, looks like Mikos might be able to get more of the sheep on the map than his opponent. Let's have a look. Yeah. Okay, actually worked out for Mikos. That's kind of intriguing. Meanwhile, we've already got a big deviation between these two players. We're going to see the Minework Palace coming out from Mikos. Meanwhile, Arkan Chapel from OPA. Now, I'm not going to lie. A name like Mikos, it kind of makes me wonder if this is a Mr. Smurf, but I'm not entirely sure yet. I just have to see if the game goes on. If we got any big Mr. fanboys in the chat, I'm sure you'll be able to ID the quirky little details that he does, so you'll know for sure. He's the type of player who would consider going for a farm very early on, though, so, you know, I'm not leaving it out of the realm of possibility here. Sheep did get picked up over there in the end, so really good yield for Mikos on this map. I think it's going to kind of be important considering their build. They're not going for the Arkan, so they're not going to have the easiest time just inflating these farms further. This is more kind of a stopgap. I wouldn't be surprised if Mikos considers going onto the stone and looking for a second TC drop over near the deer. This could also be some sort of heavy feudal aggro / fast castle build. I find that whenever people are in mirrors, they have a higher tendency to play a bit safer, shall we say, with a higher ceiling. And what I mean by that is, though, in a game, in a matchup where, you know, if it was, say, French versus Order of the Dragon, they might not consider going for aggro. They might be more likely to go for aggro, rather. Instead, in an Order of the Dragon mirror, they might just say, okay, actually, I'm going to go more TCs. Or, oh, okay, I'm going to go for fast castle. Just feels like when you're in that mirror, you're looking for that more clean and obvious upside over trying to scale military and maybe finding that it's dead weight 2 minutes from the future. Or in the future, shall we say. Stone is being gathered on the side here. It looks like Wham has still got 1 sheep remaining behind his base. Interestingly, he went for the Ford Arkan, despite the fact that he's going onto the stone. I think there would have been a lot of value in actually dropping the Arkan here with the berries as well. But they got a reasonable amount of sheep. Realistically, I think this just gives them more flexibility. Like, you don't need this stone forever. I think Arkan Chapel on the stone is kind of weird in that it makes more sense with default HRE because they get such an inflated gathering rate. But for the Order of the Dragon, you only get a 10% increase from this Arkan. So it kind of feels wasteful to stick it on the stone outcropping if you know you only want enough for 1 TC. Think about it this way, right? Like, the bang for buck you're getting. You already have a 25% increased gathering rate, so you're going to be done this stone probably within like 30, 40 seconds. So to then invest in Arkan over there, it's just deadweight area compared to here, where you know you're going to want gold more long term, you know you're going to get a lot more wood out in the meantime, and then the farms afterwards can easily lay out in this area around the Arkan. Admittedly, the house is a little bit of a problem here, but that's for future Wham to worry about. North side, we are going to actually see Mikos going in for the walls early on. Interesting, they're kind of making this indentation. They haven't gone on the stone. I think they're now making that move out Wait, no, is this a... Oh, this is a ball play. Oh, interesting. So Mikos also went for a spear, but the spearman... Where is the spearman? What? Is he just sitting at home? Oh, he's guarding the gold. Okay, interesting. Surprised that he didn't pull the spear to come help with the ball here. Looks like Pumbaa is going to be slayed, though. Shouldn't be any losses for Mikos. And only brings out 5 villages. I love this detail because you are playing as a Civ that has to value the individual villages more. Only bringing 5, you'll get a similar rate, I'd say, to Boar on 8 with a normal Civ. A little bit worse, but instead, you'll have a safe point for everyone inside the outpost. Meanwhile, other side of the map, Wham has got that second TC up on the gold vein and has shifted the berries, words today, the sheep as well as the deer over to this TC. So a lot of food concentration in this area, which is interesting. But the reason why Wham is doing this is because this TC is now just meant to be all about wood gathering. So the whole idea is you just pump new people out, finish off the last sheep, then move everyone to wood. So I think what you're seeing from Wham is him balancing his economy around this primary TC, allowing the farm transition. And the second TC is all about the food generation, which will allow him to get into early units like the Horseman that he's now pumping. Looks like the scout is going to move in to see what is coming. It looks like it's going to be a 1-1-1 build from Wham, so covering every bases. I quite like this in a mirror like this. It seems like a very expensive investment, 150 wood per building, but it immediately gives you the flex, which I think is very important with the Order of the Dragon, because each of these individual units you get out is doubly effective. So you can get a bigger impact out of that first unit than other civs would be able to, right? Like this first Men-at-Arms compared to standard HRE Men-at-Arms, a lot more bulky, a lot more scary. Looks like we have got Golden Cuirass. Now, I'm highlighting the Men-at-Arms, but now I need to highlight him for another reason. I am not a big fan of this build. I've seen a few players trying this. If he stops at 1, it's kind of okay, because I like 1 Men-at-Arms as kind of like this damage absorber, right? Like a kind of shock absorber for your army. But he's scaling it. And that's quite worrisome to see. I feel like these Men-at-Arms are a little bit baity right now. Same with the Golden Cuirass. The value you get out of this tech doesn't necessarily feel like it's high enough at this point. And on top of that, you've now just got this very bulky but slow-moving unit, while your opponent is already prepping archers. And that's going to be your downside here. 1.12 movement speed compared to the 1.25 of these archers. Not to mention the fact they have 5.5 tower range. They should be able to skirt on the edge of your charge range. So yeah, going to be a dicey one. Another awkward detail I think about that matchup is that these guys are very bulky, but because the spearmen of the Order of the Dragon are stronger than your regular spears, more damage goes through armor. So realistically, this is a better solution to holding back Men-at-Arms than other civs have in spearman form. It's like Mikos is going to be moving out in the deer as well. So love that he's setting up all these outposts. A lot of paranoia, but rightly so. He knows his opponent has gone into the stables. He just doesn't know where he's coming. However, with a scouting vision, he's about to find out the hard way. I don't think this is going to go up quick enough. So Horseman will move out. Spearman is on the way, but the charge is going to come in. That might force a little bit of idle time. Now, keep in mind these Horsemen have very slow attack speed, so has to back away. Yeah, that's always the awkward thing with the gigantisms of this Civ is like you're looking around that initial impact for a lot of these units. Things like Horsemen, they're not meant to keep striking. They need to get in, get out. Cool thing is like how you have this flexibility or this variability at the other end of the spectrum with those archers that have Gatling gun attack speeds. They don't have to worry about this hindrance on getting that second tap in. But looks like for the time being, Wham, just getting crucial information, we'll realize, okay, I'm actually up against a lot of Men-at-Arms. He's playing outpost defenses, so playing more stable units is just going to be bad here. He can at least keep finding gaps, and this is another downside of going in for those Men-at-Arms, right? Like, right now, you just don't have anything to chase these away. He can try to add a spearman here or there, but at this point, to protect all these ecos, he'd need at least 3 spears. That's quite the pricey investment. Sure, you got the outpost, but what you want to try to do is ensure that eventually this Horseman dies. If you haven't got someone there to wallop him immediately, it's not going to happen. Yeah, I'm starting to feel like Mikos is getting a bit baited. Like, this heavy Men-at-Arms count it's a bit wonky, right? I also still do not know why they bring out an axe like that when they're chasing. I don't think that's intentional, right? But the issue I'm seeing here is that while you're distracted in your own base, your opponent's scaling more economy. On top of that, he has the counter unit. Folks, the counter unit to this comp from Mikos is 100% just archers. You just max out on gilded archers. Now, there is one weak point right now for Wham. Wham does not have a blacksmith. He does not have the range damage upgrade, which means he's doing a mere 2 damage per strike against these gilded Men-at-Arms. Horseman Scout gonna go in. Looks like they are gonna be forced away. Scout. Ooh, man, that pathing. If the Spearman hadn't gone south there, that would be a dead Scout, which would limit Wham's ability to see what's coming next. A little bit of suboptimal play here. Mikos occasionally actually selecting the whole army and then clicking back occasionally, which is slowing down their approach. It's buying critical time for Wham. Wham, who, by the way, still does not have a blacksmith. This feels like a critical error. I mean, he has to know, right? He's seen the mine work. He's seen the units, so he should have clicked on them. He should know that it's 4 ranged armor up against your 6 damage, right? Now, the TC is going to be a little bit more effective up at 8, but still, you're at risk of having a lot of idle time here. Love the fact that Wham, notice what I said about going into men-at-arms in small quantities. You use them as damage absorbers. They are not meant to be the backbone of your army. That's why I like Whams a lot more. I think it's also fair to say that when you're looking at small numbers of troops, unless they're on horseback, it's often always been agreed that it's easier to get value out of range units than it is out of melee. And the crazy part is that kind of scales at this point in the game, where if you're able to get 30, 40 archers together, and Mikos has 30 men-at-arms, he has to get on top of you. And that is very difficult to do when your opponent is constantly wiggling away from you with the start steps. I'm just having a look at what Mikos has in mind next, because if this is just raw men-at-arms, they're going to run out of steam eventually. They are now going in for a ram. Looks like the attack is going to come in from the archers. A little bit of tickling damage being done. Needs to be careful of the micro back. The goal for Wham here is to not exchange blows in melee. Just to drag that melee force left and right. Still no blacksmiths, though. I mean, I am very perplexed by this choice, but I guess now they just see this brain-dead point where their economy is so far ahead, they can just outmass. And the issue right now for Mikos is he's taken so long to build these rams, he's wasting all of his like most powerful point in the game. On top of that, keep in mind that you're trying to build rams against HRE. That's not going to be a fast solution. Flash comes out, Spearman will go down. These archers, man, the longer they're allowed to stand still like that, the more ridiculous they get. We'll just start waddling back. You can see the way that these fights are now splitting up a little. Mikos, it's kind of falling apart, right? Like, if you haven't got a transition in mind behind this, I'm not sure you're going to be able to dent the base. Archer count now 17 and jumping up. No blacksmith still coming out. I mean, it is a very big detail, right? Okay, there we go. He got it down here. He just got the sealed arrow through. So Wham did get blacksmiths in the end after he moved to the deer. So this is a big deal now. So he's doing free damage through the armor. Trying to focus fire down those low HP units. It is difficult with the golden cuirass. Villagers are going to chase away the ram in the meantime. They almost killed it off. So now this dive gets almost impossible for Mikos. He's going to commit to it anyway. Problem is, with all the garrison points, there's not many good targets for him. Men-at-arms just keeping him at bay, and archers now tickling him down and out. Yeah, this is getting a bit wonky right now. I mean, the destroyed value looks really good from Mikos' standpoint, but I think it's going to start to pivot really hard against him here. At this point, you've now just got a bunch of targets for these archers. And also no repair for that ram, right? Down to 86 HP, so unless you want to pull a villager to the front side, it's going to get kind of rough. Love the fact that he just keeps getting these units really low and then just moving away from them. If he's able to find that snipe one by one, he'll take it. But the crazy part is, despite what's being seen in the army value and the destroyed value, like, I still favor Wham's position in this game, because what I'm seeing from Mikos is a lack of way of ending right now. He's kind of just stuck in the loop, right? And we know for a fact behind this, Mikos is running out of food. Starts with the farm transition up to 3 already, but that's not going to cut it if you need to reboom this army. And look at the count right now, 24 archers versus 21 men-at-arms. If they were in a tiny arena and you had nowhere to run, you would favor the men-at-arms. This is a very big arena, and there are plenty of places to run for OPA. Oh, a little bit of a mistake made there. Whammy got a bit too close, so he did allow them to get into charge range, so it's going to take a little bit of a clobbering, but as long as you just keep backing up, you should be fine here. Love the fact he just keeps standing in one men-at-arms here or there to distract the main force. You know you're probably going to lose him, but if it keeps all the archers alive and scaling, that's all that matters. A little bit of a weird micro here. So it looks like Wham is trying to stand his ground. I think that was actually just him looking away as he got distracted on his eco line. Mikos! Oh, no. I mean, it's only one men-at-arms, but it's one men-at-arms. I think it's killed 3 villagers already. Could kill plenty more if left unaddressed. So needs to pull some troops to deal with that. Finally, they are going to be on the way, but a nice little strike there. I think that's what's been missing so far to convince me Mikos has a way. If he starts doing that, where he just sneaks one men-at-arms into each of the eco pockets, this can be to his advantage, right? He can start to shrink the economy. He can keep that momentum, but it's a big ask, especially when you consider that the effective HP pool of this men-at-arms count is more like 20 than 27. Yeah, I mean, the bars are just so low, right? Like, guys, let me remind you that when you see your men-at-arms glowing like this, Order of the Dragon, it's not a good sign. I mean, they take less damage, sure, but it means they're on death's door. Well, I'm not able to get that MAA out of there. Farms are also coming out. Looks like there's going to be a dive commitment towards the TC here. Needs to garrison the villagers and keep on moving through. Probably the left side, but the problem is he's got berries over there, so instead he's going to drag them south. TC Fire is adding in a hell of a lot of damage here. 9 per strike. The men-at-arms count for Mikos getting a little bit worrisome now. Still 25, but a lot of them aren't here. In total, there's only 14 diving the base right now. He's going to peel one off to go into that villager line again. And as he just darts around here, keep in mind he's also got the extra defenses. It looks like there is going to be a ram coming out to try and address the farm, so it's annoying for Wham trying to scale that food. Someone that doesn't feel like it's scaling anymore is the MAA. Down to 20 and shrinking fast, folks. And remember, behind this, although the food income looks high for Mikros, it's limited. Last year over here just ran out. He's got 3 more over here as well. After that, there's going to be big question marks about where he gets his food. But the ram, credit to him, Mikos has gotten really good value out this ram, just taking out all these farms, forcing this idle time. Right? He's about to take out the 3rd farm, which is going to mean he's actually paid for this ram entirely. So we'll finally go down, though, alongside that MAA count. But Mikos behind this, man, like, if this was some sort of bait into a Castle Age play, maybe there's a logic behind this, but right now, they just felt like they reached the frustration point of headbutting the wall. Now the price really is starting to be paid here. I mean, with a lack of food to now get them up to Castle Age, they have to go into this full farm transition. Meanwhile, let's look comparatively at Wham's economy. He still has the boar. He still has 1-2 deer on the front side. He's playing on berries right now. And he's already transitioned a few farms. A few of them got deleted, but he's 5 in compared to Mikos that is, 7 in? But the difference is that I'd say Wham has a bit more of a runway. You can see he's moving out to the flanks now. And this is something you get given when your opponent goes MAA like this. He doesn't have the flexibility to go on the flanks. And the arms count has reboomed temporarily. The archer count is what worries me now. Now up to 30 and scaling still. The MAA once again pull away, dude. I just love this the micro detail from Wham there. And the thing is, when Mikos has to recalibrate and send all the troops back to the front, he lets these small pockets of men-at-arms win their engagements. Just a really tough one in this game for Teal. Mikos getting to the point that even when he's got that gilded armor, it should take, 2 taps to take him out. He's got the golden cuirass on. It just doesn't seem to protect him as much anymore. So there's going to be a raid on the right side. So good maneuverings here. It's going to force Wham to retreat. Does have the wheelbarrow, though, so should be able to get out without losses. These men-at-arms, they actually live through all of that. So a lot of distraction points gained in this engagement. Another thing you have to consider is, like, this Minework Palace had value in terms of timing, but in terms of savings, it's less so. Because you save 40%, but if you think about the army comp difference, Mikos has to consider melee attack, melee defense, and range defense, while Wham only really has to think about melee defense and ranged attack. Like, it would be nice to have that extra damage as men-at-arms, but their goal isn't to win fights, it's simply to distract. So, little detail there that does actually add up into the economies, especially in a game where you're talking about Wham now having a 20 eco lead. The only upside for him right now is that Wham isn't using that line formation. I think if he was, he could easily chase this down a bit more efficiently. Just doesn't want to have that nuisance of looking back and realizing he's being kind of flanked, so keeps him condensed, keeps him moving. His outposts don't have arrow slits, don't have any defenses. We're still in feudal age, 19.5 minutes into the game. Great micro there from Wham. Gets all 3 of the injured MAA. Sends him one to distract the forces as he starts to retreat. And this is just going from bad to worse. 88 military pop versus 36 at the stage. Effective army value now favoring Wham, as even with his cheaper bows, he has more worth in the field. He definitely has more worth in these fights. A lot of injured health bars, but remember the difference here is any damage here kind of feels like you're put on the sideline or dead. Any damage done here, okay, just shift him to the back of the formation and keep on fighting. It's so annoying. This is so infuriating if you're Teal. Every time you look away for a second, another MAA comes in and resets your charge and keeps all these archers alive. Wow, getting ever closer to being fully popped at this stage, up to 170. My worry is if Mikos gets pushed back now, Wham's just going to tech up. And I mean, 40 gilded archers in Castle Age with the Dragon Scale lever, they're going to dive your base. They will not care about anything. And Arms finally able to actually hit into some of these archers, but only temporarily. As soon as they arrive, they have to leave. Double TC5, just a bit too scary. These numbers swelling up to a spooky point now. Archers also splitting off to go on the flanks and looking for targets. They might start to find some people out in the farms. There's also that berry patch exposed on the left side, and I think the men-at-arms are likely to head up there. Dude, Wham's doing such a good job of reconnaissance here. He's taking all these men-at-arms, he's splitting them off into different directions. He just wants to know what the state of Mikos' economy is and where it is. And he's going to find that out. It's going to be very bad news for Mikos, who's already marching him in the right direction here. These men-at-arms, they're running away towards the economy. This could go from bad to worse instantly for Mikos. MA not able to find targets over here anymore. It just feels like he's split up to cover everything. He's even kind of patrolling near some of these relics in case Mikos is sneaking a tech. We know he's not. We know it's impossible. Mikos' economy has been fully strained from minute 1 on this MAA push. So villagers did have to migrate back behind the walls. But the problem here now is, if you're Mikos, it's a full farm transition, right? And you've done it away from your TC, so it's not even safe. And worse still is the Burgrave is now on the way from Wham. Wham, whose economy is looking reasonable enough that I could see him with more men-at-arms than Mikos in the next 3 minutes. It's going to be a slight retreat here. Wham just showing a lot of respect. I don't think he had to come this far back with the archers. They could still win these fights, but this just guarantees it's clean. He'll be able to reconsolidate, deal with any lingering troops nearby, and he'll be able to get that glorious upgrade on the archers, which is going to inflate their damage by, I believe it's 2 extra they're going to be getting here. Not to mention the fact that he can also go in for the range 2 damage upgrade, which will just annihilate Mikos. Now, this has looked like quite a cumbersome, slow battle, but I think within that, we can also appreciate that there was a lot of elegant details about the micro of Wham. Each time just coming these fights and resetting this charge from Mikos was the difference maker. I mean, there's a world in which Mikos' strat could have worked if he was fully paying attention and just honed in on the Gilded Archers. It would have been hard. It would have been very close still, but it would have given him a better chance. But Wham, absolutely relentless in the way that he kind of snuck those in. Shout out to Jorah coming in with a sub. Appreciate you, buddy. I appreciate this showing of the Gilded Archers. I mean, from day one, my statement has remained the same. Gilded Archers are going to be the backbone of almost any good army for the Order of the Dragon. I think we're getting a pristine example of that right here. As he marches forward, archer upgrades are about to complete. Folks, this is going to be a big damage upgrade. Look at this. It's going to go in and get the +2, and then it's going to get the +1 on top of that. So there's going to be 10 damage per shot from the archers. Regnit's about to complete for Mikos, but he's going to be forced to take a fight with the men-at-arms before he has the upgrade. Or he's going to have to surrender over a lot of economy here. March in, begins as the tech up completes, and Mikos with the grand retreat of villagers. They're going to be able to easily get away from that, though. Chase in, able to snipe out a few here, and he's going to keep on diving. Why wouldn't you in this position? Gilded Men-at-Arms upgraded to full Castle Age mode, so these early Men-at-Arms do not want any part of this. The dive continues behind this. Keep in mind that we've got the Dragon Scale lever coming in 20 seconds. That's going to mean that this TC is doing almost half damage. And he finds his way to the backside, onto the farms, and he doesn't even need to kill them, folks. He just needs them not working. If they're not working, this army's not building. Wham. A little bit slow on the reaction. We'll now take the engagement. Men-at-Arms have been upgraded, but they're still taking +4 damage from each of these shots. I mean, just look at that damage, the attack speed as well. If Wham ever feels like he can just stand still and attack, this is over. Because that's the reality of these machines. They are just absolute Gatling guns when they get to stand still. In fact, I don't think we've even seen Gilded Archers in their final form, because players are used to waiting a little bit longer before they start a step, right? Because of the inherent attack speed of regular archers. These guys don't have that issue. 1 attack speed instead of 1.6, 1.7. Just allows you to Gatling gun down whenever you get a shot. Wow, we'll just keep chasing away while this is happening. Men-at-Arms are building up at home. Looks like the wall is going to be a little bit of a nuisance. We can find his way through the chopped wood line. But Mikos, after that idle time, look at the difference here. Wham, 94 eco to 55. He's able to start moving out and blocking any relic gathering, which is going to strip away Mikos' ability to get back in this game. And also, when I look at the MAA count, the fact that crossbows are coming in as well from Wham, that's when this gets super spooky. Ay, ay, ay. But Undermesh level 2 is going to be there, so good reaction there by Mikos. This is the point where the archers once again kind of tickle. The Golden Cuirass is a little bit better. Hello? It's going to be no, ooh, I think he overestimated his damage. He'll still be able to deny the relic, though, so he'll be able to pick it up for himself. You notice immediately Mikos just pivots to snipe that prelate before he can pick up the relic in return. I think you should be fine to get it if you just shift correctly, but with a miss micro there, ends up losing prelate still. However, keep in mind it's still only one relic at home for Mikos. Not expecting that to easily change anytime soon. I mean, he's got a second one on the way home. Props to him for that, but the last three should truly remain in the purview of Wham. Especially when you consider they're all in a triangle on this right side. An area that he's got fully covered. Now the crossbow's arriving. I mean, this is the point where Mikos needed a transition. I don't know if he's going to be able to get it. Body block's coming out from Pink as he pushes a few of the teal men-at-arms back towards him. And he's also got a beautiful keep to drop this relic in, which is going to be a strong point. Another big issue with the comp of Mikos is the fact that he can't go on the flanks because he's so slow. He has to kind of go down the center, right? The only reason why he's over here right now is to fight for those relics. Optimally, you want to be heading directly into the enemy base. And, I mean, that's going to go from hard to even worse with these walls now going up from Wham. Fight comes out. Mikos realizing he has to start standing his ground somewhere. The problem is, I don't think this is the place. I don't think there's any place anymore. Mikos, the Golden Cuirass might make him look a bit sustained, but we know the writing is on the wall. GG is going to get called. Gilded Archers winning again for the Order of the Dragon. Never could have seen that coming. That was an intense amount of sarcasm. I need to emphasize that. These units are goated. Build them. Whew. Damn. They are really strong units, actually. Like, I stand by my statements before. If you really want to like get the max out of the Order of the Dragon, I feel like 80% of their builds are going to involve Gilded Archers. They're just such a bloody good unit, whether you're attacking or defending. The crazy part about those Gilded Archers, by the way, is if you're going to build an infantry type to raid with, I can't think of a better one because of how fast they attack. Like, if you sneak them in somewhere and then you hit the A-click, dun, 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 it's going to be taking some villages with it. So, definitely a powerful tool in the Order of the Dragon arsenal. Okay, cool game, but I want more. So, let's see who else we've got. We've got, Leozim played a game a few days ago against Vortex. I don't know if it's going to be available, though. I think Leozim is quite an active player, so likely that that game is... Oh, okay. Well, actually, no. Sorry, it's 4 days ago, right? And the patch dropped, so yes, we need to be conscious. We're probably going to be a little bit limited on what we can watch. We'll have to see, though. Someone has got the checkmate sign. I just don't know. Actually, it's not checkmate. It's a pawn. Nah, they're privated, so we can't check out we can't check out pawn. That sounded wrong, but sure. What's up, Credo? Hey, no problem, buddy. Hopefully you had a good stream. Thank you, man. Glad you enjoyed the casting. Let's see. So Louis been playing a bunch. Who did he... Okay, of course it was Damoon Beastie. That's kind of annoying because as much as I'd love to cast those, I can't because, you know, they're all privated. Damn it. Who's Matisse facing on the ladder live? ICP Rin. Huh? I don't know who that is. Rank 286. I want to try to focus on players that are going to be playing this weekend so you guys get to see how the meta is evolving with the players who are participating. Has anyone figured out what accounts belong to B, by the way? I can't figure it out. It could realistically be any, right? But it's a bit hard to tell. Okay, I've got an account that's name is fully in Chinese. If I'm lucky, it's not going to be privated, but I know I never get lucky. So let's have a look. It's not privated. Oh, that's a big pog. Who is this? Should I feel bad that I can see a bunch of Louis' custom games because of this? Should I feel bad for that? Or do we take the win? I'm trying to think, like, should I only cast his ladder games? It's like, you know what? See, this is the awkward thing. It's kind of like this balanced nature where if there was a kind of gentleman's agreement that, like, the casters would only cast the pub games that they could see. and leave the custom games. That's fair. But the problem is that the players, like, they just kind of hide their data. So it's almost like you have to take the dubs where you can get them. Do you know what I mean? It's like if they were making this easy for me, I would feel more inclined to be quite fair about it. I think we'll start off with a ranked game and I'll think on that one. But like I said, the issue I have here is literally because they're making it so hard to even see the pub games, which should, in my opinion, always be public data. I kind of feel like I should take advantage of the opportunity because they rarely come. So we've got a few... Oh, we've got a mirror. Okay. We've got a mirror with Wham in it. So Wham versus whoever rank number 12 is. Ladder games only. Like, I mean, once again, Gutter Finance. If they were like making it easy for me to watch the ladder games, I'd fully agree. But this is one of those things where it almost feels like it's caster versus player, which I don't like. I'd rather we had a beneficial system where we both feel included. I'm trying to find a way to get towards actually just doing show matches midweek. Admittedly, some of the prices I'm getting returned. Not some players are reasonable. Some players' prices are insanely high though, which kind of re-entrenches this. I don't want to call it the caster versus player divide, but you know what I mean. Where like we have alternate goals here. All right, let's hop into one though. Man, it's like turning into a day of mirrors. I mean, but it's mirrors the new Civ. So what is not to like? Boys, gals, non-binary pals, welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. For a barn burner. An absolute fun one here. We have got Wham playing as the Japanese in red down here, and mirroring him in the blue is a name I will not try to pronounce. We'll just call them blue, but they are ranked 12th on the leaderboard right now. So we are in for an absolute slog. And Japanese mirrors are always a fun one. We've actually already seen some really big differences in the way they get played. I think we were casting one the other day where we saw like Onimusha be a very big focus for both Japanese players, despite the fact Onimusha don't seem to be particularly popular in the wider meta. In fact, that game did not have a single samurai, a single Rax actually built by either player. Now, it's kind of interesting to think about that, and I'm wondering if that's going to be part of the regular meta around the Japanese or something just situational. Are we simply going to have a mass melee mosh pit? I'll have to find out. We are, of course, going to be on Dry Arabia. Dry Arabia, oh my. Does his dad work at Relic? Because when I, like, god damn, that is... I mean, you're playing Japanese and you get deer with the berry. Like, dude, okay. And the back gold stone. Dude, this is an insane spawn for blue. What does Wham get in return? I mean, not much. I guess he's... Okay, he's got deer and berries here. So he's got this kind of nice placement where you could drop a TC on the side here, wall short, and you protect your flank with an expansion. I don't think you really want to play right side. It's a bit too open. So both players kind of get this lean left approach to their base configuration that's beneficial. But I think we can all agree, of the two players in this game, blue got the better, right? Like, spawn-wise, this is kind of insane. Depends if they want to play multi-TC. I'm not sure how much multi-TC we're going to see in Japanese versus Japanese. My feeling is that because of all the ability to unlock these different scaling elements with things like the daimyos, and also the way that your kind of farms and transitions work, I think that 2TC is going to become fairly standard, at least in Japanese metas. And something that we've highlighted before that I think is important is... Screw highlights of what I was going to say. This is more important. We've got Coca Township mirror. What? Okay, I did not see that coming, considering we're playing on a land map, and it's a Japanese mirror. But I guess this is kind of comparative to other civs where you have to take the aggressive option or risk your opponent having taken it and you losing. So this feels like more or less they both have to go into the Coca because they expect the other person to. It's not that they necessarily want to. It's not that they necessarily have this huge value proposition straight away because it's Dry Arabia, there's no docks, there's no early Rax play, proxy bases, whatever. It's just because their opponent has that tool, they can't afford to be without it. It's a pretty interesting way of thinking the game. Love to see it. This is going to be really intriguing as well to see if they both still try to go for that second TC, because it means that I expect blue to be a bit more defensive with their approach this early game, because they have a lot more to gain or lose if they get this extension for a second TC. We're already seeing Wham pretty hard on that stone, though. The difference, however, is blue is not. So, wow. Okay. Like, he knows about that. Right. So Wham is only now learning about this double deer stack. Blue has known about this for a while. Even with that detail in mind, they are still only playing out into the gold, which suggests they're going to be Shinobi spamming. While Wham, I don't think he's that interested right now. He's got 4 people on stone. That's going to generate about 45 stone a minute. That's going to give him 180 in total, which means of that, he's going to get 20%. He's going to get 36 gold a minute, which would mean he'd be able to afford an additional Shinobi every 2 minutes. That's not an impressive number, right? So definitely suggests that Wham is going to get that one and done, at least for the moment, and see what his opponent does. I do prefer this approach, by the way, because Wham is going to be able to just switch into archers the moment he sees scaling of Shinobi. And Yuumi are pretty effective tools up against Shinobi. The problem with Shinobi is that they can't easily gap close compared to other archer units where they can Shunshin in and stick on top of their targets. The Yuumi are able to rapidly run away. First Shinobi moving around, though. I think Wham needs to consider the archery range before he goes for the TC. The only way he gets his TC down now is if it's next to the tree line, so that he can be protected by the primary. First Shinobi's going to be there to mirror this, so stabs are coming out, and I believe that was a slight... Wait, are they going to die at the exact same time? Oh no, what, Wham? What? Dude, that's illegal. That move's been banned since Modern Warfare 2 Commander Pro. What the hell was that attack range? Okay, so things aren't looking bad at all for Blue. That looked like it was going to be an immediate exchange of Shinobi for Shinobi. Instead, gets a slight edge here. Blue also now going into archers after this. He forces a second Shinobi out of Wham. Wham is at least able to get the trade. Bit of a miss micro there. I think Blue should have kept pulling that back and then wait for the second Shinobi to come in. Because then if he Shinshins in, you've got him in a position where you'll always get the second Shinobi kill. Oh my god, dude, I did not expect that. That was an insane attack range. I mean, this is one of the weird interactions, I think, with Shinshin, by the way. I know people are going to be against buffing Shinobi in any way, but my feeling is that the way that Shinshin works right now just kind of doesn't make sense from multiple layers. Because, and I think this is an engine issue, I don't think there's a way of detaching attacks from registering, if that makes sense. So, like, if you think about what happens right now with archer shots, if archer shots were wailing for the TC and you Shinshin, they just pivot over, they magnetize. But even Melee acts that way, where if the strikers began, there's no break-off distance where it double-checks and says, no, that's not allowed. I think that's something that's, like, engine-related, though, so I'm not expecting a solution anytime soon to it. TC is going up in the meantime, though. Wham did opt for the gold instead, which suggests maybe we're looking at some sort of Rapido castle build. I think that's going to be difficult. They need to make sure they've got guaranteed access to wood. And right now, Blue, if he just parks here, he can start tickling these down with the Yuumi. Has got more in the way. It looks like he's actually spreading out to block any sort of TC placements, even though it's already been done. Rax is now being dropped, so... Wait, are we... I don't think Samurai here, right? Like, it's kind of weird because you're up against Yuumi, but maybe Bugisha. You've got extra gold. I think they are going Samurai. The worry about this, by the way, is if you're Blue and you just saw that he's dropped a Rax, surely you scale more Shinobi. Because Shinobi annihilate Samurai. Because what you do with this comp is the Yuumi tickle the Samurai to get rid of the deflective armor, and then you go in with the Shinobi that have a ridiculous 25 damage per strike. Are we looking at a Shinshin move, maybe? No, he's just going to start tickling archers. It's looking more and more like Blue doesn't want to play long feudal here, which I think is a bit dangerous. Your opponent went 2 TC, so I kind of get it, but at the same time, you have a very strong hold on his base right now. Stopping off to go for Castle Age is stripping away an opportunity to end the game now, and I'm never a fan of that. Against players like Wham, the best in this game right now have gotten very good at punishing players for playing safe. And there's no denying that this choice by Blue feels safe. Shinshin and Shinobi moving out now with the espionage activated. So it looks like it's going to be going wide. I think he's going to try to dive into Blue's economy. This was a little bit too wide, though. If he went a bit quicker, maybe like a bowed arc instead of kind of an L-shaped loop here, he'd be able to get there in time to maybe disrupt the tech up. But instead, Blue looks like he's going to get to have his cake. I'm just not sure yet if he'll be able to eat it. Well, he might, but the bigger worry is maybe he chokes on it at this point. It's Wham. It's going to be forced onto the berries. Now, one big issue right now was that Wham was facing a very early farm transition requirement. Because of what Blue has now done, he theoretically can get that, but he's going to need to be fast about it. He's going to need to find some way of blocking the mid-map resources, because the floating gate is on the way from Blue. And it is going to be the... Oh, man, it's going to be the stable build. Yeah, the stable build is kind of a bit too good right now. I think my biggest issue with this stable build is I don't think Uma Bannerman should build quicker than regular knights. I think that is a very fair statement right now, because it's one of the big things that kind of makes this build broken is you can get Daimyo at this point usually. Like when you're going Castle Age, you usually have enough stone to have Daimyo. And then you just immediately have an Uma Bannerman in 5 seconds, and then a follow-up knight in 12. Which is pretty nuts. I think I've talked about this like from a French comparison before. It's like imagine if you could have 2 French knights in 30 seconds at the start of your feudal age. I know this is Castle Age, but still, this is the scale with which it hits, right? Because this is not just 2 and then done. This is constantly now. Every 12 seconds, as long as they have the resources, they'll get another amount of samurai out. Shinobi in the backside in the meantime. Wham. Dude, great read. Yes. Okay. That was a critical detail right there, what Wham just done. Sabotaging that stable just prevented 3 knights from coming out. That's an insane value play. Great read there by Red to throw away the Shinobi to get that play, because they need to buy time. They need it fast. Raxes are coming out, so they understand they're probably going to have to give over the relics in the mid-map, but they need to be more concerned about defending their base right now. It's like Red is trying to play on the flank, but this is going to be dangerous. Oh, no. I legit believe that could be 5 villagers dead if he doesn't turn around now. Remember that the Shinobi get auto-upgraded. He's already got the +3 damage. He's going to get more coming through soon with the upgrades. Oh, man. He does move away in time, keeps the casualties down to 1, but that's unfortunate because what Red just shoe is how little food he has to work with. Barry's been exhausted over here. He needs to move the south side, but you've already got 3 Shinobi down here and waiting. If I'm not mistaken, we only got the Tatara now. There's still the Hizukuri to go for. The Shinobi still sting hard. Gonna move in now, looking for the fight. Reactors coming out to them, but they're going to snipe as many villagers as possible before being taken out. I think maybe Blue underestimated the power of the villagers here. Just able to buffer him away in the end, so keeps the Shinobi alive, but barely. Will now have to run infinitely at this stage. Meanwhile, north side, he has got the Samurai coming in on horseback now, so that's going to be a big edge for him. Spearman count is only at 5 right now for Wham. Blue also picking up the Sacred Sites as well as the relics. Great reads here. Dude, I'm actually really impressed with the execution of Blue's build. I think they could have ended this game a lot earlier with pressure, just denying wood. Because I think without wood, Red is dead, right? They had limited food. They would have needed a farm transition, and you could have boxed them in. This game could have been over by now from feudal age play. But Blue saw that the advantage was so big, the opportunity is so huge, they'd be remiss to pass it up. And now we're starting to see that knock-on effect. Outpost play, out into the flanks for those farming areas with the berries and the deer. They're going to easily be denied by just a few samurai. Meanwhile, the only way that I see Wham winning a fight is if he finds individual pickoffs one by one. It's not going to be easy, though. Especially if Blue starts to scale into Veteran Samurai, which is exactly what they're doing. I'd love to see even Ona Bugisha here. I think would be a super sick play from Blue. Outpost being brought low, though. Feels like he's a little bit distracted. Samurai needs to be careful. We'll turn around to fire up against the spears, but he is dead. Oh, man. And keep in mind the Blue. Like, now, this is a really big deal. They never got the level 2 melee damage upgrade. They never got the melee defense either. Now, that isn't there for Red, but, I mean, that could be the easy way for Wham to recover, and it's something he has a lot of his gold right now. So I think that would be the most effective play for him here, just to guarantee that Blue can't take these fights, even with a Castle Age advantage. Outpost did get repaired in the meantime. This is still 5 villages, just essentially idle forever. So it doesn't feel good. And oh, man, he brought more out here. Oh, come on, no. I mean, Textiles is there to minimize the losses. But Blue, he's still just keeping you pressured right now. He's idling out like I don't want to say 20% to 30% of your economy at any given time. Blue definitely not making this easy, but Red now getting that wall up on the backside to minimize entry. In fact, even double-checking that he did do the right side here. A little bit of paranoia setting in from Wham. What's Blue got for this in the meantime? It's 2 Sacred Sites, 2 more relics on the way home. This still looks like it should be a 4-relic game for Blue. And Wham, at this position, he doesn't have a quick way up. In fact, the risk that I do see is Blue could realistically just go for a few Yuumi. And even if he's up against Samurai, with them upgraded at this stage, Feudal versus Castle Age, he'd win. I do think that the Knights are a bit of a bait for Blue now, because there's not many breach points in Red's defenses, right? Like, you know, with Spears here to defend, He's got a lot of choke points he can kind of hold in. Blue on the go again. This time there are 2 outposts though, so it looks like Wham has found a way of just minimizing the losses in this area. Seems to be kind of a sticking point for Blue as well, to his detriment, I'd say. And now going into Onimusha is quite the curious choice. I didn't expect this out of Blue. Are they... maybe they're paranoid that Samurai are coming? I mean, I said go Yuumi. I guess this is just kind of, in his eyes, a better Yuumi because it moves really fast. But realistically, the Yuumi would be better here just because they get the double damage, while the Onimusha, I mean, look at their base damage. It's 10. 10 versus 4. But keep in mind, this Yuumi haven't been upgraded. Once the Castle Age, I think it should be... is it 6 damage they go up to, I believe? So if you then consider the cost of these units, 30, 35 compared to 80, 60, it makes a lot of sense why you'd rather go Yuumi here. It's just a lot more cost efficient. Well, it does mean that Wham will last a little bit longer in these fights, right? Because the other detail isn't just the cost, it's the fact that the Onimusha take longer to boom into. That's buying critical time. You can see Wham actually saving up a lot of gold here. Could think about buying into his Castle Age soon. I think, yeah, with that many people on stone, it looks like the goal here is to get the Daimyo upgrades because he has got a lot of farms set up in this area. On the other side, we have already got the level 1 Daimyo upgrade for Blue, but no second. So for the time being, they're happy to be on these berries, be on these deer, but they need to think about that transition soon. It's going to be a big boost to their economy. Sacrifice now cat, but it's not going to last very long. Shinobi do sneak out, so that's going to be a decap as soon as it completes. Blue is at least taking this opportunity to heal up the damage on their knights with the mad Shinto. Holy Shinto, I did not see this coming. This is, I like this idea, actually. Like, Mount Samurai are just a more damage soaky version of knights, right? So if you're able to have this massive healing in the center to come back to, you could just kind of cycle charge them. Problem I am seeing, those walls are going up. When Blue just made an Onimusha switch, this means they have no easy way in. And they do at least have the ranged advantage to trade with things like Yuumi, if that's what Wham wanted to max into. But Wham instead is going to focus on that age up. Floating Gate is on the way. Now, considering where he's placed this, it looks like it might be a farmhouse drop plus the rack. So we might be seeing, dare I say, Onobugisha here? There's a lot of Samurai. I don't think you can go for it. I think it has to be just mass Samurai versus mass Samurai to a certain degree. You've got all these other supporting arcs, but I think that's what it'll end up at the end of the day. Let's see how it plays. Looks like the outposts are going to be burned. So obviously Wham spent a lot of time trying to get onto this area. Didn't really get much out of it. But he's at least getting the space at home. With the walls up as well. Oh, that might be a worrisome point. I'm not sure if that can be reached though. Keep in mind the way that walls now work is if one piece gets breached, the piece to each side also gets destroyed. So you get a very big hole in the wall. From that position, that would mean this chunk would drop as well. Tech up complete. Wow, not really a scary army right now then. Oh, dude, no. Did he forget to do the wall? Oh, no. I mean, Blue has to burn that down, right? Wait, what? What? Okay, he says I don't care. I'm taking the whole thing down. So Blue's going to get a very big hole to run through. Wham. Where are the Yoroshiras gone here? Did he drop them in a stable? There's no way. He's actually gone stables, but the fact that he's going for Mount Samurai instead of Horseman is kind of surprising here. Yoroshiros, I'm trying to spot where he dropped them. I imagine probably Forge placement then. Okay, there you go. He put one in the stables. Did the other go in the TC? I'm not sure. He has got the Daimyo Pass upgrade coming in, so he wouldn't have that to defend with. Spears are going to have to hold a very difficult fight, especially the Shinto's here to heal. Blue reading it perfectly. Gets the entry into the base, and I'm starting to think that this one is over, folks. I mean, Wham, he just doesn't have the spears together. He doesn't even have the upgrade. Blue, a great stranglehold in this early game. Had an opportunity to end it in feudal, but takes it to castle and makes it look clean. Wham, I think it's going to be back to the drawing board, my friend. Correct read to go into the Koka to mirror what Blue was doing in the north, but wasn't willing to fight tooth and nail for those good TC placements. Ultimately, pays the price. Yeah, that game was that was kind of I think that like I said, I stand by what I said, that I do believe that Blue could have ended that game with feudal. There was no need to go castle, but options are on the menu at that stage, right? Like when you have that level of control, you can end it now, or you can end it in 5 minutes. So understood that either way he could do it. I guess he maybe also wanted to see like a kind of a litmus test of what can I get away with, what kind of builds can I do. Still gets the win. So looking at who else they face, because I think I want to check out some more of this person. They had a game versus CZ. I've definitely seen that name before. What rank are they? 245th. Last season they were 56th. So that could be an interesting one if they're not privated. Let's have a look. For some reason they're privated. Okay. Oh, wait. No, we can get to it through thingy, can't we? Actually, I don't think we can because he had so many games in customs. Huh. And they're now doing private games against someone else who I can't see on the ladder. Who is that? I'm really not sure. He's top team game player? What, the person that I'm casting? Or CZ, yeah. Yeah, but there's no team tournaments. That's what I'm saying, so it kind of doesn't make sense why they're privated. Let's have a look here. What have we got? We've got Juji versus English. We've got Ottomans versus Rus. Japanese versus Mongols could be interesting. On Rocky River. Ayabids versus English in Hidden Valley. Kind of surprised how little English have been played, actually. Yo, what is up, Taka? Thank you very much for the sub, man. Welcome back to the Swarm. He's doing it right, guys. Prime Gaming, if you have got your Prime subs, be sure to drop them here. We are doing a bunch of streaming. I'm back from Germany, which means we're going to be doing at least 4 streams a week. So don't have your viewing experience ruined by those pesky ads. And also, if we are able to get a bunch of subs together, it means I unlock more sub emote slots, which means I can get more sick emotes like these amazing ones you can see in the chat now. Whoop, whoop, whoop. It's like a bunch of them. That's only like half of them. We baller right now. I kind of want to do the English games. I think Cliffside with English is a very intriguing one. Yeah, we got back-to-back examples, actually. Let's do those. Ibids versus... No, I'm thinking Juji versus English. I think Juji versus English is a very intriguing one on Cliffside because it's one that I have literally already said I think is going to be S tier. I think English is going to be one of the strongest picks on Cliffside because it's too close, right? So you're able to gap close very easily. Shall we, milady? I think we shall. All right, boys, gals, non-binary pals, welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. Dude, I'm excited for this one. So I found some scrim lobbies going on between Louis MT and an unidentified rank 12 player on the leaderboard. Player in the blue here. I wouldn't be surprised if this is like Yui. Yui tends to do this with their name a lot. But this is an exciting one because I think ever since Cliffside came in, something that I've been highlighting is I think that English is going to become a key part of the meta and they're going to be incredibly strong. The reason, by the way, is that on Cliffside, you spawn insanely close to your opponent. Think about the distance. Just look at it on the map there. You can see it. My map might look bigger in terms of mini-map, but you can see the distance is incredibly short, and you tend to get these spawns where there's almost just a direct line of sight to your enemy's base. I think that's something that English can strongly utilize. Love to see if you can do it against Yuji's Legacy. Yuji's that has been a hard sticking point for a lot of players in the current meta. I think right now, people are seeing this as a ban-worthy civ because the expansion brought a lot of good things. One thing I don't think that people wanted to see more of on Twitch was the casinos. And it kind of feels like that got snuck into the meta when you consider the way that the Ayabids function and especially the way that the Juji's functions with the Trade Wing and the Meditation Garden respectively. So let's see if the English can put a stop to that plan before it can actually unfold. I'm expecting Meditation Garden to at least go up. I'm not sure what's going to happen past that, though. These guys did play 2 English versus Juji games, so we will be doing both of these together as one video to make sure you guys can kind of see which civ is going to be stronger on Cliffside, which I think is going to be very important in competitive play. Like, these are, I think, 2 fairly popular civs. Other ones that come to mind, the likes of Rus, are going to be really hot on this map. But we've already seen the Council Hall being built. Meanwhile, Louis, a lot slower here. Interesting, actually, because I think Was that because they moved out for the mill? I mean, they lost a bit of optimization that way. Did they not? There's no way Louis moved all the sheep out and then clubbed, right? You would have killed some... You would have killed one here. I guess not, but that means you lose critical time and a worrisome time. Council Hall is halfway complete. Meditation Garden is on the way, so Louis will get this one for free, and it is going to be an outrageous one. He's going to get his hands on an 8-berry stack, which means 64 food, 30 gold, and then God knows how much wood. I want to say like 29, maybe 32 here. But on the other side, all that matters is Blue has enough wood for those initial lombos, and if you look at the lay of Louis' base, I think he may have made a critical error here. He got a fort spawn in gold. He went for the village, but it's not immediately next to you, right? Also, in terms of vision, you're not going to see these lombos before they start sniping. You've also got this issue where he clubbed every single sheep at the mill. Oh my god. I think he might be dead. I'm not even exaggerating. Think about this, right? So he's going to get the passive food. Great. But you need to make farms. Because if you go Chugin Nu, you don't get enough initially to deal with this problem. He's not going to be able to get into this Jiangnan Tower, so he's not going to get that quick production because he hasn't got enough gold coming in time. The Lombos have arrived, and oh man, dude, this is looking grim. He's got a new wave of sheep. Please, put them to the TC now. Villagers being harassed. Scout's going to move across, interesting enough. Looks like they're going to pull back now, so villagers do have to garrison. And it's going to be Palace... Okay. I didn't expect this. Palace Guard as an answer to the Lombos. It seems like it makes sense. I'm not entirely convinced, though. Like, maybe. But the problem is you only have 2 ranged armor. Lombos right now. Instead, they're just targeting down villages. This should be where they change targets. The Scout needs to just tank this as much as he can. Dude, they're just getting annihilated! Okay, that right there is why we do not see Feudal Age Palace Guard often. That is more than mildly disappointing if you're a Chinese player. That is doing no damage whatsoever, and they are getting absolutely ripped. You got to remember, folks, Lombos, they get that extra damage, 6 instead of the 5. And against 2 ranged armor, it's all too easy. That's now 10 Lombos, and the Palace Guard are dead. The villagers can't move. He did club all the sheep. Oh my god, it's GG. I can't blame him. That is an immediate GG. When the experimentation is a fail, round 1 will go to the English. Turns out that Lombos do beat Palace Guard if you do it early enough. But we're not stopping there. We're going to actually rush into another game because they've done this matchup again immediately after this. But very interesting to think about. You can see exactly why the Lombos are super effective here. 1, they get in position insanely fast. 2, for the Chinese, that map was kind of rough. They had their gold and their food on the front side, but what made it worse for Louis, he actually hoisted himself on his own petard when he was trying to be efficient with all the sheep. He moved them all across and clubbed them at the mill, which meant that he had no backup plan if he got pushed off of the sheep, which we always knew was going to happen here if the Palace Guard failed. So Louis almost had a bit too much confidence that actually Palace Guard was a solid answer. Turns out that he was wrong. And Lombo sniped the sheep? Yes, Yosh. But the issue is that Louis ran the sheep out there in the first place. The sheep ran past the TC to the mill, sat there, and waited to be killed. So let's see what he can learn from that as we hop in to a rematch here. Zhuji's legacy again in the hands of Louis MT. And across the ways, very close by, and very close by is the really clear detail I want to be fresh in Louis' mind. The English are waiting. This time, the gold is going to spawn not directly towards the English, so a little bit better for Zhuji's here. However, are we really going to go through this again? I mean, you kind of have to, don't you? You need the mill. I hope that... man, it's kind of awkward because it's like there's no efficient way. Like, what would you do here? Would you pull would you drop the sheep here, but then you have like idle time walking? Okay, this is nice. I like this. This is a little bit better. The issue last time is Louis had no way of protecting his villagers at all. They had to run away. I don't think they even have wheelbarrow. He's at least got the village here. What I'm hoping we see out of Louis, though, instead, is that he starts getting people into the wood and then gets an outpost up. Or rather, he gets his gold first, but then he gets 2 in the wood. He gets enough for an outpost and builds it here. Because if he does that, it's going to block the longbow play. And it's also going to prevent them from shuffling easily to the right. We'll see what he wants to do. In the meantime, Pink rather is keeping it simple. Pink actually went super wide. Wow, they are both trading areas in an interesting way. One that I think does favor blue more. Yeah, triple sheep for sure. He's already got 7 following him. Meanwhile, pink has only got 7 as well. But I don't think there's anything left around here now, right? They've arrived where Louis began his trail. This is interesting. You got to keep in mind that Cliffside is a new map, so I think a lot of people are still kind of discovering what the optimal paths around here are. But I do like this kind of circular motion you're seeing coming out. The dicey part compared to like Dry Arabia, where it's actually kind of a rectangle form, is that the cliffsides can kind of screw your pathing. Although the cliffsides do tend to have sheep along them. You can see 1, 2 there. Usually I think there'd be like 3, 4 here. So there's usually 2 to 3 sheep on the cliff area for north and then 3 for south. People asking, why not just build the mill next to the TC? Because Louis is trying to be a greedy boy. Honestly, it's as simple as that. Like, he wants the berries as backup, but there is actually also a sensible logic behind this. The other reason why Louis has placed the mill here is if you put the mill right next to the TC and the sheep get clubbed a tiny bit closer to the TC, the villagers will just start dropping off at the TC instead of the mill. I've seen it before. It's really kind of awkward. You always have to play at least 1 tile away. And if you're playing 1 tile away with the mill, you might as well play 2 more is kind of his logic here. It's not a fully defendable logic, but it's one he's gone for. Meditation Garden. I can't defend this landmark anymore. What the... am I about to get a new record? No. Maybe. 30 gold, 30 stone. That's an 8 berry patch. That's 64 food. Then you've got the trees, which is probably going to be another 20. So we're talking about 144 potentially? Dude. This landmark is not okay. I actually prefer like the Meditation Garden against the English for this reason as well. Is notice that Louis is running really far away from his base to do this. Which means the English, when they go for this early longbow play, they can't just park longbows on the Meditation Garden because it's so far away from their real target, the enemy eco, right? So, like, you could argue, oh, yeah, but if you place units here, Pigeon, then, like, you're killing eco, right? Sure, but let's say this is 144 Meditation Garden. For each unit you place here, you will minus 14 resources. To do that, you're going to pay 90 resources. That's 90 resources, then they have to get there. That's a pretty heavy investment unless you want to go into a RAM follow-up to delete this. But put that all together, and that's going to take several minutes, right? And although Zhuji's would miss out on this eco as it scales, the biggest advantage of the English in the early game, this initial longbow spam of 6 to 8, will have been wasted, right? You wouldn't have done as much as you could have if you just went for the base. And that's exactly where it's going to be going. Looks like Louis is once again going for the Palace Guard. Now, keep in mind, this is a slightly earlier point, though. Compared to last time, remember last time, I think there's already 6 longbows on the map, 7 longbows, as we saw the first Palace Guard. The key here for Louis is not to trickle. If he has the same number of longbows as Palace Guard, then maybe he can do this. But if this is a fight where he goes into it and there's 3 times as many longbows as there are Palace Guard, he's going to lose. So maybe this would be the point to reset. Smart move there. Immediately turns around, takes minimum damage. 3rd Palace Guard now added in. These are pricey units, remember. 100 food, 25 gold. You don't get a discount because you built them in Feudal. You just get a discount in terms of their efficiency. They are not as good, right? 120 health, less damage as well. Less ranged armor. Already kind of feeling the pain. I think just adding more and more longbows in here. This 4th Palace Guard takes the field for Louis. Looks like the idle time's going to be forced, but look at the difference. There's a very big difference here. Louis, he pulled back the sheep early. He didn't overclub. So now he has safety. He has a way of getting resources together. This is still inefficient, though, because now what's happening is your IO can't supervise. He's still trying to scale Palace Guard, but now with a notably worse food economy. He's not getting that 20% extra, which is significant when you've got 14 villagers dropping off. Now, Pink, what is the follow-up going to be here? Because I've got a feeling this kind of turns into a cyclical fashion of you build Palace Guard, I build Longbows, and we have to keep doing that dance. The good thing for Pink in that regard is they have at least already pulled Blue away from the extra 20% food, which means that the difference, isn't being shrunk here. There's now still a premium being paid for the Palace Guard compared to the Longbows, one that could add up. Palace Guard now marching out. Longbows really need to be getting more shots than this out, though. I think maybe a mistake made here by Pink. He's trying to get the outpost up, but it ends up being cancelled. Oh, no. And that could have been like 3 extra Longbows. Instead, Blue's going to keep pushing him away. Pink, I think he realizes you need to trade. You can't just keep running like this. You're just going to lose too many units. So tries to turn around for one. I think maybe you kind of have to rotate the more injured here, but instead you just get some range to the TC. Now, if you turn around and fight, this is going to be good. Great micro there. Pink pulls the healthy wave for the front, pushes back. Blue has to retreat here. Does lose another one of the pass guard, but minimizes the casualties still. And now we're seeing the blacksmiths, because notice the undermesh came out, which is why Pink did not want to fight there. One of the big powerful things about the Imperial Official, right? You can't just use them to supervise buildings. You've got to use them for these timing windows. And one very big timing window that Louis took advantage of there is with the blacksmith dropped, he could supervise the undermesh and get it much quicker here. It's a great read there. Buys himself some time. I think you get it in 20 seconds if I remember correctly. So you have 20 or 25 seconds to get that level 1 blacksmith tech, which is a very big edge, right? Like if he had to wait an extra 30 seconds, he maybe loses 1 or 2 extra pass guard. The outpost goes up. It's actually the bigger difference. The outpost goes up. All of a sudden, you can't really even chase. Let's check on that meditation guard. 64, 20. Oh, wait, was it double gold? Okay, I thought it was stone for some reason. My brain's dumb. That's still a lot of resources, though. That is an insane number. He's getting, let's do the math, so it's 90. He's getting 150. What? Dude, I'm double checking my math. That's 150 meditation garden. This landmark is insane, folks. That's basically 4 extra villages in your economy, right? And also, keep in mind, from this game's perspective for Louis, in a position where it was looking quite dicey for him, that's an extra pass guard, right? In raw cost, like, obviously you need a bit more food, you don't need as much gold, but like, in terms of the eco effect, that's over an extra pass guard per minute. Now we're going to see a switch into Horseman. Ping, still only Lombos, though. Doesn't feel like they can afford to go into Spears at all. Good little snipe there. We'll find at least one the pass guard. Now, keep in mind that while Horsemen are coming out, it's not the end of the world for Pink. Pink can still use Palings. We don't see it often, but it's a very big play up against this. You would have to stand still, though, and that would allow the pass guard to get in on you, and I don't know if he wants that right now. I'm going to snipe them out. Goes after the Horseman instead. He knows that that's the threatening unit with the bonus damage, so instead takes them out first. Good micro there. Throws away the scout, but it keeps the pass guard off him, which is critical here. Pink continue to retreat. He's not microing the injured ones to the backside anymore, which is kind of a mistake there. Loses 2 or 3 immediately. Pass guard getting in even deeper. Looks like it's going to be once again a pushback. Now, neither player is making some sort of side investment here. We're not seeing someone move into a TC or move into Castle Age. This is all out aggression. But after that reset, gotta say, Pink definitely getting the better side of the fight again. You can even see it in the destroyed value here. On Lombo, doesn't even get picked off there. It looks like it's too much of a reaction, so Blue has to pull away. Louis now with just 4 Horsemen and 2 pass guards to his name. Not exactly a scary force when you're up against 18 Lombos. Now the racks, so we are going to see Horsemen added in. Makes a lot of sense. These pass guard, they hit kind of hard, but at the same time, they will be delayed by spears. On top of that, the Horsemen are the solid solution. This now forces Louis to have to consider going Chuganu if he wants to counter this outright. Going Chuganu isn't terrible from the perspective that it forces your opponent to go undermesh, but at the same time, you have to go Steeled Arrow, right? So it kind of evens out. In fact, this might force Louis to go for melee defense. Love the wall as well. Outpost already the south side. Villager is going to be safe due to the way the walling is going up. I love that Pink is doing this as well, because the issue they have is mobility, right? Like the downside of Longbows is they do not move fast. But by getting these walls up, you give yourself soft reset points. I would even be a fan of Pink just kind of crawling in a little, making another little wall indent, right? Or maybe just walling to the south side. You place a gate here, maybe even a gate here. You just turn it into this revolving door segment that Blue can't play into. Outpost at least being tickled away at. Lombos are on the way, though. And you are seeing they've already got the glowy aura there, but interesting that he doesn't go for it in the end. I'm very surprised by this. He actually needs to make a move soon because Blue is going for Castle Age behind this. It's going to be the Shaolin Monastery. Really cool read. Louis going for the Shaolin Monastery. Remember that these guys can harden their skin, which means they'll take 50% less damage from ranged attacks. And Pink also, because they lost their scout, they're completely oblivious to this play. Dude, what a cool read by Louis. He's always been such a crafty little devil for details like this. And you're seeing how effective it can be in a game where you've removed that scout. Like, that scout being traded out was critical to keeping Pink's mass alive, but the price he pays now is in knowledge on the map. Tech Up comes out. They're a little bit too late to stop it, but they can maybe at least punish the villagers who are still gathering in the area. Lombos come in. Villagers starting to be sniped down. Slow reaction to move their way there by Louis. Louis now going to lose almost all these villagers, in fact. Lucky to not lose an extra there. So 8 villagers, I think that was in total out here. 5 go down. And now the pushback has to move off the wood line. This is problematic. Louis with limited production buildings, but the upside is you're playing as Zhu Xi's. You do have the supervise to pump these units out quicker. A lot of villagers playing a dangerous game right now. Pink just seemingly relentless in this game. Still not looking for the castle age. They're just continuing the aggression. Now that is dangerous. These Palace Guard, they can get the level 2 range defense. However, Blue seems to be lacking a little bit on what? The wood here? Yeah, actually, that's a... Oh, wow. They'll get it passively, but that's actually a big detail. The fact they have to wait a little bit longer, the fact they're now going for a lumber camp instead of just waiting for that final trickle from the meditation garden, that's going to give more tempo control to Pink. Pink, who has now added in spears, is even added in men-at-arms. I think that might have been a misclick, though. There's no way you try to scale men-at... Wait, they are? I guess... Okay, let's be fair to this. If you want just a unit that can frontline so the Lombos can win, it does kind of make sense. And Longbows are still effective at this stage in the game because the Palace Guard are weaker in the armor department than their counterparts, right? So you see, even with the +1, he's got 4. So he's still taking 3 damage per shot. So having someone that just stands its ground for a bit could be a solid solution here. Also, another cool thing about the men-at-arms plus spears here, Louis never got the melee defense. So he only has 3 armor, which means these men-at-arms, although they seemingly have plastic swords, these plastic swords can hit fairly hard. 10 damage per strike. It's another crazy element to consider, right, is the Palace Guard, when they're in the feudal age, and why we didn't see them that effective in the first game, you need so many of them because they attack for 9 damage. The edge is the speed, and that really is it. Lombo's back up a little here. Horsemen haven't been upgraded. Spears are going to start to clash, but Lombos can always hide behind the walls, and that's going to be problematic for Louis, who's getting baited into an area he can't control. In fact, the Lombos are kind of just hanging around. That was kind of interesting to bait him in further, I imagine. Louis will have to back away. Now, the crazy part, by the way, folks, is Louis is so hell-bent on getting more Palace Guard out. At no stage did he go in for the Shaolin monks, right? So there's no relics being gathered here. These also would have been a great unit on the front line, I think, up against these Lombos because of their ability to harden their skin. Issue is you can't choose where you fight, right? The issue is still that Louis, because of the way the mid-map is controlled, gap close is critical for them. Someone saying it says mace in the description? Yes, which is weird. I don't know why it says mace. It should say plastic sword. There's some weird ones, like what is it with the Order of the Dragon with the men-at-arms when they're chasing after units, they have a lumberjack axe out instead of their sword. There's a lot of little weird ones like that. Pink has done a lot of damage though, and the cool thing is now they're looking towards Castle Age. I think if you go Castle Age here, you can still just kill Palace Guard with these longbows. If you think about it, Louis can't win these fights right now, and he's kind of reached critical point on quality when this comes to Palace Guard, right? Like, he's got as much armor as he's going to get, and he still can't win those fights. So with Pink now going up, that's going to be a +2 damage to the Lombos, then an extra +1 from the Blacksmiths. These bad boys are going to hit hard. Upside for Louis, at least, finally gets a Shaolin Monk out, so we are going to be looking towards relics next. Meditation Garden has definitely been helping his economy a bit, and he's definitely needed it in this type of game. Yeah, it's kind of interesting that because of the restriction on wood and the way this played out, this isn't your typical Zhu Xi game where they always go Jiangnan and then they boom out a lot of units at a surge point, right? Because remember, the Jiangnan, if you drop a Rax, you'll get a Spearman. That's 80 resources. If you drop an Archer Range, you get a Chuganu, 80 resources rebate. I think another reason why you didn't want to do it up against the English is because you need to play Rax, and playing Rax would have just spawned Spears instead of Palace Guard, which doesn't work. Ball's now going up in the meantime from Louis. Trying to restrict the fight, but honestly, I don't think you should be paranoid about Pink rather playing the flanks. I don't think Pink has any interest in going wide. Looks like Blue does. However, great read by Pink getting this outpost down a long time ago. Really smart idea when you're playing up against Feudal Age Palace Guard because they can always just stop fighting you and fight your economy instead. Longbows have been at this so long they're actually killing the mill. My taxes, no! Tech up, complete. Pink, only 30 seconds to wait. Now, if blue can't find a fight before that, this is heavily going to favor pink. It's got a lot of Palace Guard to work with, though, right? Looks like we are going back to the Jiangnan Tower now. So Song Dynasty is in. This is because Louis knows that they're going to need a granary transition and a TC boom. And it is giving that TC immediately, so going to give him that scalability. This is a reaction, by the way, to Pink's play. He knows 100% Pink has to have gone King's Palace, which means that their eco will be getting bigger if you do not mirror with a TC of your own. Now we're going to see some fast being dropped on the backside. Pretty far away from the TC. Very dangerous what Pink is doing there. The men-at-arms are at least there to chase away the looming Palace Guard. This game now has gone very quiet in terms of aggression, but even though you're not seeing outright kills, what you're seeing is this mirror of movements. Finally, we're going to see a few as the villager does go down, but the whole idea is the reason why not many kills are happening is because these guys are essentially in lockstep with their movements, which is critical here. Because on the flip side, like if Pink isn't chasing these Palace Guard at all times, 3 of them could do so much damage. They're doing some right now. It's brilliantly done by Louis there. On the other side of the map, if Louis isn't there guarding against this Lombo ball, he could lose 20 villages in a minute at this stage because of how condensed his economy is becoming in single areas. In fact, once again, he's going to lose a bunch. So goes in for the trade, comes out worse for it, as he only gets 2 villages for his trouble, but loses 3 in return. Louis has at least got this wide side to play towards. He's trying to go for those relics right around the back. It looks like Pink has no interest in that. This is a pretty ballsy play, but I like what they're doing. If they went for relics right now, that's a 200 wood investment into 150 gold per. That's going to take away from your tempo. Pink understands this matchup right now, the way they've opened this game and continue to play, this is all about tempo control. For Louis, it's all about greed and recovery. That's why you're now seeing a 3rd town center added in by the Zhuji. Spear Lombo in the area. These Lombos do now hit for 10 damage, so half their damage going through against the Palace Guard. That's going to be walked away from this, so Pink does at least delay the relic from being dropped off. Hasn't stopped it outright. Now, keep in mind that the UI isn't showing it, but yeah, we have got a 2nd relic being walked back here. And we're about to have a 3rd one soon as Shaolin Monk is just about finishing up on the Sacred Site up here. That's a pretty cool read by Louis. Playing the wide flanks for Sacred Sites is not something that Pink wants to address. The entire army is infantry, so they can't easily go far out on the edges of the map. Burnin. Just trying to take that gold away. We have got a nest of bees on the way now. This could be a very big deal. 1 nest of bees against this many Lombos. It's the type of moments that GGs are made out of. He's going to hemorrhage a few troops in the meantime. The Palace Guard do get spotted. Continues to wrap around here. Zhuji need to find a choke point to hold into. Louis, if he has to come out to the open field, there's a risk the men-at-arms might just wrap around here onto that 1 Palace Guard. This is not a clock tower Palace Guard, folks. It's not as tanky as you'd like. Quick reaction there. Oh, Pink, though, immediately pulls back. Only takes a tickling of damage, so now they can slow things down. Instead, they're looking towards relics themselves. And Louis, has to be said, hasn't noticed his Shaolin Monk is still standing here. So hasn't picked up this relic yet. Has at least banked 2. But there are still 2 more that haven't been picked up on this map. Those numbers didn't make sense because capture age, folks. 3rd one is on the way back for Louis. And this is getting dicey. Like, right now, Louis is playing your standard kind of Chinese build where you just build a bunch of melee to protect siege, right? But you've got to remember he's playing a less effective version of this Civ to do that. He doesn't have the clock tower, which means they're not as tanky. He also does get spotted out trying to rotate back with the relic. So we'll lose 5 Palace Guard. Probably lose that Monk as well. And on top of that, the men-at-arms get in. It's only a small group. If he can force some big idle time here, maybe even just snipe out the Imperial Official, exactly that. Pink goes in. Now that's the premium kill. Getting rid of this IO means you've removed 20% food income. And the next one is nowhere near. So he's going to lose the troops, but worth it for what he got. This is always an important detail. When you're playing against Zhujis, when you're playing against Chinese, more kills here, by the way, go for those IO kills. They are insanely valuable, not just because they cost so much more to build, but because removing them here is now going to be 2 minutes, probably, without an Imperial Official supervising the granaries. Ripple effects, right? It's similar to the logic, like, you need to look at Imperial Officials the same way you look at a Prelate, where you're like, ooh, that's worth killing. Wave after wave coming, and Ping getting closer to the pop here. I think Louis kind of fallen behind in that regard. Going for a third TC may have been a mistake. It feels a little bit greedy, and now going for a castle, but where can you place it? Spearwinter also showing up. Love that Pink made that transition. It's not a comfortable one for the English, but does it. Finds a way of making it look cozy. Castle now coming. Army charging into a choke point. There's going to be that Nest of Ease waiting for a primer. Nice bait. Pink sends in a single spearman to bait the shot. Now goes in for the fight. Spearwinter just waiting in the center here. Blocked on all sides to make sure it can't go down. Village is going to fall. Lombos, enough of them here so the Spearwinter can retreat through. And Castle, it is going up on the side, but Louis, I'm worried he's going to be losing this fight. Lombos plus crossbows here to count you out. Spearwinter now moving in, looking for the shots out. Gets one, not able to finish off the Nest of Bees though. We're still staying alive. Cannon's being shot out here. Keep does get rid of the Springald, and this is going to be the point where Pink needs to retreat. All in all though, a decent fight. If you consider the damage done on each side, this has minimized the Palace Guard count down to under 20. Does mean that Pink can consider going on the wide sides again to look for those little raids into the economy. An economy which, by the way, still hasn't been walled off. I do think this is one big stinking weak point for Louis. I like this defense. I love this castle. This castle came in clutch, by the way. Those shots immediately onto the Springald, that was the difference maker. He would have lost this area if it wasn't for that play, because his Nest of Bees could never join in. But Louis, at the back of his base, has played into a corner for his farms, yet he hasn't built palisades to protect here. Instead, he's going to be going for the stone wall. So this is the play that was missing. I like that he's doing this, because without this, these Palace Guard will just keep coming in. It's a slower version of... not Palace Guard, sorry, Men-at-Arms will keep coming in. It's a slower Palace Guard, but it's the same idea. In fact, the timing might be bad for Louis, though. Did he go a bit too greedy here? I think he did. He's going to cancel the walls. Longbow's moving around. Man, I can't believe this. Louis, if he'd just gone for the tighter wall, it would have meant the Lombos could harass some of the farms, but he'd at least have it up. Instead, this wall kind of feels moot and irrelevant right now. 5 villagers just hiding in a corner, praying they don't get shot, but the rest of the economy is going to be exactly that. He has to migrate away. And folks, that is almost all of his food income. That's going to be him going down to like 200 food a minute if he's lucky. Oh man, that's so big as well. I mean, Louis' army is entirely Palace Guard, right? So if he can't scale it, he's in trouble. I don't think he can win a direct fight right now. In fact, I'm not sure what he does from here on out. Farms being burnt, granaries as well. So even if he eventually pushes his opponent out here, damage would have been done. Nest of Bees shots coming in. Oh, dude, that's a complete mess, though. I don't think they got the damage they were looking for. Palace Guard now just going to look to dive in. Block this out, but they're unable to do so. Men-at-Arms get around the backside. And the Nest of Bees, they have to retreat. One goes down immediately. Lombos do show up to assist as well. And just a few of them can harass these out infinitely. Villagers being pulled, but it's a little bit too late. Another Nest of Bees goes down. Counter raids are coming in to the base of Pink by Louis, but I don't think Pink cares. Just a few troops to react to this. Meanwhile, the dive continues. Another Nest of Bees goes down. Now only one in the field. Lombos attacking into the keep builders. There are at least textiles here, but it's still going to cost you. Even if Pink gets pushed away here, I think they'll be happy with what they've done. In fact, they might even find another Nest of Bees. The Men-at-Arms come around the back. Come on! So that is 4 Nest of Bees going down in that fight. Lombos are still alive. Palace Guard count is down to 24. Louis may have got a castle, but folks, he hasn't got his farms. He's still not operating on them right now. And a second wave of Men-at-Arms coming in. So the Palace Guard, I don't think they can clean up all these Lombos. And if they can't do that, it means you can't operate this area. In fact, it's going to be pushed away again. Oh, guys, I'm starting to think it's going to get only worse from here on out. I mean, the Palace Guard keep flooding through. Pink has played a wacky game here. They've gone all-out aggression. They didn't wall themselves in. They didn't defend. They set up their base in a way that they couldn't set up farms near the TC, so they could lose a lot of villages. But even with all that said and done, even with all the losses on both sides, as we've got almost 100 villagers in total dying in this game, it still all favors Pink. Because they have this army, this very slow-moving army, right at the edge. Walls are at least going up, but timing on this blue. Louis, if he doesn't get that wall segment up, he's going to have to run away again. And I don't know if he's going to get it up. If the Lombos just target this down right now and stop the villagers, it could just be it. Instead, he's going to run the wrong way. Pink panics a little. Oh, mistakes made there. Missed opportunity here. Did not immediately snipe the villagers. So blue, he gets the defenses up. Louis now has a safe farm area. Pink, not so much. But Louis needs time. He's now down to 4 Palace Guard. The worry about this play is, sure, you did finally protect yourself, but with no Palace Guard here. Do you not just run in? Oh my god, he hears as well. All right, this is pure pain. I don't know. I think Louis just has to call it. This is the end of the road, right? Like, you can't do anything anymore. He needed another wall, essentially, here. He needed to delete some of these farms and just accept it for what it is. Instead, he's a greedy boy. Now he's looking like a pretty dead one. He even started setting up farms near the TC. This game is done. I don't know how you come back at this point. Like, even Eco, yeah, you've got the relics. Yes, you've got the meditation guard. Actually, you don't have the meditation guard. Never mind. And now you've got flank attacks coming in with a grand total of 3 Palace Guards to your name. Dude, what a great read by Pink. Part of this is going to be the matchup. I'm going to stand by what I said, that I think English is very good on this map. But Louis had the answers in the early game. You cannot fault the reactions of Louis and then Pink's follow-up play. Pink had to play incredibly well to take this win. And he done exactly that. His timings were on point. He got a little bit loosey-goosey with the outpost timing. That's definitely one awkward detail. But other details around this, like this wall up near the center, the relentless play into the Palace Guard mass, the force off of the mill in the early game with those Lombos, has all led to this effect. And then the timing to wrap around this north side, to understand, to sniff out the weakness of Louis' build. His mass farm transition at the backside was premium plays from Pink. Great game. And a well-deserved win. And I don't think it's calling it early at this stage. I mean, you can see he's wrapping south and north. I think at this point, Louis kind of understands. He can smell it in the air. He's just kind of processing the loss. He's going for a keep drop now into the back of the base. But another issue is because Pink spread his farms out so much, there's no one keep drop that returns this damage, right? You can maybe stop 2, maximum 3 farms. That's still going to be half operational for Pink. That's still a lot more than what Blue has. I mean, Jesus. At what point do you just delete the granaries and build them elsewhere, right? Rams are in now, though. Onto the keep. Louis looking for his own castle investment over here, but this is done and dusted. I mean, half the farm's already dead. The granaries are definitely going to be gone. What a great game. Let me know what you guys think, by the way, about this particular matchup and these 2 civs on this map. I've seen a lot of people trying to play Zhu here. I think it gets away with a lot because people are still figuring it out, and there are some insane meditation guards on the flanks. But English, these type of civs that get super aggro are going to be effective. And, well, they don't even need Lombos to do exactly that. The villagers whip out the bows. The castle is not going up. It's very doubtful at this stage. And Louis, I imagine the moment this fails is going to be when he calls GG. Whew. Crazy game. People asking if you can watch Louis. I think you can on one of the Chinese websites, as he's from China. You can't see him elsewhere. I don't know what the identity is of this other player. If someone knows for sure, let me know. My feeling is that it is Yui, but I believe Yui is also Chinese, so same issue there. But definitely going to be checking out more of these guys. Absolutely insane games from both. Whew. All right. Damn, that was a crazy rough game actually there for the Juji. I stand by what I said. English to me is going to be like one of the top tier picks on Cliffside, full stop. And that was just a pristine example of why. So Louis did also have. Do we need to see more Byzantine games? I was about to say he had a game versus Byzantines. And then my brain is like, does it even matter? It's Byzantines. We've seen Bees lose enough, right? Yes to Bees. You guys really want to... I mean, there's no way they win, right? They never win. They're up against UGs. You sure you guys want this? Okay. I give the people what they want. Let me just load the game so I can hide the stuff. You think they never win? Oh, and you guys are like hoping that I'm going to show you a win, right? You're hoping that this is all an elaborate bait. Yeah. I get you guys. You're hoping this is all an elaborate bait by me, and this is actually finally a game where you see the Byzantines win. Very smart plays. Yes. Well, we'll have to see if it's going to happen. We have got Jean Secours making another appearance on the channel. Funnily enough, not on Jeanne d'Arc, though. They, right now, I mean, they've sunk down to 155th, but they've been doing pretty well. They usually float around the 100 to 150 range. Meanwhile, the person in their way playing Zhuji's Legacy, this person is ranked 12th on the leaderboard right now. Definitely no pushover. Let's see if the Byzantines can knock this Civ over, because... Nah, it's over. Okay, can we not? Like, what has happened with Dry Arabian spawns recently? That they always do this. I'm seeing this so much at the moment. It's either double berries in the corner or double gold. Guys, that right there is a 108 Meditation Garden, and it's not even that far away. There is no way Green doesn't see... He's already scouted it. Okay, I think we know where that's going. It's either that or they go for the one over here, but that's a 6 berry instead of an 8. I think you 100% go for the 8. This would at least get... If you skirt this right here, you get a lot of trees, though. So in terms of raw number, the number would be higher for the drop here than it would for the drop here. But this one will give you more food, which I think is especially valuable for the Meditation Gardens because it offsets that timing around the farm transition and it gets more life out of your initial limited food sources. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jean Osakos is going to go for the immediate opening of double cistern, so across the gold and then across the stone, suggesting we're already going to be shifting there. This also does suggest we're looking at a Grand Winery play. Then again, if they really want a Grand Winery, they could have just dropped a single one in the center. But I think what Pink is looking for here is the increased production rate so that after they've got the Grand Winery, they can get the initial mercenaries out faster. Scout and pattern-wise, they went a little bit safer, but I think that's because they don't really care about sheep too much long-term. They just need it until they shift onto the berries. Meanwhile, Zhuji is now going out for that wider wrap. Oh yeah, I need to actually get some mods to start sorting predictions. I never have time to do it myself. That's a good shout from chat. I'll try to keep an eye out for that. Then beat my mods with sticks. My mods that I don't pay anything. You know, I'd love to actually get to that stage one day where we make enough off of streaming that I could, like, have, I don't know, a week where all the sub pay goes to mods or something. That would be cool. Maybe one day in the future. Hey, look at that! A meditation garden that found well over 100 resources. I've never seen that before in my life. Yeah, once again, folks, it's the food, the difference here, right? Like, he isn't getting stoned passively, but whatever, you can rush that stone anyway. I think the real big game breaker here is like the 8 berry patches makes this so good to play. Because instead of 48 food, you get 64 a minute. And that's a substantial boost to your early game eco. Early game eco that's usually limited, right? Like, food tends to be sparse. If you're able to make that food last a bit longer, it means that you don't have to farm transition as quickly as your opponent. It looks like we won't be seeing early farm transitions from Jean. We are actually getting an Imperial Hippodrome game. Okay. Okay. Hear me out. Byzantines win. I do think the Imperial Hippodrome is going to be like the solution to a lot of aggro-required games, whether it's you need to be present or you need to be the aggressor. I think that Grand Winery had a lot of experiment time, maybe a bit too much experiment time, and people were way too kind of tunnel-visioned on it. I don't think the Imperial Hippodrome is going to be the answer for every game. I just feel like not enough people have been looking for it as an answer to any game. So let's see what Jean could do with it here. Is immediately going to be a shift into those horsemen the moment the tech up completes. I think this play also Triumph is especially really nice up against the Zhuji. Seeing as Zhuji, most of their builds do involve them going into multi-TC. That means more villages to snipe. The reason why that can be a good thing is that you can get into Expilatores. Expilatores not only gives you an increased damage against workers, for every worker killed, you get 20 gold. So you kill 4 villages and you've paid for the tech. Another interesting thing actually to think about here is that Zhuji should be one of the most easy ones to exploit. But one thing that could kind of backfire is that Zhuji tends to rely on these villages, right? These villages are garrison points, so it's a safety placement for your workers, right? So that's always something to be kind of conscious of is, although it should be clear that you'll get a lot of eco kills, depending on where Zhuji's place their villages, you might not get many. Initial Horseman does at least harass off the goal, but Spin Reaction immediately comes out from green. I don't think we've got anything else coming anytime soon behind this, right? Jean Sakura has not moved across onto the stone. They are going onto the berries, which suggests that they are trying to prioritize the Merc house soon, and I would expect this to be a Keshik build. It's almost always a Keshik build when you see someone has Imperial Hippodrome. I'm not entirely convinced that that is the be-all, end-all answer, that you should always be doing that, but it's definitely the one that most players have settled on. We are going to see you move on the stone now. I don't expect a multi-TC play. I've seen a lot of Byzantine players try to do it. I'm not convinced still whether it is the go-to answer for this Civ. Just kind of feels like the reason why a lot of players on the Byzantines go for a second TC is because they want to get out of the early game. Because Byzantine's early game right now is seen to be one of the weakest in the entire game. Like, bottom 3. Horseman now forcing the spin reaction. Kind of surprised we're seeing even more Horsemen coming out. I think one kind of issue, though, is once you've got Imperial Hippodrome, you feel like you kind of have to use it. That might be some element of gameplay that changes for Byzantine players as time goes on. I think it's more remiss of like the French with the idea of knights, where because you have a school of cavalry, oh, I need to produce more knights. As we've seen in the last year, French players have realized there is more than just knights to the French, right? And you don't have to handcuff yourself. We've even seen a rise of spearman archer comps for the French, which has been especially intriguing. For a Civ that doesn't really get any unique perks for it in those regards. It's like it's going to be the Chicken New plus Spears. So now one big issue I do see for Jean Succour is you kind of have to go for the Longbow contract, right? Because if you go Keshiks here, you're going to get shredded by Chicken New. Another really big weak point I do see often with Byzantine players, they don't get their blacksmiths early enough. We already see the blacksmiths for green going the Steeled Arrow. I don't see a blacksmith even built yet. If he gets one down fast, you can actually mirror the timings of the Chinese because of the way Dialecticus works. Like, he almost has the supervision speed for research if he gets one more cistern in there. And it's going to be Longbow contract. The interesting part is this Longbow contract plus the archery range. That I'm not entirely sure of, but I think the reasoning behind this for Pink is they know these Longbows take a long time to come. You can see you're actually waiting a whole minute to get your first load out. That is because he's still on Dialecticus. Okay, there we go. Keep in mind, like 10 or 15 seconds have passed by then before you got the extra 40% production speed, though. So that is a kind of crazy loss there. They are at least on the right form now, though. Horsemen are still circling. Really need to go in or go home, though. Like, the problem right now is you don't have much to defend with, and you're losing a lot on the front side. Houses are going down. So Jean Succour is right now housed. Needs to react to that ASAP. In fact, there we go. Does get down the backside. Another cistern is coming in soon. I think one tough part with cisterns is, like, because of how long aqueducts can take to build through, you're essentially, like, losing out a lot of efficiency to get efficiency at these critical points in the game. In the long term, this pays off, but I think this could maybe add to the issues that people have been experiencing in the early game of Byzantines, is this structural beginning to the Empire takes a lot of time to build up. The early gathering rates are low unless you take time to aqueduct these in. And that means not only spending stone, but also spending villager time to go do these. On a Civ that often doesn't go wheelbarrow, right? Because this case is fine because you had to build a mill, but I think that's another weak point for Grand Winery games, is because Byzantine players do not build the mill. They don't have the wheelbarrow, so then when they have to flesh out these aqueducts, they're losing a lot of gathering time on their villages. Rax also, man. Dude, Pink is just one of everything at this stage. I mean, you got even the Merc Camp, Hippodrome, Rax, and Archery Range. Like, there's not really much left to build at this stage. For Green, it's a bit more dented and simple. Archery Ranges and Racks, just unlimited Chuge Nu. Comp that we've seen win time and time again. And this late Blacksmith's coming out from Jean Succour. I need to see Dialecticus and I need to see Undermesh stat. Problem they've got, though, is they can't get on that gold right now. In fact, if they can't get on gold, this might just be over. Oh, man, they actually ran to the backside. They went on the mill, but... Wait. Green scouted it. Oh, Jesus. If he parks himself correctly, that's going to be every villager dead. In fact, if he just goes into kind of line formation, walks around here with the Chicken Nu, I don't see a world in which Pink gets out. He's going to be forced to come out of his base with an army that just isn't quick enough for exactly that. Pink, once again, pulling those Hippodrome units, but... Wait, is he really going to the opposite... If he goes to the opposite side of the map, I think you just lose this. Well, because you're going to lose 8 villagers, right? Yeah, there's no doubt in my mind now. I think this is a critical detail. Maybe a bit of a blunder from Pink. He's looking to cut off reinforcements. Does activate the Triumph. So we'll just find a few Chicken Noob, but you just activated Triumph across the map. Now, the first charge is going to last a long time, sure. You'd think. But you already used the big charge. Oh, man. I think he's dead. There's no way out. Pink gets found. Spearman, Chicken Noob, they move in. Villagers quick to try and shuffle away, but I don't think they're going to be quick enough here. You can just wrap around to the north side. You know it's going to be an awkward choke point. Instead, Green just slows it down a bit, says, okay, I don't need to kill you because Pink, you must be running out of food if you're doing this. We are seeing the olive groves being added in. I mean, that counter-attack, the fact that he doesn't have a fat Triumph stack is problematic because if you haven't got like at least 10 seconds of Triumph when you go in these fights, these Horsemen, it's like you shouldn't even have them. In fact, you don't have them right now. 2 more go down. The Matane just not proving that effective with the shield wall. The way that Green is skirting through this stealth forest, just trying to use it to his edge. Finds even more of the Horsemen baiting them in. Chicken Noob count now down to 13, but I think this is kind of the dive point. So many Horsemen already dead. Chicken Noob now moving in onto Pink, and Pink, he went for the Steeled Arrows. He did not go for the Undermesh. I think that's a critical error here. I mean, you have to have Undermesh first. It feels bad, but Chicken Noob lose a third of their effective damage if you get Undermesh. Versus you getting +1. It's simply not good enough. Second wave guarantees it. GG gets called. Get your Undermeshes, folks. I mean, there's plenty of other issues in this game we could talk about, but number one there is definitely got to be the Blacksmith techs. I see this so often as well. So many players. If you are a Byzantine player, one of the biggest issues that I'm seeing them find right now is a way of getting into Blacksmith techs. If you can solve that, a lot of your early game woes might be behind you. Chicken Noob are so strong if you don't have knights in numbers. Well, I mean, you could have horsemen in numbers, right? Like, actually, I think like Chicken Noob might seem strong, but Triumph with Hippodrome play is really good to counter Chicken Noob mass. The issue in this game is he didn't have Undermesh. So the reason why Chicken Noob looks strong is because this is a classic example of like Blacksmiths late and Blacksmiths wrong. He got the Blacksmiths very late. He had already got pushed off the gold. He then chooses to go for Steeled Arrow first instead of Undermesh because he thinks that he can just tickle Lombos. That strategy only works if you can hide under your TC. But Pink decided he needed to play out for pocket economy, which means you aren't fighting under TC. So Steeled Arrow is never better. Undermesh, the +1 range defense, is always better in environments where you know the Chicken Noob can bite back. Because if you don't have it, not only are you going to struggle your like backlines, your front line can't stand. Like those Horsemen were getting annihilated. If you take Horsemen and Chicken Noob at the beginning of their access point and then compare them to that stage, there is a +2 per shot in favor of Chicken Noob. Like, +3, sorry. Because of the burst fire, right? So like you haven't removed that from the equation. That's 3 extra damage going into your Horsemen than what should be there. So yeah. Undermesh, folks. Number one rule when you're playing against Chicken Noob mass, have to have Undermesh. I know people don't like to hear that because you want more damage. I get it. I want more damage. But the reality is like Chicken Noob are just too busted if you don't have the appropriate armor upgrades. So kind of a rough one for him. Let's have a look at who else has been playing on the ladder. Attila's been active again. So let me have a look. Who's Attila been facing? Dude, Attila has been like non-stop against one player, but I think Attila's privated, so I can't look at their data. Damn it, I got hopeful. There's a level 358 account that wasn't privated, but it's like it's a team rank player. Damn it. There's no way Attila is not privated. Right? There's just so many Attilas. Jesus. Give me a sec, guys. You can see what I'm doing here. I'm literally going through, trying to find the Attila. I know it's going to be privated, but I got to try, right? Like you gotta give it a little go. Definitely higher than rank 3. Definitely higher than rank 16. Definitely higher than rank 13. It's just too many bloody Attilas. I always feel bad because I'm just like burning all this time trying to check these, but we already know it's going to be a no-no, right? Ooh. Come on, dude. Why do you all have to be named Attila? Why? Attila played a game? Yeah, he played a bunch of games against Dimmu. He got like several against him. The problem is Dimmu privates his data. Okay, this is the one. This is... Yep. There we go. Yeah, the problem is that they're all privated on the data, so we can't watch them. It's a shame because I'd love to. But the only other way is if you gamba and you come out ahead with the auto matchmaking. The problem is this auto matching sucks because you can't filter by rank, you can't filter by name, you can't filter by any detail. So you'd have to take a punt and pray. Oh, man, that is the first time that has ever worked. That is genuinely the first time that has ever worked out well. Dude, where are my hype emotes in chat? Dude, that is big pog. We do have to wait 3.5 minutes. Big pog. The biggest of pogs. Oh. How do you like them apples? Yes, dude. That is the first time in 2 years that the Live Observe tab has done something good. Oh, that feels so good. That feels so incredibly good. Oh, they thought that they could protect their data. They thought that they could hide from me. Good luck with that. We're coming for you. I'm still not sure of the identity of Attila. They are definitely a Smurf. That goes without saying. They're ranked 15th right now. Dude, they've had 20... Okay, so they've played 48 games. They've had 23 against Dimmu. That's wild. What? That's an insane number of games against one player. Half of their games. Jesus. I mean, are they intentionally queuing into Dimmu? I don't know. They have... Guys. They've been... 2, 4, 6, 8. They've had... This is their 9th game in a row. They sniping? I mean, maybe, but like... It's not a bad snipe, if you know what I mean. Like, they might be Q sniping, but they're getting like a favorable matchup. It could just be that they're the only 2 high-ranked players on right now, right? Because they're ranked 15th, and I think Dimmu's like ranked 10th-ish, if I'm not mistaken. 7th. Oh, dude. Cha-ching. I'm actually very happy with myself for that. Like, I am really, really happy with myself for that. Because they're playing Hidden Valley, right? Yeah. So Hidden Valley is going to be interesting. I think English are really favored on that map. But maybe Byzantine can shock us. Maybe Attila can surprise us. Oh, dude, I feel so good. Yeah, no, like with Ragnarok being like, they sniping? No, we sniping. Whoop, whoop. Dude, maybe I should try that more often. I mean, the reason why I usually don't check the Observe tab is I don't know if anyone else has noticed this, but whenever you check the Observe tab, you tend to get a lot of lag. So your frame rate dips hard, and it tends to linger. I haven't tested it this season, so maybe they fixed it, but I'm pretty sure there's some sort of memory leak on that screen. So that after you've been on that, like, has anyone ever noticed before, after you use the Observe tab, you kind of have to restart your game, or your game just feels a little bit unresponsive. I've noticed that a lot. Oh, dude. You guys are ready? Who's Attila? I don't know. We genuinely don't know. It could be any one of the top players, really. It could be Lucifron. It could be Vortex. It could be Mister. It could be Marine Lord. I wouldn't be surprised if it was Lucy, maybe. How does Chu new interaction work versus Japanese reflective armor? That's a good question. It should be the first instance removes and then the next 2 hits. Because it blocks 1 ranged attack. Okay, you guys are ready? Dude, I'm so pumped. Let's go! Boys, gals, and non-binary pals, we finally done it! The Observe tab worked! I went to live games and look at what I found. A definite smurf, Attila ranked 15th on the leaderboard, playing up against Team Liquid's very own Dumu, who is ranked 7th in the world right now. Now, I sound very excited just by the fact I managed to get a game between these two. It's because I have such difficulty getting a game between these two. These two are both privated at all times, so the only way we can catch them is via the live Observe tab. And we rolled the die and came out positive in that regard. So big hype there. We get to see Byzantines versus English on Hidden Valley, a map that I think works fairly well for both of these civs. I would give an edge over to the English, and the reasoning is the early timings to block. One thing about Hidden Valley is it's very hard to kind of dent. Like, it's such an easily defended location. The negative of this easily defendable location is it's very restricted as well. So your opponent can come in and kind of block you on this wood line, on your resources. Now, usually the play would be to kind of wiggle around to the opposite side. There's 2 issues there. One, if your opponent comes on, let's say, the left and you go right, unless you remember to wall this backside, they can still come around. And if you're not fast, up against English Lombos, they will get there before you complete the wall, so they will snipe you. Issue number 2 is there's something of a predictive fashion to the way that Hidden Valley spawns. After you've scouted, you'll see it very clearly. One side will be more heavily dense in terms of food supply for you. In fact, almost all your food, if not all your food. And the crazy part is you can usually guess it off of the spawn of their deer. You don't even have to scout the rest of their side of the map. If you go straight to their base and see the deers on the right side, typically from what I've been seeing in all the games I've watched on Hidden Valley, left side has the boar and deer. And then vice versa here, we can see Dimu got the left side deer, so the right side got the deer and the boar. So if you play off of that detail, and you say go early Lombos, all you really need to do is now play left side. They might get the deer, that might be a little bit annoying, right? But like long term, you can block at them, is the idea. Might be better to send like 2 or 3 Lombos here to cut them, but then you just play left side because they can't go for like an extension TC. And I think extra TCs tends to be a very big part of the play that we see on Hidden Valley right now. Well, looks like we are going to be quite condensed with Attila going into the Grand Winery. People keep asking who the identity is. Like, I'm not sure. I need to see more games from Attila. My initial instinct was either like Mr. or Lucifron. Would make sense at the time of the day. The other reason why this is an exciting matchup, folks, this is their 9th game in a row. Dumu has known nothing on his stream but Attila all bloody day. And the funny part is that in this season, Attila has played a grand total of 48 games. 23 of those have been up against Dumu, and they have a positive win rate up against Dumu. 52% in their favor. So this is pretty hype, man. It's not often you get best of 9s on the leaderboard. Alright, so Grand Winery only with 3. I think I've like seen people do 4 or 5 before. I guess he wants to stretch that economy, be a bit more efficient. He's also getting the initial wood together. So likely that they want to maybe rush onto the berries, try to get into the Merc house. I imagine they're probably going to need to go possibly an archery range early, though. Or you have to go into a stables. Stables would be really interesting. I feel like I haven't seen a single game in which a Byzantine player goes feudal Grand Winery and then comes back for a stable afterwards, which is kind of wild. So we'll have to see if they do exactly that. Attila means father-like, so maybe the Mister. I mean, well, like, I'm not sure if that fully closes it down. I'm pretty sure I've seen Attila with Mister with the name Attila before. Like, I think back in Season 2, which is another reason why I think it's Mister. But it's hard to say 100%, which is why I'm not just outright saying it's Mister. But I do feel like I have seen this name before. Let me just double check. The Attila account has been active in Season 5 and Season 4. But that's not to say that Mister couldn't have had another Attila account before this. What do you think, chat? Does that sound convincing enough? Do I just put Mister in the title for this? Double archery range. Dude, yeah, he's... So the reason he's going archery range is because if you try to go Merc House into the Lombos, you need so much olive oil. It's going to take way too long. And then the production time takes way too long. So by the time you'd have 5 longbows, Dumu could have 10. So it's a very smart read by him. And also, look at what it's doing to Dumu. Dumu, oh man, cancel the spears. He sees the archery ranges, right? But he's still committing spears, immediately cancels it. So that's now wasted resource for Dumu. That's unfortunate for him. He built the racks. That's 150 wood just burned that he has no use for. It's a smart idea, though. Like, that now suggests to me even more that it's Mister. Because I think if there's any player that people expect to play Horseman in, no matter what civ they're playing, it's Mister. He's kind of got a reputation of seeing them as one of the most valuable units. So it looks like we are getting a level 2 system coming out. That's going to buff the wood long term. He is going to need it because obviously now scaling archers, that's very pricey. The cool thing in this build though is by going mass archers, you can get enough together that you're able to keep the longbows away from your wood. And if you're able to do that, this is affordable long term. Cool thing as well is because he's got the level 2, he's already got the 40% buff to Conscriptio, which means he's able to produce longbows quicker. Or rather, archers quicker than Dumu can produce longbows. Like, this is now, what would that be? It'd be 2.8 archery ranges to 2. So Dumu can't win this fight on raw archer numbers. Instead, he's going to start producing men-at-arms out of the racks. Nice way that he retracts his base as well. Merc House is coming out. I really hope we're getting into a blacksmith super soon. If you could actually rush a blacksmith here up against the English, it's going to be such a big surprise factor. I think for now, he's kind of focused on getting that archer count right, though. The thing you have to keep in mind is you just had to spend 100 stone on this. You had to connect it in with extra stone cost. You had to build 2 archery ranges, which have 300 wood, compared to the English that only had to build this racks for 150 wood. So, like, it's very hard to keep up with the initial number of longbows the English put out. Good news is they have no way around on this map right now. It is going to be straight into the Eastern Mercenaries. So we are going to be seeing Keshix. Good call there in the chat. I think it makes a lot of sense here. Right, and the awkward part now is Dumu, he got pushed away from spears, but surely you have to kind of suspect that it's going to be Keshix on the way. Contract is complete. First, they're going to be queued up. 2 Keshix here with the Archer chase down. You could run Dumu all the way back to his base here. Archers keep sneaking away. It's unfortunate, actually. Dumu might have been able to kind of like hit these archers down to half HP as they spawned. But instead, he's looking away. He was busy building the blacksmiths up and getting the steeled arrow tech. Flip side, we aren't going to see any blacksmith rush into Undermesh. Once again, it's all that added cost. The 300 archery range here, then you have the 150 Merc House, then you have the stone. It definitely kind of kicks you in the teeth in your economy. Now, keep in mind that, you know, for him, it's not like he's outright paid this stone after gathering it. You do get stone by building as the Byzantines, which is always a nice element of their play. In fact, you can see it right there. Built the house, got 8 stone for it. People saying no goal for blacksmith upgrades. It's true, but I wonder if it's worth running out here. I guess actually, no. You know what the issue would have been? He couldn't even have rushed this because he doesn't have wheelbarrow, right? Because he's got the Grand Winery. So good point there. I think if he had wheelbarrow, he might have played out into that gold vein on the right side. But now with the Keshix coming out, he should be able to push up against this. Archer's just trying to trade out efficiently. Keshix just keeps wailing away at that back line. And Archer's now going to just trickle away at the men-at-arms. So nice little snipe there. Mister with a good pushback. I think we are just going to invest into this being Mister. I mean, the time of the day makes sense. The name historically makes sense because I've seen him use it before. I don't think I've seen any other player use the name. I've literally, like, I've ID'd him as Mister about 3 seasons ago. Archer now pushing in. Lombos just start stepping back. But another Keshix coming in here. This one is heavily injured, but needs to be targeted down. So we're about to take it out. Spearman arrives just in time to be counted. Right now, Mister getting a lot of space. Also getting the outpost up, so the spear play into the gold. And that means that he can get into the blacksmiths. That's going to be critical because Undermesh is on the way. But before it can come in, look at the damage being done here. Great micro. Mister diving in deeper. Dumu now down to 5 longbow and shrinking. Can't get any more. Looks like it's going to be just out of range. We'll finish off another. I think Mister's probably just going to dive and throw away his troops. He doesn't know exactly when the Undermesh is coming in. But he needs to keep this number as low as possible to ensure that he can gather the gold for his own tech upgrades now. You can see the difference it takes out of you now, that Undermesh being there. More Keshix coming in, though, and I'm seeing a lack of spears, but it looks like it's going to be a backup. Missed opportunity here. You have to remember, though, that Mister didn't see past that tree line. we see God vision, right? We know there's no spears in the field, but if he does run into a spear there and loses 2 Keshiks, he's going to lose control of the map. So, good composure. Mr. responsibly backs up. The outpost is going to get the arrow slit, so very annoying point in the map now for Dimmu to try and breach. That gold is going to go the distance. I think we're going to be seeing probably immediately Steeled Arrow coming out to negate the losses here. Now with that 7 tower range, you can see the Longbows can't do more. So Dimmu hasn't got any follow-up play behind this so far. He's playing off the deer, so that was kind of efficient at the time being. Has got 2 farm clusters almost fully set up. So over time, his eco will grow big enough that he can still do something else. But he needs to start winning fights in the meantime. When Keshiks die through like this, that might be problematic. Just sticking to their targets. Not that many Lombos, so it's very hard to just answer these out. Turns around for the scout. Doesn't quite finish him off, though. I think you target him down here, right? The fact he's going after the men-at-arms instead is kind of surprising. But it's fine. He gets both. So now Dimmu playing a very blind game up in this mid-map. Needs to be careful about his positioning because this is where the second wave of Keshiks, if they splinter off and go around the back, they can easily catch you off guard due to your limited vision. Also, Grove's being set up by Mr. So not just the farms coming out from the English, the Grove's now going to add in that extra oil. Obviously, for Dimmu, it's a more efficient transition. He only pays 37 wood per. He gets the increased gathering rate on these. But the cool thing about playing Grand Winery is that extra gathering you get, that 60% increased olive oil, balances out to what the English are getting off of these feudal farms, right? The 20% increased gathering rate of food. You're just getting it in olive oil instead. And that's important because right now the Keshiks aren't counted. What's going up? Looks like he was able to get in there in time to scare away the villager, but should be able to finish this off before the archers could kill a single Villy. Oh, nice little snipe there. That was a cheeky little detail. Not able to get any eco damage done, but he does at least make Dimmu fork out a little bit extra wood there for the walls. It looks like Mr. isn't hanging around anymore, huh? Yeah, this is kind of cool, actually. Dimmu's reached maybe kind of in for a penny, in for a pound point, where he's got so many Lombos, so many men-at-arms. He feels like he has to keep going. Makes sense, actually. The way that the English usually get Castlage from here is they get free farm clusters and they have surplus to eventually scale up. But the cool thing here is that Mr.'s going to skip that awkward transitional point. He's not going to allow that to come in for free. Instead, he's looking for Castlage. Meanwhile, Dimmu adding in the aggro now, playing into Siege Engineering. And Pearl Harbor highlighting, you go from 2 oil from every drop-off to 3 with Grand Winery. I mean, it doesn't sound like a lot, but if you think about the raw numbers you just said there, that's a 50% increase. That is a lot. That's why I think a lot of people keep trying to make Grand Winery work. Like 50% increase in your olive oil, that means that you're going to have 1.5 times as many mercenaries. That's the simple way to think about it. Ram now being built up. Only 3 Keshiks right now, but not a single Spearman. Now, Mass Men-at-Arms can be an alright answer to Keshiks. The issue is how quickly they can clean up that back line, especially with the Undermesh being prioritized here by Mr. Outpost now going to be garrisoned. Archer's going to move in. Keshiks are wrapping on the backside. That's kind of spooking things a little. Looking for a little target, a little quick peek in on this Ram, and he'll be able to find it here. Outpost might end up being forfeited, but if you can win the main fight, it's totally going to be worthwhile. Outpost has to be repaired. Clutch timing there as Mr. shifts out, gets the repairs in as he pushes back against the Lombos. Archers are outmassed here. Doesn't have the steeled arrows, so can't easily deal with these MAA. And the Keshiks are going down. Dimmu with the tech advantage. I think he might have enough here. Keep in mind that right now, Mr. is floating almost 2,000 resources in reserve, just not being spent. Dimmu now pushing through. Outpost goes down. Mr. does not have enough gold for the tech up, and now he chooses to go back for the steeled arrow. Oh, no. Dude, that read by Dimmu was sick. I imagine he clicked on the gold vein, saw how much was taken, and understood it perfectly. Now, someone highlighted there, he only needed 100 gold for a tech up. No, no, no. You need to realize what this really was. This wasn't just 100 gold for a tech up required. This was then an extra 250 gold on top of that for the upgrade. Not to mention the veteran contracts, another 250. So he didn't need 100 gold to feel safe with his castle age. He needed 600 gold still. Dimmu had plenty of time to work with, but he had no chill. He was not even going to allow the castle age to come out. And now, Mister throwing an absurd amount of food and no way of using it. He had to run across map just to rush the gold. Wouldn't be surprised if there's a Golden Horn Tower dropped right here just to speed up the process. Meantime, now losing the archery ranges. This is a key detail. If he loses both archery ranges, that's going to be no upgrade for even longer. Lombo's also diving in. Men-at-Arms as well. Jimmu feeling it for good reason. Goes off the assistant instead. Easy squishy target. And the Lombo's just spread out here. With the Undermesh, he doesn't even care about this TC. This is just 9 idle villagers not efficiently trading. He goes deeper and deeper into the base. Jimmu behind this, now starting to save up bank. Looking at his own castle age in the next 2 or 3 minutes. Or damage significantly being done. Golden Horn Tower is now being rushed up by 15 villagers. The prices to be paid are high. Akratoy is going to come out, but Lombo's able to just micro away from that. That's now more idle eco. Jimmu just out-microing Mister every phase of this battle. On the side and in the center. Looks like the Lombos are going to be cleared up, but not before they take almost every living archer with them. The remaining Lombos will even snipe a few villagers. The Ram? Dude, the Ram? Oh my god. He got 4 of the olive groves. Did cost him 2 rams, but like think about the damage done here. So let's call 150 resources here, 50 extra there, another house, 50, so 250, that's 1 ram. 150 there plus assistant, that's 2 rams. He got like 3 rams worth of trade here. Totally worthwhile for Jimmu, and although the age up is complete for Mister, it's now not going to be very far behind for Jimmu. A bit of a misclick there, didn't get the low HP villager, so looks like actually somehow Mister doesn't end up losing more villagers there. I say that. Wait, why? Is he just... Oh, he's distracted by the Lombos! Oh, no. Okay, that's going to be hemorrhaging even more. This game, folks, look at the difference here now. That's 18 villagers dead and scaling 53 eco to 37. And an immediate GG when the realization comes in. Jimmu, what a great timing around that gold push. A great denial and a great showing of exactly why you guys need to be picking English on Hidden Valley. Really cool game. Let me know if you guys think this is Mister. I believe the way this is played, it kind of has a Mister-esque feel to it. And Attila, like, is a name that he has donned in, I think, Season 2 and Season 3. So it would fit. Really cool game out of Jimmu, though. I think English are favored in this matchup, especially considering they lean harder on the early game, especially considering that Hidden Valley is very restrictive if you play Lombos into your opponent. One of the big kind of issues with the Byzantines is that early game is weak. It's fair to say that right now it's one of the English's strongest points with those initial Lombos, and Jimmu just gave you a masterclass in why. Whew. Yo, what's up, Camian? Thank you very much for the sub, man. Oh, wait. The timing, why did that not come through? It should have came through when we came through the scene, the announcement. I think it was literally the timing as I hit. Yeah, it showed up on that screen. My bad. Sub, Camian, though. Thank you very much for the sub, buddy. 3 months. Keep it coming. I love the support. You guys have been amazing. Absolutely amazing that we're seeing the sub numbers kind of creep upwards. I think we had 88 at a peak several days ago. If we can get over 100 for December, I'd be quite happy. That would show some good scaling. I can't remember how many I need to unlock new sub emote slots, but I do want to add more in, and we do need to get a higher count for that to be possible. So Tamius with the no. That's very informative. No what? Oh, to the Hippodrome thing? Should have added Horseman to Keshik. I don't know. Just make Winery and add Stable. I think Stable could have been like interesting there, but the reason why he didn't is because the expected play from the English is going to be immediately Spears after Lombos, and also if you build Horsemen, Lombos have higher base damage against Horsemen. So it's kind of awkward to open Horses. I think you have to go Archers first. You could argue that he could add Horsemen in afterwards, but it's very expensive to try and keep Archer Mass going with Horsemen as well. How do you know Attila is Mister? Historically, he's used that name a lot. Timing of the day makes sense. Like playstyle kind of fits as well. We're taking a bit of a punt, guessing that it's Mister, but considering that I can't find another account that adds up for Mister, and Mister's definitely been practicing, it's a guess. It's always going to be a guess, but it's a reasonable guess at this stage, I'd say. I mean, I don't know. Like here, I'll let chat. Like chat on your own. Like history of watching Mister, is Attila Mister? Answer honestly. Do you think yes? You can disagree with me. Like if we feel it's not Mister, we'll stop referring to it as Mister. They're playing again. Wait a second. Can I hit the lorry and get 2 days in a 2 games in a row that I find? There's no way. There's no way I get 2 in a row. Matisse versus Leo seems pretty interesting. I can't see it. Do you have Dim on your friends list? No, because I'm pretty sure he unfriended because he doesn't want his games watched. Oh, dude. Get it again? All right. Do you guys think it's missed? Let's have a look. Yay, no. I think it feels like it's Mister. Maybe I should just call him Attila to be fair, but like legit, it feels like it's Mister. Alright, let's get into another one. I guess lightning does strike twice. It looks like we once again were able to use the Observe tab to find Dumu and Attila. Attila that is highly suspected to be Mister. I think it fits with the playstyle. And they are having an absolute rematch here. It's once again going to be English versus Byzantines on Hidden Valley. And well, looks like I was wrong. This is actually the first game that's done this. What? I thought there was a pattern to it, but okay, I'll hold my hands up and say I was wrong at the start of that last game. The deer do not indicate where the other resources are going to spawn. That's weird. I've had so many Hidden Valley games where I've seen the deer on one side, and then it's been like, yep, that's told you where the boar and the deer were going to be. But this game is weird, actually. Like, one player got deer and boar right next to each other, the other didn't. So that's quite the big difference. And I mean, the goal placement, yeah, the goal placement is the same. This is actually a worse game for Attila than the last one. So if those didn't catch it, English versus Byzantines is all about early game aggression. The focus point usually becomes the gold mine that the longbows can exploit. Last game, Attila had the deer on the backside here and the gold here. This time, they do at least have the Grand Winery safer if they want to go that route. But if they need to play deer, they are in an insanely exposed placement here on the front side. Both players did get this, admittedly, so you could argue, you know, the catch here is either player takes control, the other one gets punished. This is going to be hard, man. I think English are very favored in this matchup, especially on this map. But we'll see what Attila can do to surprise us. I'm going to just speed it up a little bit because I know we're a minute or two in, so we can basically be live with the action. And it's going to be Imperial Hippodrome. Okay, now I'm excited. This can work a lot better. I think Hippodrome is a bit hard to play on this map specifically, because Hippodrome relies on your ability to run around your opponent's base and attack from multiple angles. Can't easily do that on Hidden Valley, because here's how this works. Horsemen ride in, ride in, ride in. Okay, can't go. I need to go from the other side now. Ride back, ride back, ride back, ride back, ride back. I've only gone half the distance you need to go. You can see the picture, right? It takes a very long time to flank. Something I think that's going to become more standardized in play on this map, by the way, is when you play against your opponent and they are the aggressor, you're going to see someone place a short wall here. Because if you place a short wall here, it forces any flanking units underneath the TC. And yes, we did speed up so we could get to live. That was the whole idea. But yeah, like honestly, if you just put 2 to 3 tiles worth of walls here, your opponent has to come in TC range. If you're playing English especially, that's an insane advantage to have. So we'll see if that ends up happening in this game. The time being, Dumu is just going to secure that council hall with the rack. So same opening that we saw in the previous game for English. A very different approach for Attila, though. Already has the mill as well. I wonder if they're going to prioritize people on the gold to try and get into wheelbarrow. When I see this, dude, this is Mister. Can we agree now? Like, it was already a poll vote was done and people voted in favor of this being Mister. This strikes me even more Mister-esque that he hasn't gone for wheelbarrow at all. He dropped a mill. He pulled off the gold immediately. Mister is on record. Like I love that guy, the way he talks. If you're walking, you're not working. If you're working, you're not walking. If he's going on the berries like this, he's not having to move as much. This feels more like a Mister move. Who needs the wheelbarrow? Exactly. There's no rush to get it for him right now because he's keeping minimal on his movement. I think Dumu just helped him with that. I don't really know what the point was in that push. He was trying to stop Mister from doing the shove-in, but actually it kind of assisted it. He at least stops one deer being out here, but very dicey. He could have ended up losing the scout entirely there if he wasn't careful. Good micro, though. He does at least deny one the deer, but pushing them all in. If you're... Say it with me, chat. If you're not walking, you're working. If you're working, you're not walking. Wait, if you're walking... It's so hard to say. If you're walking, you're not working. If you're working, you're not walking. So why do you need wheelbarrow if your people ain't got to move? Great read. I'm putting the title here. This is Mister. Much better build, actually, in my opinion, as well. Like, sure, he's getting the olive grows really early, but I feel like he just has a better kind of tempo control opportunity now, playing off of deer in the initial game. You can already see it with 4 horsemen swelling out to that mid-map. Now, the big question mark for me still is, how do you dent the base? What do you do with these horsemen? It's not easy to get inside the English economy on a map like Hidden Valley, because that TC fire really does sting at this phase of the game. Could be that we see a fast blacksmith play. I'm a big fan of that, but I have a feeling that instead he's going to prioritize swelling the eco and swelling the olive oil so that he can get into the Keshiks. Herding deer is going to become more a meta. Herding deer has been meta for a very long time. Like, on this map, definitely. Like, this, the way you have to think of the deer on this map, like, the placement of them is literally, it's, Altai. And Altai is this, right? You push them in like this 100% every time. See on Dry Arabian Lipany? That could take a very long time, though. I don't think it's going to always be meta. It depends on whether you need to watch your opponent. If you do, you're going to be in trouble. Looks like the horsemen are going to discover the wall, so good maneuver in there. So I said Dumu could have went for this short wall. He actually goes for the long one, so he can consolidate forces on one side. Good tickling damage coming in here against the horsemen, keeping them low. On the flip side, Army's moving in, so maybe a mistake made here. Mister tried to move on the offensive, and instead has nothing to defend with. He's building up the second wave of horsemen, so this could get scary. If he actually just pivots towards the main fight, he could sandwich this front force of Dumus. That's a substantial amount of troops right now, if you think about it. In the grand scheme of things, what you spent here. You're talking about 320 resources on spearmen, and then you're spending 270 on archers. That's a lot to lose. Needs to be careful with those A-clicks as well. Looks the horsemen are wrapping around, but interestingly enough, he didn't want to chase out the archers, so instead he's just going to try to consolidate those horses and look to maybe go back in. I think the interesting part about this, actually, from Mister's perspective, what he understands is if he waits for Undermesh and waits for like 10 to 15 horsemen before he chooses to go for that trade, the damage he could do to Dimmu is substantially higher than what Dimmu could do on the offensive. Dimmu might be able to stay there longer, but the initial damage hit you get would be bigger. And look at the swarm coming in. Triumph gets activated. This is one of the horsemen, but right now, these are spears, folks. These are meant to counter him. And the other thing is, if you catch these spearmen bracing, you have more than there are them. You'll win that, but Chase comes in from the backside. Dimmu gets the trade out, and that's a better one for him. You force the Triumph charge to be used, you kill 2 horsemen, and you lose 2 spears. You have to be happy if you're orange in this game. Yeah, kind of an interesting way that Mister tried to force that matter. I don't blame him, because the cool thing you can do there, by the way, is that if you have... Wait, Crackety, is Attila not Mister? Have we been wrong? Mister has used this account name before. It's a German account. Damn it! I let chat vote. This person is playing a lot like Mister. Could this be Zerton? No, because Zerton's Zerty, right? Although he has had 2 accounts up there before. Blame chat? Of course I blame chat. No, this is definitely not Zerton. In Germany. Now, we need to check. Is Mister sponsored by a VPN company? Dude. You think it's Ravane? No. I would be... Like, Ravane is a competent player, but I'd be surprised if it's Ravane. Like, I'm looking at... What's his most player? He's playing so many different civs right now. Ravane usually plays 2 or 3, right? I feel like Ravane is a wheelbarrow enjoyer as well. Like, this build, the way it's been done, like, this is very Mister-esque. Like, it's super Mister-esque. It could just be confirmation bias, and my brain is like, I want this to be Mr. This seems like it's Mr. But a lot of the things that he's doing feel very Mr.-esque. So definitely not certain. It says this from Germany, but like I said, like anyone could just have a VPN and pretend, right? And like that extra ping added in to hide your identity, to hide your strats going into the EGC finals might be worth it. Coached by Mr.? Maybe. Could this be Recon? I feel like Recon... Is Recon usually that active at this point in the day? I'm trying to remember. I mean, same time zones as Dimmu. I could see it. Rack Attack hasn't played in 3 days. I don't think it's Recon, because I know Recon is just kind of like... he's taking a little... He's not playing as much at the second. So I don't think it's Recon either. But if there's someone that's like coached or inspired to play a lot like Mr., it would be Recon. Archer's moving in. Wraparound's on the way. Now, since we got stuck on this debate, Keshik's been added in since we last highlighted it. Upgrade-wise, there's still no Blacksmiths, and that's still a critical point. I think way too many Byzantine players are forgoing Blacksmiths, and it's costing them the game. Consistent 50% win rate versus Dumi must be a top 10 player. I mean, so that's why I said Recon, because I legit think when you talk about ladder play, the way Recon plays on the ladder, I mean, Crackety can speak to this. I'm not talking about the Chinese game he had before. Oh, Recon! No, I'm talking in general. If you ask most players, the way Recon plays on the ladders, the way Recon played in like the hidden game, right, where you didn't know who you're playing against, Recon is a top 10 player there, you know? A lot of control right now out of Tiller, though. Like, I'm liking the way this is being played. They got on the gold this time. They're not being restricted there anymore. And the comp looks better if a main fight ever commits to, right? Like, from both sides. There's a lot of spearmen here, sure, but a lot of archers to match. And Undermesh is finally coming in. So this is going to be the deal breaker. This horseman can't just tickle away at you from the side. Triumph charges also have been building up. We've got 12 in the bank. Make that 13. So that's going to be almost 20 seconds of Triumph. That movement speed, that initial attack, the amount of shots you can get out could be big here, but... Oh, Dimmu, dude. These A-clicks are not working well for him. He almost had an opportunity to cut them off here. Instead, look at the way he's being baited. Nice little micro there. Charges in onto the Lombos. Second wave is coming in, so Dimmu's starting to restrict the map a bit, but archers are joining in now. Formation shuffle. Got to be a little bit careful about that. It just gives more shots over those Lombos. Army value-wise. People think that the Triumph should win for you, but actually, like, add a few Keshiks in, the army value does still favor Dimmu for the time being. If he can get the timing right, if he can get a long enough Triumph, a wide enough arc, maybe, but I think you're putting a bit too much credence on that Triumph. The thing about Triumph is people think that the +2 health regen is super sick. Over long term, yes. In a game where you're playing, like, not direct counters, sure. But you're playing in a game where these spearmen do a pretty substantial 28 damage per strike. It's very difficult to win fights like that. And also, Horsemen with Triumph are much better as raiding units. The whole logic is that this unit doesn't want prolonged engagements because its attack speed sucks, right? It's much better when you go in, attack something, move, attack something. If you've got an A-click fight, Fiesta, then Triumph on Horsemen isn't going to be the deal breaker you think it is. Two Rams added in. This is getting a little bit reminiscent of the last game. I mean, this was the break point, right? Significant damage was done last time. Can it happen again? Dimmu forcing the fight. Archers have to come out. The Tiller now marching forward here. Trying to deal with those men-at-arms. Going to activate the Triumph, but the Archers are already exposed. Spearman moving in on them as well. He's going to need a lot of damage done. Spear count is getting quite low for Dimmu. Is the Horseman count going to be good enough, though? Lombo starting to start a step back here. They're starting to be reached. A lot of Archers are already dead. He's going to wrap in. Attila takes advantage of the staggered formation to stick on top of his target. And it looks like this time, he'll be able to push the beast away. Dimmu, at risk of losing all the archers to the remaining cavalry. A great fight coming out from Attila. He won't stop on the aggression. He'll pull the villagers to deal with the rams. He'll chase with the army, and he needs to chase fast. Dimmu behind this does not have much to work with. Dimmu behind this has had to wall himself in. Byzantines, can they win what's considered to be a very difficult matchup on a very difficult map right now? It's definitely looking good. I mean, keep in mind that this timing was critical as well. Attila only took that fight after they got locked in with the blacksmith upgrades on the range damage and defense increase. And that's why that looked so good. I think the last game, the issue we saw is fights got forced before you had the required gold. Just a good read there. And Hippodrome, I think people are half and hoping. Like, Hippodrome helped a little bit, but really the biggest thing of all here was the Undermesh. Undermesh was the MVP of this fight. Last game, when this fight happened, Attila did not have that defensive element to the fight. And it really did make the difference here. So pushback continues for the time being. Eco is now neck and neck. No losses still on each side. We are 50 minutes in the game. No one has given over a single villager. Neither player in a position yet to consider Castle Age either. But we are talking about the English. We are talking about 2 farm clusters. If a third one comes in, realistically, they start to get an extra food amount that allows them to sliver towards that Castle Age timing. I think the difference in this game might be the fact that Dimmu lost a lot of troops, though. Probably feels like he needs to double down on more military. I love that Attila's trying to get an edge somewhere else. Goes for the ball play. Something that you wouldn't really be expecting for the English here, and you also can't counter now because his ball spawned on the opposite side to the deer, and you already played deer side. If you try to go elsewhere, Attila sees it, he can just kind of dive in on this side, and that can block out a lot of these farms being set up on the low ground. And 16 mil willpower. Yep, just a classic Mr. moment, maybe? Oh, now I need willpower. Now we're moving far enough away. This is the type of thing that makes me think it might be. Actually, I don't know. I feel like Mr. might have clocked willpower before he walked out onto the board, so maybe not. Curious if people have other ideas for who this can be. I mean, Crackdy came in with the detail that's a German account. Although every time Crackdy comes in and tells me, it's always German account, so I'm wondering if he's just looking at his own, his own account at this point. Because it's not certain. What other German players have we got that's really on that level? We're highlighting like Ravane just buying VPN, but if you're a player in EGC finals, would you not buy a VPN to bait your opponents as well? I feel like that would be worthwhile. We have to remember, Mr. is one of those players still in contention for the EGC finals playoffs. And it's not Calp, because I have not seen a single wall built in 17 minutes. Usually Calp builds them by 2 minutes in, so definitely not. Charge forward here again. We are seeing stables being added in, so additional production is going to be on the horizon here for Attila. Interesting that he wants to add in that stables. I mean, actually, it makes a lot of sense. Dimmu stopped adding spears entirely. Wow, this is very dangerous. Dimmu has a small window to make this happen where he can try to grab the advantage, because right now, these meta-arms are not counted. That's exactly why Attila went in for the extra stables. Needs to fix the wood, though. So busy pushing out the archers, he ran out. With double stable production. The Horseman, the slower attack speed, but you get enough of them here. They hold long enough with the Triumph charges as well. He's got 45 stocked up. Charge comes out, and there it is. Triumph gets activated immediately, looks to the backside, immediately pushing up against those Lombos. Leaves the Keshiks behind to deal with the men-at-arms. Should lead to good trades, but he needs to keep that momentum going in his favor. New ones are not engaged right now. 3 Horsemen missing from the engagement. Archer count is neck and neck here, but more Lombos are on the way. However, the Cav is going to be the difference maker here. In this game, both of them, if they go Castle Age, they'll hit it at the same time. So really going to have to keep an eye out for that. Like, I'm looking at the production waves right now, and I have to say, with this current kind of scaling, I can see Attila getting a slight edge on build-up of resources. Fort Farm Cluster is there, though, so Dimmu should be able to afford this while supporting that idea of Castle Age. I think next 2 minutes is where we'll see that kind of crack point, but if you're Attila and you want to be going for that Castle Age, you need to get past this threshold, over this hurdle, because right now, if you try to get a bit greedy here, your opponent might just push into end. Men-at-arms starting to struggle a bit more. The Triumph has at least ran out, so that was really good from Dimmu. He skirted the fight when he saw the Triumph had been used and waited for the end of it. So now, like, you're not in a position where Attila can even pump it right now, right? You have to wait for the cooldown. Even if you use it, it's only about 10 seconds worth. More Horsemen are arrive as the Archers keep pushing against this, though. Now, keep in mind that so far in these fights, Dimmu has been outnumbered because he's been coming from across the map. As you start to reach this sacred site, that's where the numbers will even up in favor of Dimmu. So Attila does back away. So we don't think it's Mr. All right, we'll keep calling them Attila, though. I really don't know who this is. They play a lot like Mr., though. I will say that. Because apparently Mr. has been playing on an account called Recon. And also, in fairness, I literally remember Mr. having multiple accounts called Attila in season, like, 2 and 3. If anyone knows, let me know. If somehow you've spotted who this really is. let the deets on me. Tech up complete. Dumu actually reached Castle Age first, so Attila, oh my. This is such a bad position to be in right now. He has no cavalry. Has Dumu dented him again? No freaking way. I mean, he has no cav. He's going for the tech up, but upgrade's coming through, so he needs to get the trades while they're hot. He has got the archer advantage, so theoretically should be able to. The men-at-arms are slowing this down. Lombo upgrade is now coming in 4 seconds, at which point you just can't take this fight. Here it comes. Here's Papa, immediately able to snipe out those horsemen, and now these Lombos should be able to push back. Attila has to retreat away. 32 villages to get that tech up. Now that you're here, you have to wait. Can switch the Dialecticus. If he does so, be able to unlock the archers fast. And folks, you're going to need them fast here. Hasn't toggled it across just yet, so still going to have to wait 54 seconds. That's an opportunity to dive in. One that Dumu will happily welcome as he snipes 2 villagers. And behind this, remember, he's now playing 2 TC because he did go for the King's Palace. So big edge as the game currently stands for Dumu. Archers, even with the assistance to this outpost, it just doesn't feel like that great of a trade. Like, you do have mass in your favor. These Lombos just able to snipe you out much quicker, so good timing here from Dumu on that tech up, on that follow-up, and although there's more cavalry coming, you kind of feel weaker now, right? Like, not only that, I think with how big Dumu's economy is now, with the 4 farms set up, you could even see him just kind of transition, into the monks. He's already doing it. Notice that he's playing left side priority here because 3 of the 5 relics did spawn on the left side of Hidden Valley. So people kind of arguing on how they feel about like the Byzantines and the Feudal. I think Hippodrome play is really good. I think that Attila played it on one of the hardest maps to do it, though. I think Hippodrome is very difficult because it ended up being a long wall in the end, but realistically, Dumu could have done the same level of damage to raiding potential by dropping a tiny wall to where these farms are. And that would have forced these horsemen to always dive under the TC, where the double arrow fire could snipe them out, even with Triumph. So a really, really difficult base to kind of deal with, and really difficult map in general to play Hippodrome. Lombos seem to run back here. We haven't got the armor clad yet, so not unlimited tankiness on these men-at-arms, but still quite the predicament for the archers to fire up against. We do see Cataphracts now being added in by Attila, which is a very curious choice here, but consider how tanky they are against these Lombos, you could see a world in which he just tries to trample through and then absorb fire. I kind of like that idea. I mean, here's the first one hitting the field here. If he gets a charge right to the backside of this formation, it's going to just bait all fire, which means even the horsemen will live. 360 HP, 5 armor to speak of, and there we go. Trample through. Immediately into the back end here. A lot of snipe damage coming in towards him, but notice that now frees up the space. So Keshik able to wail away at the men-at-arms. Lombos are not attacking archers. Army's still neck and neck, though. Keep in mind now, Attila starts to get 3 units added in, but the trade-off is that with 4 farm clusters complete, Dumu now gets that extra 5% gathering speed. He also now gets access to the relics. First one is banked. Already moving towards the second. Archer's able to dive past this, though. Men-at-arms still just distracting those horsemen. Need to be careful. We're getting a little bit of a concave here. That does tend to favor the archers with more range. Because now when you have to retreat away from every angle, they're just wailing on you. Still no upgrade. Finally, it's going to be coming through. So we are seeing the veterancy contracts now. There was kind of a delay there because he prioritized the Cataphract instead. I actually don't mind that. I think that Cataphract, although it looked like it done nothing, the amount of fire it absorbed from the Lombos bought critical time for these archers. However, looking at this screen right now, I mean, is it me or has Dumu just constantly kept him contained with less troops? He really has. It's kind of nuts right now what's happening in this game. Also, mathematically, does that number make sense? Nope. What? Guys, he has 27 archers. Archers cost 80 resources each. How is his army value 810? What? Wait, is it negating army value when he loses some of the olive oil units? No. That makes no sense. No, I don't know about that. Oh, Siege Workshop! Oh no, he's not even going to get it up. I mean, there's one more villager kill. Looks like Aggro's going to switch over to the Cataphract, so Attila will be able to get the Siege Workshop out. And it looks like the play is to go into a Mango here, but with a spread from Dumu, I mean, this is looking kind of cut and dry, right? Like, look at the eco difference. 21 between them. I don't think Attila has got this anymore. I don't think there's a way. I mean, the initial aggression was good. Maybe if you open the path and charge some cats down into the economy, maybe that's a recovery point. But this main battle is just going from bad to worse. One Mango isn't even going to do that much. I mean, with this many Lombos, I wouldn't be surprised if Dumu just tries to kill it. Especially considering it's coming out the right side, so the Lombo should be close enough. It's almost like Dumu is baiting him to go for that play. And also, keep in mind, you have no front line to really defend this Mango. It's just archers. Behind this, Relic's still being absorbed. Fourth one is now on the way home. Dumu, actually, he's going to get the fifth, so all of them are going to be for him. Crossbow also now moving in onto the wood line. Yeah, that's it. That's GG. No way back. Immediately gets called. Attila knows when it's done. Dumu, once again, I don't know if he's showing you how strong the English are in Hidden Valley, or just how bad the Byzantines' early game is. I mean, this looked a bit more fair, a bit more balanced in the early phase, but it just feels like English on this map especially is a difficult beast to overcome, and one that Attila will once again fail to. Whew, rough game. Ooh, Don's got a game recommendation. Hit me up with it, buddy. What you got for me? I mean, I am tempted to try and find Dumu for a third time on the ladder live. Yo, do we do it again? They matched again. Dude, how is like they... This is their 11th game in a row, I think, right? Oh my god. Dude, do we want more Dumu versus Attila, or do we want to cast something else? Let me know, guys. I can't believe how many games I had in a row. That's not the real beastie. Nice try. I mean, it says BCQ though, right? So we just say it's BCQ and cast it, right? Kappa. Mateo was a high-ranked account. I remember that. I can't remember what their rank was, but they were fairly highly ranked. You guys want Dumu? 6 from the match history. Okay, yeah. I will do that one after this then, Don. I mean, presumably they're not going to keep matching up against each other. You guys want Dumu? Again, I'll give you Dumu again. I feel bad because it's live. I don't like just focusing on someone's games like this, but... I'm more intrigued by this matchup because is this now going to be Dry Arabia? This is Himeyama. Okay. All right. Use filters? Oh, actually, you're right. I could have done 1v1 filters. Yeah. Okay, I'll definitely check that one out though, Don. It was definitely on my list. So just trust me, dude. And thank you for keeping your data open. I always appreciate that. I was already eyeballing that one up. The Calp one I saw, I was like, I think we checked that out. Was it the... Yeah, so it was the Dry Arabia one you were saying, right? That was actually, funnily enough, the one I was looking at. Mongols versus Byzantines. Before I was getting ready to go live, that was one of the ones I was eyeballing. That and maybe the Cliffside one, actually, with Juji versus Bees. So we probably got 2 to check out of you there. You lost to Conk 1 and played 30 games to get it off your badges. Oh, now I've got to find that player. Don, this really is a place of confessions. You thought it was a safe place? The game is spicy from minute 1. Well, the Donati game or this one? Yeah, I think the Juji one's going to be interesting because it's Juji versus Byzantines on Cliffside, which is a very short map. So I'm wondering, like, with both those civs being played eco-ish, if it gets, like, aggro. Delhi Bees isn't too interesting. I'm not surprised. I feel like most Delhi games out of, like, tournament play aren't interesting because you can pick whatever you want, right? All right, guys, you ready? We got to do it. We got to do it. Is it going to be a villager pull rush? All right, dude, we got to do it. Is this the 11th, did I say, or is this 12th game? I think this is, like, the 11th game, 11th game in a row on the ladders between Dumu and Attila. These guys are having a non-stop back and forth. If I've got a mod in the chat, please set up the predictions right now to see who's going to win. Because we've got Attila in the green, playing as the English, up against Team Liquid's very own Dumu as the Ottomans. Dumu, who, by the way, I consider to be one of the absolute top Ottoman players. He's absolutely phenomenal on this Civ. The things he was doing before the expansion came out wowed me. He had some sick builds. So excited to see what's going to happen because immediately we've got a dock on dock. Okay. Wait, Dumu ate lunch in between? So he got food buff, right? Okay, so GG. Nah, I don't think it's that simple. I mean, it's English and you're both playing water. This is going to be so wonky. So they both going for the docks. Looks like Attila hasn't queued up any fishing boats, though. Yeah, there's a little bit of a delay there. I think they were housed. So I'm going to now look to queue up the fishing boats. House is coming out as we speak. Very optimal from them. It looks like Dumu went in a bit early for that house and then immediately switches over into the racks. Which, by the way, usually you expect players to shy away from doing when you pick English because racks play is a big no-no because for this Civ, that means spears. Building spears against Lombos is a very quick way to lose the game. But the issue in this game is Attila went for dock, went for fishing, which means that they cannot rapidly get into those Lombos. In fact, it's not just they went fishing, they went shoreline fishing. It's going to be a very slow process. But look at the reaction out of Attila. It's about to be the hunt of this lake, dude. I love this play. Proxy racks, and that means you're going to have men-at-arms. So this is interesting. This matchup has some very weird balance points to it. If this Dark Age goes too long, it favors the Ottomans because they can get the Vizier. But in the short term, the English are better off because the men-at-arms trade much better than spears. So this is going to be a very intriguing engagement. I wonder if Dumu is going to commit to this mind, body, and soul. Like, if he goes to 10 spearmen plus and gets that Vizier point and goes into the double Imam, I think it just kind of turns into a GG moment, right? Where, like, Attila can't fight, he loses the dock, he loses the racks, he has to rush feudal age to try and recover. Let's see if we can get there. Dumu, not going for that second spear, but men-at-arms already arriving. Attila with a double men-at-arms on the way. So already outmassing spears. This is weird. Wait, Dumu, oh, you crafty bugger. He's trying to hide the spears until he has enough to beat the men-at-arms. This is pretty cool. So his goal here, he's hoping Attila was going to stop at 1. Even skirts away from the vision, but he gets seen. Okay, the goose is cooked. He knows now. So Attila now sees the spearman. This is where he's going to keep pumping men-at-arms. That was a critical detail. If Dumu was able to hide those spears and go up to double the men-at-arms count, he could take the fights. He could even chase him. But now Attila knows, so he continues men-at-arms production. That was such a high-level play attempt by Dumu, but a great counter-reaction by Attila to understand that, okay, if I want to go more men-at-arms, I need to know if I have to first. So both of these players showing you exactly why they are both in the top 20 on the leaderboards consistently. Now, the men-at-arms numbers increasing. It turns into another transition where Dumu sees this and he says, okay, I need to go for feudal age. I won't win this. If we play long Dark Age, I lose the game now. The good news for him, Attila is a little bit paranoid. He's scaling even more men-at-arms, up to 5. I think 5 may be a little bit overkill, but the logic from Attila's perspective is he needs enough to now try and get rid of the dock before the archer ship could come out. Men-at-arms running back home. Interesting. So worried a little bit about his gold. Understandably so. That's his lifeline getting into more MAA. Dumu now adding in more spears. This game is getting a bit weird, right? Like, you would have expected Dumu to just go for that feudal age, but seems like he didn't move out to the gold yet, so he has a surplus of food and needs to spend it. So interesting play. Men-at-arms still outnumbered. Needs to be really careful that this initial damage adds up, and oh my god, dude, that is pain. Is he going for the scout? Finally switches over the spear. Good micro coming out from Dumu, though, minimizing the casualties here. Good shift back in response. Good micro from both players, like I'd expect to see here. But the Swarmford comes out. One of the men-at-arms looking like he is going to go down. So nicely done there. Dumu draws first blood. The second MAA should make this kind of definitive now, right? Spears are going to start being lost, and Attila should be able to even this up somewhat. Is going to lose another. Chase on from the spear. So he will find the final stop. And now, because of that delay on the gold, Dumu is going to lose the docks. There's no way he can prevent that. So Dumu just trying to take as much fish away as possible before missing out himself. But it does mean that Attila will be the big victor in this pond. Admittedly, it was 3 fishing boats compared to 2, so Dimu did invest heavier. What the hell is... Okay, I've never seen that before, but I think we're good now. That was... Okay, that was like a little bit of a mistake, because I think you gave Dimu an opportunity to drop off food one more time. He's going to be a little bit late, though. So, Doc goes down. Dimu now going up with the Minaret Madrissa, but look at the timing. Attila's actually not that far behind. Problematic considering right now you only have spears, nothing else to answer with. There is a lot of men-at-arms kind of spooking towards you. Is he thinking... Nah, he doesn't have the food to go fast castle. That is a lot of people on gold. I think the idea is he's trying to get what he needs for Undermesh here so that he can guarantee longbows don't just ruin his life. Interesting. So we move past the Dark Age aggression. A really cool opening from both players. It's cool how much hidden hands can affect your choices as well. Like, a very big lesson in how you counter men-at-arms there is what Dimu done when we talked about this tree line, where he tried to mask his play. But if you want to be a top-level player like Attila, if you want to be able to count these players out, if you want to be able to have half of your total games on the ladder be up against Dimu and have a 50% win rate, you need to be able to sense these plays and counter them. Spearman almost get the fishing boat. Not quite able to, though, so it will get away. Men-at-arms just looking for that dive point onto the villagers. Forcing a little bit of idle eco here. This tech up is now complete. Hardened Spearman with their upgrade means that you don't want to fight just yet. We've seen the early upgrade come in, ready in 10 seconds. I think we are, yes, going to see the archer ship on the way. Attack speed should be there, though, for Dimu. I don't think it's going to be quick enough to stop the archer ship coming out, but he might be able to hang around for the burn through, which could be a big deal. The men-at-arms now upgraded. Villagers are going to get sniped. Dimu loses 1. It might end up being 2. The pathing actually helping him out, but still not good enough. As 2 villagers go down in the Ottoman economy. And looks like he's going to have to move away as the archer ship has arrived. So you can sort of cut off reinforcements. Maybe try to cut off the head of this bush. Archer's backing up in the meantime. You'd think this unit would counter spears, but not in this count. Close enough to the TC, though, that Dimu does get scared. Meanwhile, at home, more dives to the men-at-arms. I mean, he needs to answer this right now is the problem, but Dimu doesn't have the units. I mean, he hasn't built a single military school. In fact, this game is so much worse than you realize. I actually think that this is close to a GG state if Dimu just doesn't get on the stone. In fact, Attila, like, this is a mystery. You need to be on the stone right now. If you just park yourself here, Dimu cannot get military schools. That's a big problem. Like, right now you're denying him wood, so he can't get the blacksmiths, he can't go archers. If you stop him from getting this stone, he has no way of playing the game. Oh, Attila, though, running in, sees the outpost, but decides to dive away from it. So, mistakes made there. Attila, he thought there was a wood transition to another wood line, but really, he needed to be diving the stone the whole while. Instead, Dimu stays alive. He will get the outpost up. He will be able to push this away. Man, that was crazy, actually. I legit think if Attila had just stayed there, the game is over, because Dimu can't access stone, which means no military schools, means you can't get the Sipahi mixed in, so you don't even have an answer to the longbows. He would have been stuck on just spears, and if he tried to go archers, the wood being harassed would have killed him as well. So, great read by Dimu to rush that outpost up. Slight misplay by Attila to pull away. I think for Attila, it was one of those classics where you don't see the eco line there anymore, and you kind of feel like you need to be doing damage, so you kind of overplay your hand and play a bit wide. But it does mean that we get a longer game, which I'm happy about. Dimu, he's going fast castle by the looks of it. Like, you know, he's not adding in many units here, right? It's just villages, and that's literally it. Meanwhile, how's the fishing looking? I think we've still got quite a bit here. Yeah, so we've got about almost 600 remaining on this pond, and then it's gone. So Attila is going to have to compensate for that further down the line. He has already built a lead, though, right? Like, he killed, I think it's 3 villagers on land. He killed the 3 fishing boats. So, realistically, like, he's ahead. And Dumu's so late to get into the military schools, that's not a big edge for him yet. Doesn't mean that Attila should be able to set up the farms. In fact, we've already got a second farm cluster being fleshed out here. Once you get to about 3 of these, you're able to keep a sizable army while going for your castle age. Not going to be as quick as Dimu. I talked about him having some very interesting builds, being one of the spookiest players on the Civ, and I think he's showing exactly that in this game. Like, despite how disadvantageous a lot of this early game has been for him, I don't think Dimu is out, and it's because of those timings around that stone access and now around that castle age objective. He knows he has enough. With the Madrissa, with the infinite food, as well as the berries, and a few sheep, he can at least get to castle age. Curious what he's going to do once he arrives, though. Archers. Nice little micro there. Notice he kept running these two back, so the bonus damage came through from the left one there. He's at least trying to make it a reasonable trade for him. At least take one spear for one longbow. It'll still be a bad one for you, but you're just so outmassed here. You can't get much better. Wow, Attila, like, he's paranoid about the food, right? So I'm wondering if Attila is confident now that they know what's happening. It's very obvious Dimmu is going Castle Age, but considering you don't see him out in the deers, you know he doesn't have much food once he gets there. Cool thing about playing Ottomans, you don't necessarily need much food because of passive reduction. That passive reduction does tend to spiral up a lot once you reach castle. Attila. Interesting going in now. Love that he's going for siege engineering. One thing you've always got to remember with the Ottomans is even if their villages are dead, their game isn't over as long as these military schools and blacksmiths are up. Going for a siege engineering play into a ram means if you just take out this one blacksmith, it shuts down the initial army scaling for Dimmu and castle. Speaking of which, Castle Age on the way. Second blacksmith behind this as well, so it's going to be a bit harder to deny the timing. A lot of gold being gathered right now by Dimmu, so he's going to look to bank it, drop off, and run away. Probably because he still hasn't got the undermesh. If you can just get undermesh, get 2 or 3 men-at-arms, you can push back against this. Flip side, reinforcements being cut off. Dimmu's just been on point with micro in this Spearman group. Like, it's actually crazy the amount of delay he's forced in this game with a group of spears against English. That's not something that often happens because usually you just accept spears can't do anything, they're countered, but really the game changer has been the meta point that gave him the movement speed in formation. 1.44 movement speed on these spears, so you can never gap close them. Longbow's just trying to move in. Not going to be able to do enough damage here though. Villagers do stay alive, and that means that Castle Age is unlocked. Attila on the flip side, built into the ram, has only got 2 farm clusters, and the fishing just ran out, so they have not got that same kind of flexibility. I say it just ran out. It's got 200 left, I believe. Ram now moving on the stone, but I think Dimmu, he almost has what he needs, right? Like, he came away a little bit early. No, got 145, so can get the extra military school in. Can even get a 4th. Doesn't really need the stone anymore, so a ram targeting this area of your base actually isn't a bad thing for blue right now. Let's get you closer and closer to that mango. We're still going to be a minute 50 out, so there's a window of opportunity here. Attila to continue to just double down on feudal. Isn't going for that Castle Age. They might change their tune, though. With villagers moving out to the deer and more on the gold, I could see them just sneaking this. Longbow's also sniping on those villagers. Even when he's that close to the TC, he's not able to garrison quick enough. In fact, he overfills it. So more villagers going down. Longbow's now just targeting out those spears. Ram is still alive. Houses are being attacked, and that means that Dimmu is about to be housed. He needs to fix that ASAP. Oh, dude. Attila's playing this game is making this so uncomfortable for Dimmu. He just has no space here. Right? So, like, right now, his military school is going to be, like, blocked out. He needs to get a new house. Let's get the drop-off. But he's running out of places to build it. As you shift around and follow him like this, you're just essentially stalking his economy, but also stalking his population. I guess the upside of losing some of that population is that it makes room for more military units. Don't think that's the way that Dimmu was going to view this, though. Just a grand migration. At least he has wheelbarrow, but 34 villagers running in circles, and Attila now on the way to Castle Age. So restrictive. I mean, dude, I don't know about Attila. This is more like a boa constrictor right now. Like, he's so suffocating with his approach to this game. Dimmu just can't do anything with his Castle Age timing. He's getting the men-at-arms together, but the problem is now, Attila has 17 MA in the field. Castle Age is about 20 seconds away. I don't think you can fight well enough and fast enough to get an edge with your Castle Age. Oh, this is such a sick read. Ram does take out another house before finally getting cleared up, so at least he won't be pop-locked too much. Does have to worry about rushing up more when he's out of wood here because these military schools are going to put him against the edge. Now, Castle Age complete. What's Dimmu's play going to be? Because mass men-at-arms just isn't going to cut it here. You get the attack speed, sure, but these guys can beef up. And if you try to mirror that with your own defenses, it just feels like you're not winning, right? It's going to be forced to fight. Men-at-arms going to be upgraded in 10 seconds. The timing on this is bad. Meta goes down. And he's going to lose it all here. I mean, Dimmu, like, look at the numbers right now. 41-14. One mangonel to play with, but that's not going to be good enough. Upgrade complete for the men-at-arms. 13 of them here. And I think we're going to be seeing a dive. The undermesh is there as well. Steeled Arrow upgrade is not, which means these men-at-arms take next to no damage from the TC. A counter-offensive coming out from the Sipahi. Just a few units is all you need to really answer that. Upgrade's coming in for Lombos soon. So Sipahi are going to swarm onto those Lombos. Wasting time on the men-at-arms is bad here, though. That's just a bad trade every day of the week. Goes after the villagers instead. But meanwhile, on the other side of the map, this Mango needs to be very careful. One wrong move, and it's going to be GG. Great dodge there, only losing a single longbow. Men-at-arms still clashing on the front line here, but numbers are favoring Attila. Great dodges as well. Just so on point with this. And so many idle villagers. Just 7 not working right now. Dude, like, this is teasing right now. Slide to the left. Slide to the right. Crisscross. And we are clapping our hands for Attila, man. Finally gets hit by the Mango, but at this point, he simply does not care. There's just too many men-at-arms here. Mango's going to go down. He can't keep it alive, and the villagers really have nowhere left to run. The Sipahi being cleaned up. The second wave hasn't even come yet. This is just the front force, and damage done. Janissary points are pumped. When you're pushing Janissary against Lombos, you're in trouble. Just so many villagers dead, man. This is insane. 19 now killed. Only 1 lost on the other side. 2 TC versus 1 TC play. Even with the passive production of the Ottomans, it just doesn't really match up to scratch. Dude, this has been insane. I mean, we've agreed. Attila is definitely a top 10 player. I'm still not entirely sure who. Part of me wanted to say one of the Spanish bros, but it just doesn't smell of Lucifron or Vortex. You know what I mean? Like, their playstyle is slightly different. I still feel like this could be Mr. just on a proxy, right? Just like VPNing into Germany, because like Cracky said that this person, whoever they are, they're registering as a German account, but I know that Mr. has used this account name multiple times before. He always seems to come back to it. And on top of that, I wouldn't put it beyond someone to make a VPN to bait their opponents elsewhere. And also, to the whole Zertan point, we already fixed that by showing that like Zertan has faced Attila before, so it cannot be Zertan. Unless this is some next level big brain and he played himself on 2 PCs to throw everyone off. And yeah, they played both Vortex and Lucifron. I am almost certain this is Mr. Even though the account says German, I think this is a perfect lesson that it's very easy to fake where your account is from. That's not a difficult thing to do. This is definitely a difficult game for Demu to do anything in. Men-at-arms. Have to be careful about this Janissary, but just a few Lombos is all it really takes here. Starts to snipe them down. Good dodge again. Attila just on point with this. I mean, dude, the beauty of these dodges almost makes me want to say Poppy Pour as an option as well, but obviously the time of the day doesn't necessarily add up there, unless he just doesn't sleep, which would be a pretty beastly move to make. The dive in with the Lombos, they stick on top of the Mangos, and that means the Janissaries now getting counted out. Mango about to go down, and I think Dumu's going to call it the moment that that's gone. There's just nothing left here. I mean, you've been picked to the bone. The outpost will at least reset things, but the men-at-arms dive even deeper. You're down to practically no military. Attila has almost 10 times your military pop. And I stand by what I said. I'll keep calling him Attila, but I think this is Mr. This reeks of the Greeks. Has his signature written all over it. And right now, he is carving his signature onto Dumu's chest. Eco barely hanging in there. 41 to 71. More men-at-arms coming in. Springle defenses are at least making this difficult now, but you gotta wonder, like, what's Dumu thinking? What's his path to recovery in his mind? He knows behind this is 2 TC. There is no world in which this was a white tower drop. Now, Springle's even shuffling across the field. When an English player, without needing to go Springles, is able to so casually get into them, you know you're in trouble. The reason I say he doesn't need them, by the way, is his Mangos keep dying. It's not like these Mangos have scaled up to 2 or 3 and you have to make this transition. It's just Attila's trying to make the fights even cleaner. More Lombos on the backside, so no food either. I mean, Dumu, you can't build farms here, right? You've literally got the Madrissa and that's it. So maybe he was trying to pump out a bunch more men-at-arms, some crossbows maybe, but that's just not happening anymore. And here we go. Now that you park in position with a group of men-at-arms, if you just take out this blacksmith, this all dies. Kind of surprised that he's not going after that blacksmith specifically, but that might change. MAA with the dive. Mango targets the wrong things here. I think the spring. Where's it shuffling from? MAA longbow's gonna come into the stone. I think, like, there's not enough stone here for a keep, right? No. I think he's just maybe worried about losing more things. In the meantime, we are going to see relics now being picked up by Attila. Armorclad is also coming in soon. I think Armorclad is kind of the GG point. At that point, they're just going to relentlessly dive, and you just don't have anything to hold this back. Springald even proving itself to be like a pseudo-sniper up against the crossbows. Yeah, that's it. That's absolutely it. GG gets called. Attila, Mr. I don't know who he is. I mean, I know in my heart who this is. This has Mr. written all over it, and that is the 11th game in a row between Attila and Dumu. And they remain about 50-50 on the split, with Attila, half of their games on this account now being against Dumu. That's absolutely insane. And what an insane play. Love the subtle details in that early game, trying to one-up by using vision against your opponent, but wasn't able to pull the wool over Attila's eyes, because, of course, this person's a farmer, so, well, he knows plenty about wool. Woohoo! So the whole idea of hiding strats, by the way, you have to play against someone, and I'd say realistically, like, if you can't organize scrim games, you're going to take clashes with one of the top players on the ladder, right? Like, that's going to be good enough. And, like, it's got us speculating right now. We can say what we think of that in terms of whose playstyle that seems to match, but we don't know for sure, right? Like, that's something you always have to be conscious of. So let's have a look here. I don't know if they went again. We might try to find someone else. Oh, hey, M7 and Rarash are playing. That's kind of a cool one. Dimu got someone else. Wait, isn't this the... Dude, I don't want to just stalk Dimu, though. Now I kind of feel bad. Because before the logic was like Attila, but now it's like... But the thing is, that is a... Isn't that the rank 13th player? No. I'm not sure who this is now, actually. They're conk free. There's no way to copy this name, though. This is not a top 30 player, though. So I think we can maybe take a breather from Dimu, check someone else out. As much as I would love to watch some Japanese versus Juji on Gorge. Damn, that's tempting. Rank 46th. So respectable. Should we maybe see if this... I want to see if Attila got a match against someone else. Are we an Attila fan club now? We might be. I mean, if they got one, it would be showing by here, right? We can do a refresh. If not, we can check out the Donati games. Attila's not in a game yet? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Do you guys want to wait for Attila or check out some Donster? Should we check out some Donati now? He had some interesting games versus Kalp. I mean, aren't they always interesting when they include Kalp? Oh, sorry, you guys can't see what I'm doing. Yeah, I'm looking for the games right now. Sorry. Gotta get used to switching to that. I guess it feels better than staring at my face, right? It kind of makes you guys feel more involved in the process. It's nice as well because I can do this when we're looking at ladder games that are played live. Oh, thank you, Camion, man. I appreciate you, buddy. I mean, we need to get the consistency going. I need to start figuring out a schedule to post each week so people know ahead of time. But my goal is to grow this stream big time. Like, the cool thing is I want us to have this community. I want to feel like it can, you know, focus around AoE 4, but then do other things as well. And also on top of that, we can essentially get to a point where it's able to provide me with a livelihood. Instead of me just having to be reliant on landing esports gigs 24/7. I love doing the esports gigs, but the problem is I'm not able to do them consistently. Attila is Wham. So I was right that it maybe was one of the Canadian bros. Attila is Drongo. Attila's Zerton, guys. I'm certain. It even rhymes. Attila's Zerton. I'm certain. Attila is Drongo. Not enough Byzantines. Wait. What if Attila is me? Just pull off a mask. I wasn't even KP all along. I'm telling you though, man. Whoever it is, like they're VPNing. They made a German account. They're not German. Damn. I need a video editor because that would have been great. Attila is me, and then they actually just do the whole Scooby-Doo editing. You know it's him? Okay. Do we trust Zerton? I mean, Zerton hasn't reared me wrong so far. Wait, that's the wrong words. He hasn't steered me wrong so far. Jesus, rearing is a different thing. But hear me out, guys. I'm going to put my conspiracy hat on because this is a fair one. Zerton is part of my insanity. Who else is part of my insanity? How could you hook a brother up here? No, Neri, that doesn't add up because Zerton's played against Attila is the issue. No. Oh, we love you, Zerton. We got to screw with you a bit. Doesn't Wham work full time? I'm pretty sure him and Puppy Paw are full time, like going pro, right? Or do they have a job? I'm not sure. I think they were, like, at least last year trying to just be full time pros. I'm not sure about now. Wait, let's give it one more refresh and see if there's anyone coming up. I kind of like just doing the live observe games because the nice thing about this is like you guys can not just have my face fill in the screen all weird like, and then also I definitely don't know the outcomes. Who is yes? Yes. I think we'll check out the Donati games though that he told us about. They do part-time? I mean, they might have, a part-time job. That would make sense. I mean, guys, I am just saying, though. Like, they are both part of my insanity. If you were going to cover for a brother. Oh, I'm just teasing him. It would make sense, though. Let's go for Donati. He had some good old games for us, didn't he? So, looks like the best of 11 is going to be a best of 11. It's not going to go for a best of 12. But that means we get to check out some Donati versus Kalp. And he has a Byzantines versus Mongols game on Dry Arabia. Dude, that sounds like it should heavily favor the Mongols, actually. I think Mongols is one of the harder matchups because you just get denied gold, you get denied berries, right? Like, actually, like it's not uncommon for the berries and the gold to spawn right next to each other. So one outpost just shuts down all the Byzantine players. Should we find out? Let's get to it. All right, I've been promised an absolute banger of a game, and I trust him. Donati never fails to deliver. And there's always something funky going on when this fella's in the game. We've got a Mongol versus Byzantine game. Welcome back, boys, gals, and non-binary pals. It's going to be Mongols in the hands of Donati. On the other side, a Civ that's been playing quite defensively into that mid-late game, surprise, surprise, is our local neighborhood defender, Kalp, playing as the Byzantines. This is an interesting matchup, actually, because Don said that this is a very intriguing game. He recommended it. I'm wondering if he's just, tooting his own flute, as he likes to do sometimes. He has had this habit of sending me his wins. Because what I would say about this matchup is that Mongols versus Byzantines, in theory, on a map like Dry Arabia, should heavily favor the Byzantines. Or the Mongols, rather. Aha, baited you for that a sec. Let's explain why. It's kind of obvious when you think about it. The reason why Mongols tend to be favored is this early Rax play into an outpost play. Because most of the Byzantines builds right now seem to revolve around the berries. And you can easily deny that out. Have to say, though, this is a really good spawn if you have to play against Mongols. He gets the back spawn berry. He gets the gold on the retracted as well. So getting a good placement for an outpost might be difficult for Don. If he's able to get here somehow on the absolute opposite side of the base, this is premium ground. But it's going to be contested. And now, this is the play I've seen before. And this is actually still why I've been favoring the Mongols a lot of the time. Limitane from the Byzantines. On paper, stat-wise, you'd actually favor this play from the Byzantines. So, for those that don't know, the Limitane, they cost a bit more. You pay more food, less wood. But your Limitane have a bit more health. Kind of worth the extra 10 food, right? Well, 20 in this case, but you pay 10 less wood. Yes and no. The problem with this play is like you have to do it against Mongols because you know they're going to rush you with spears with a double production. But the double production is the difference maker. what's happening here right now, you see Limitane, 90 health, 80 health. All stats otherwise are the same. But the food cost adds up. Compared to Donai, 1-for-1, you're paying 20 more food. In reality, to keep pace, you're actually paying a lot more food than your opponent, right? Because you're going to have to build all these for 80 each. Donai is going to get passive stone production along the way, so he's not paying food all the time. The reason that matters so much is on this particular matchup, when you have limited food, like this sheep, that expires very quickly when you're spamming mass spears, it means Donai theoretically has a much longer runway to play this comp than you do. So what's going to be key for Calp to survive is finding a way out. For the time being, like, dude, what are these waypoints? So he's going to get a few Limitana together. He's waiting to see more. Donai has got 5 spears so far and is wrapping around. Notice that Calp, by the way, I love this detail. He played out into the mill before clearing all the sheep. The goal here is to make those sheep last. Meanwhile, other side, a lot of sheep already available to Donai. So we've got 12 in total for Calp. Meanwhile, Donai also has 12. So neck and necker. Those sheep should be on the way home now. Don, maybe keep the mini spoiler for when it isn't a spoiler. That might be the better way. Just to make sure the chat doesn't feel outraged. Shout out to Don for recommending these games. I actually love Don. He's always willing to let me look at his games and let us learn alongside him. So Limitane are going to be here. 5 in total, which means right now, on a raw HP basis, Donai can't win fights. But the Khan adds this kicker in. That 2 damage does add up over time, especially the ability to maneuver more freely with that movement speed arrow. And the outpost is coming out. So it looks like he's going to deny away the stone, which is interesting considering that Cal already has what he needs for a level 2 system, which is usually decent enough here. This stone coming. I love that Don stopped here. I think that the issue with going more, as I mentioned, he needed this high-value outpost here. But the problem is that these resources weren't on the front side. So if you had to wrap around the back, there's a risk that your reinforcements can't get in and Limitane outnumber you. This is a really composed approach by Donai. A lot of players here would have just kept spamming spears, and they would have been at a loss. Because even if they eventually denied the gold, even at a slow pace, Calp would have got what he needed for a tech up, and then you're just stuck with too many Dark Age Spearmen. Your opponent just goes archers. It's a great read. This slower tech timing, you'd think it would hurt Calp, by the way, but I'm not convinced. Look at his olive oil right now. At this pace, by the time he's ready to go feudal, he should have enough olive oil to immediately get his first mercs out. However, he does need to stop pushing the Limitane. Looks like he wants to take out the outpost, which is interesting, but considering he has the shield wall, look how little damage he takes. Okay, now, you need to toggle the ones who are not being attacked out of shield wall to increase their attack speed. Spear's going to be aggroed here. Dude, this is great. Actually, right now, Donai hasn't switched aggro, so he's just not getting a good trade at all. Are these all in... Yeah, they're all in shield wall. I would say that's maybe something you could change about this, but so far, not a bad idea by Calp. Able to take out one of the spearmen. Not the best of exchanges so far, actually losing the scout +2 Limitane, so Donai making him work for it. Once this breaks, though, once this outpost goes down, Donai needs to get out of here fast. He's going to go early instead of... That's kind of surprising, actually. I thought he could have got one more flurry of arrows out and killed the Limitane, but for him, I think he was paranoid about getting body blocked and dying. So here we go. Are the spears taking 50% reduced damage from the tower or even more than 50% reduced? That's a very fair point, because outpost, what is default damage on an outpost? It's very low, right? Is it 6, I want to say? I feel like the numbers look kind of right for that. I wouldn't be surprised if they are a little bit fudged. Yeah, so 6. So you should have been doing 3 damage per shot. So each flurry of arrows should have been doing 15, right? I would say you've done less damage. Limitane have 90 health, but I feel like each flurry was taking 9 damage away. That might be bugged. You might be onto something. I'd have to go back. Maybe afterwards we'll go back and we'll watch that in the replay together to just double check. Because that felt like you are right to feel weird about that. It's kind of baiting. It's hard to tell in the moment because you have to also remember that those spearmen have 10 extra health. So the numbers are kind of skewed anyway. Because that's the thing. If you're comparing them to normal spears, they have 10 extra health, which with shield wall is actually more like 15 extra health. trade coming out behind this. So Don, he did drop the Deerstone. I love that he dropped Deerstone into trade. I think I'm a bigger fan at the moment of going for the Deerstone just because the extra wood gathering it gives you because of the speed increase kind of just allows you to get into trade anyway. Like Silver Tree to me, it almost feels like if it was to be truly worthwhile, you'd have to make Silk Road specifically a Silver Tree only thing. I feel like there's a lot of games where I actually just like watching someone build markets instead. More flip side Calp, adding in additional systems. So we are going to be going up to level 3. Is getting into the Merc House, and look how much olive oil he already has. So kind of capped at the moment. You can only get 1 load of Mercs here. You would need to start dropping olive groves. It might be worth it though for Calp. Like drop 2 or 3 olive groves and just quickly pump 2 Merc loads. Probably going to be looking at the Lombo contract here. Depends whether he's worried about trade. If he's worried about trade, you go for the Eastern Merc, and then you go for Keshiks to roam. But if you think this is going to be a slow game, yeah, Western Mercenary contract. So 100 olive oil spent there. Then I believe it's 500. So you need 250 extra to get the second batch of Lombos going. Donati. Big army building here. This is pretty cool. I like his approach. He's not just full booming trade. It's a gradual build-up. In the meantime, he's going to look for the fights, right? It's difficult, though, because when your opponent goes Lombos like this, he doesn't have to come out. By the way, is Calp just drawing shapes right now? We're getting a nice little square building here. This is very orderly. It's almost like Calp's instincts are to wall himself. It's like, yes, now we just need to complete the enclosure. Wait a second. Scout is going to be able to sniff out what's coming. So Lombo's on the way soon. We have got, the increased production rate. So they're not going to take too long to come out. So good use of the Conscriptio here up at level 4. Doesn't take too long to pump out those Mercs. And he's going to need them. 42 seconds if we can get another load going. But right now, it's going to be a transition into Olive Grove. So over time, this is going to pay off. Donati definitely going to feel pressure to break the base. Problem is this baits you on the front side, right? You see the system, you're like, yes, take it out. But great read by Calp. I love that. This frontline system, it's giving him the extra level, but it's now also a distraction point. Presidium is going to reduce the damage he's taken there by 20%. 1500 HP structure is going to last a very long time against these torches. It means that Calp can kind of afford to build a very, almost, it looks like a cumbersome, silly placement of a system, right, against the Mongols. It almost looks like he's just throwing away stone, but instead it's a distraction point. Don does read through it, though. I actually hope we see more of that transitioning. Actually, going Presidium on these different systems will stop any torch damage really affecting this, which hampers the Mongols' ability to scale their economy off of raids. Dude, that's actually a really cool read. I think Calp is touring us quite an important lesson there. Like, that's no small detail, folks. I think that matters a lot, that you have the ability to toggle that. This actually might be one of the best matchups for Presidium. I've been struggling to find a matchup where it breaks the game. Like, there are some cool, quirky, fringe benefits, like when you're up against enemies who are assaulting a keep and you drop a system there and you reduce the damage you take by 25% on the keep. Very cost efficient, right? But this is a like all-encompassing strategy against early aggro from Mongols is super sick. Dude, he has way too many. Like, what is this? Like, the 5 system layout is so simple and yet elegant looking from him, isn't it? You know what he's done there? He's just spelt a Y on the map. Like, why are you raiding me? It's funny, because sometimes when we watch Calp games, we do actually ask the question why a lot. But this game makes more sense. It's kind of more orderly, more calculated. It doesn't feel like he's just turtling because he wants to turtle. It kind of feels like he's turtling because he needed to turtle against the aggro Mongols. And it makes a lot of sense. Like, when he wins this initial fight with Limitane, you might argue, well, why doesn't Calp come out? Like, you know, he beat the Limitane. What do they do? Well, the problem is that you built so many Limitane, the natural transition for a Mongol player is going to be archers. And it would hit especially hard considering Donati is super efficient on wood gathering with the Deerstone. Does need to move that Deerstone back a little bit, though. I'm going to be the efficiency police here and shake my head. Obviously, he's marching out. Looks like he's going to try to snipe out some of these outposts. Donati just trying to get vision across the map. Interesting that Don didn't prioritize the outpost towards his trade. If you're Calp, this looks suspicious, right? I mean, like, why would you be crawling outposts here? Is maybe his fault. I mean, there is the Yam, I can kind of get that, but it's such a wide arc for Yam for someone who's controlling mid-map. It almost seems too obvious, which is why Calp is now moving north side. He already scouted on the south that the trade is happening, so Don is going to be forced to react to this. You need to snipe those Lombos straight away. If you take the Lombos out, even with the shields, it doesn't matter that Limitane is so tanky. There's the movement speed. Able to get close quickly here. Chases away those archers. Spears are going to overwhelm. Limitane, because they're in shield wall right now, they tank a lot, but they don't do a lot. Don does need to think about backing away here, though. He has lost the outpost in the area, so no fast movement speed. But decent trades all the same. We'll even keep tickling him on the retreat, and Calp probably hesitant to even turn around those Lombos because he can easily get sniped. By the way, I'm going to give Calp a ribbon here. He has done something that I've been begging, pleading 90% of Byzantine players to do. You know what it is because I'm already clicked on it, but did you realize it ahead of time? He went for the blacksmiths. This is such a big deal for the Byzantines, and why a lot of their early game play looks kind of wonky is I feel like a lot of Byzantine players have struggled to find a way into blacksmiths and find a way into their upgrades. The fact he had it there, though, minimizes the losses when he goes that far out. Means that it's much harder for Don to fight, and Don has to realize this and go blacksmiths himself. Yeah, otherwise he can't fight at all. Problem is, even with the blacksmiths, he's still not going to be able to fight at all because Calp is on the way up into Castle Age. Cool read. So many olive groves as well. So the cool thing about like building this way is that you inherently are still able to kind of field an army via the Merc houses while having the ability to play into an age up. Not only that though, Calp, because his eco was looking so good, it wasn't just the play into Castle Age, it's the play into multi-TC. And this is a reaction to the trade. Calp knew the trade was happening when he saw these outposts out here. It just seems a bit weird. And he tried to pivot up there. When Don reacted so aggressively to that position, it makes it obvious Don is trading. So the only backup option for Calp, he either trades himself, which is difficult when you don't feel like you have mid-map aggression, or you go for multi-TC and play condensed. So cool read here. Upgrades haven't been set in motion yet. Calp, how many people in the gold? Yeah, quite a lot. So he used them to build up the Golden Horn Tower. So there's a bit of a gap here. I'm hoping that he's going to prioritize the contract. There we go. Straight away into veteran contracts. Needs to switch over to Dialecticus. This is a very big deal breaker right now. It takes you a minute. If you switch over, it takes you about 15 seconds. Instead, he's going to take a fight outside of his base. Good jump there by Donati trying to get in. Then Matane going to try to back away and protect those Lombos. They're really kind of expendable right now. It's all about the Lombo mass. Continues to back up here. Dialecticus still hasn't been toggled. He would have had the upgrade by now. That's 7 Lombos that could have been even sniping Keshiks at this stage. Instead, reduced in their ability to kill. The double TC here should be a bit spooky. Donati with a lot of archers, but Undermesh not in yet. So I imagine after he takes this fight, he's going to look to reset as Varangian Guard have arrived. They're buying a lot of time. Like, it looks really cumbersome, like Calp is losing, but the reality of what's happening here is Don is putting mind, body, and soul into this. He still hasn't teched up. His archer count is being reduced. No Undermesh means the double TC fight does also hurt. More Lombos coming behind. And finally, the veterancy is going to be in now. This was not efficient by Calp. He could have had that upgrade in when he got jumped initially. If he had it there, you're probably looking at maybe 10 extra archers, maybe no Keshiks. Instead, Don gets to field an army outside the base still. However, getting reinforcements across doesn't seem feasible anymore. He'll scale more Keshiks. But outside that, I think he needs to think about Castle Age here. Monk's trying to gather relics, but looks like actually that's kind of interesting on these flanking outposts. He did actually go ahead and get arrow slits on the forward one there. I think he was concerned his opponent was going to go for berries. Does he get the final shot? Yes, he does. 10 damage +1, so Monk goes down. That's one edge of Hand the Grand Winery, right? Is you actually are able to start pushing Monk straight away. It's a good blocker, but one relic already garrisoned, the second one on the way home. Archer's now diving in, but this might just be a switch over. There you go. Praise Idiom, and straight away, look at how little damage you do to the houses. We'll still be able to burn them. We'll still be able to get paid. But Don, very kind of misbalanced economy here. I think he could have sold a bunch of this gold to get up faster. Kurotai is finally on the way. As Don is going to back up. Calp, considering that he has got the increased efficiency on his workers, he has got the Golden Horn Tower. You know, this eco number is kind of deceitful. I don't think he's 30 behind at all. Relic's also coming home. It's almost more like he's up at, I want to say, closer to 75. maybe 80. He's definitely behind Donati. Like, the raw gold gains here with the Silk Road is just going to beat him. But a third town... Okay, this is the Calp I know. A third town center on the way. And he puts it at the front of the base. So he's trying to creep out, like, their defenses here. Frangian, they do drop their armor. They go into full attack mode. A dicey maneuver, but Calp is going to pay for him. Archers do dive in, so Donati just trying to exchange as much as possible. Going to take out a bunch of villagers here. 10 killed in total across this game, but it's going to cost him so much in return. He turns around, runs into the Varangian. All archers are down. And Longbow plus Varangian. Sure, there's Keshiks coming, but Keshiks, they're not as strong as Knights. Varangians will fare reasonably well against these units. Oh, dude, what a weird game that Calp is forcing here. You could tell Donati, like, he knew he had to take that dive, but I don't feel like he felt comfortable doing it, right? Like, you know you're throwing away a big army mass to do so, and the risk that comes from that is now this slow-moving army, they might reach your base in time that they can dive into the trade. And if they ever reach that phase, folks, the amount of Lombos there, the amount of traders, you're going to lose. I mean, this is what, 36 traders? Even higher. 40 traders. And you can easily get sniped. So Donati immediately goes on the offensive again. A lot of Keshiks, but they move too fast, so you can't get the Kurultai in position. Movement speed arrow is going to be used. Calp needs to pull the Varangian right now. Lombo shift through. Varangian to engage. Relic on the side is going to be denied, so it'll be held in the air. Kurultai is trying to pack out in the center, but the fight is far away, and Lombos need to disengage from this. Hasn't got the level 2 range damage upgrade, so Varangian are eventually going to fall to this, but a decent amount of Keshik killed in return for it. And notice Calp, he needs to target each of these down. It's not just the fact they sustain by attacking, it's the fact that any you don't kill will heal on the Kurultai. Lombos taking out as much as they can. Undermesh level 2 has come in, so Donati able to trade quite efficiently with these few troops. Spears are now arriving. Limitane go for the charge in. That should be clearing him up. Limitane that haven't been upgraded yet, by the way. Once again, a situation where Dialecticus is not prioritized. It's just, once again, Conscriptio. Lombos reset towards the base, but they should be able to hold here. Kurultai has arrived, though. Don moving up on the offensive. Just got a big booster to his damage, so he's able to trade out well against these Lombos now. Keep in mind, if the Limitane come in with the shield wall, though, they're not going to be walloped down quickly, even with the Kurultai there. More Garrison coming out. With the level 2 range damage upgrade, like, you know, that would be enough to start scaring this Keshik away. Now that that has come in, Donati realizes he's overstayed his welcome. Kurultai on the move again. Dude, I just love to see the back and forth Kurultai play. I love the fact that Don's trying to find a way of actively using this landmark. I've seen too many games where people build Kurultai because they don't need gold, as they've got trade, and then the Kurultai just sits at home. It just doesn't do anything. At best, it's like a glorified Abbey of Kings. But this is Don realizing that, you know, if it's sitting at home not doing anything, it's kind of dead weight, so you might as well risk it for the biscuit. Get it on that forward. He definitely feels like he needs to, considering that Calp has got that free TC. He is going to catch up in economy. He has got 3 relics. He's returning 2 more right now. Oy, oy, oy. Walls going up just in the nick of time before there be a breakthrough, so Don has to back away here. Tricky game now for Don. He doesn't have any easy breach point. The defensive army is scaling well as well. We're seeing Longbows and now Langsnecht also being added in. I am a little bit worried that Don doesn't have any Mango play going on. Is that improved siege engineering? Yes, okay. He's aware as well. So fixing this is critical to success. Like, it's mass Longbows. It's mass static defenses. If you want to break through this, you need siege. Dive in. By the Keshiks. Immediate regret, though. The Limitane able to hold the choke point. Mangonel outpost is coming in soon. Attack speed arrow is going to be activated. Kurultai does go for the deploy. But this looks like a fight you're never going to win. There's just too many troops here. Keshiks aren't going to dive through a little bit deeper. Starting to look a bit better for him. But the second wave of Limitane coming in and stabbing him down. I don't know about this. I mean, the Mangonel is coming through soon. The wall is looking to push him back as well. So that should be a pump by Calp. Donati needs to think about backing up here. But I think even with that snipe, it's bought enough time. Mango defense is going to come through. Second wall as well as he picks it up again. And that's going to be the kick of the pushback. So 2 relics pulled out to make that happen, but Calp able to retreat this away. And now the Mango in play. No siege to answer it. It means that the archers are going to get cleared up. And with them gone, just a few Limitane could repel the Keshik. Great hold by Calp. Dude, so much idle economy to do this, though. It's definitely a costly exchange. But Don, things are getting bad here, man. Like, You've got so much gold, but the rest isn't impressing. Food is looking good, but it's getting drained constantly. He could be trading gold across for different resources, but that's a short-term solution, not a long-term one. And now he went a bit too deep. That's going to be a pinch. Kurotai, he unpacks. And immediately is going to have to pack it up permanently. It's going to be a burn down. Great maneuvering. Calp now removing that aura. Don. I mean, I get the read, I get the feel, but you can't help but feel that one outpost put a big foot right up his ass and ruined the plan. Kurotai is down. No way he's ever recovering that. Don now has to play without that aura. Dude, what a cool game by Calp. I mean, Calp is really frustrating for his defensive play, I'd say is the feeling a lot of players have. But in some ways, it usually feels kind of predictable or addressable. The way he's been using Presidium and these buildings to create choke points in this game has been phenomenal. Most players wouldn't want to risk this many kind of small buildings to cause choke points because they die too fast. But the Presidium is reducing the ability for Don to instantly clear anything in this area. It's making the game very frustrating for him. His Archer count, pretty much gone now. It's a full transition to crossbows. Crossbows are not going to fare that well up against Mass Limitane. And really, if you think about these fights, the way they've been happening in these small choke points, Calp doesn't need Mass Limitane. He only needs about 10 to 15 maximum. Outpost. What are you doing on my lawn? Get out of here. Oh, man, dude. And look at Calp's bank. He's going Imperial Age. Now, people saying that you think Trebs are needed for this, I don't think so. I don't think Trebs are quick enough. Trebs have been lauded for being too slow as it is. Do you really want to build Trebs against Presidium, where you do 25% less damage, as a Civ that has a weaker Treb anyway, that no longer has Kurotai? It just doesn't work. And this timing, I mean, this is going to break. I don't think Don can get into the base for this. Calp, similar military numbers. If he uses Dialecticus, this is going to be quick. Upgrade comes through. Immediately starts pumping the Nesta Bees. Dive comes in onto the Mangonel Tower. Trying to bring that down. A lot of damage being done, but the Keshik sustaining through it. Rams onto the third TC. We're going to make quick work of it. Calp being forced to engage. Is going to prioritize the upgrade. Elite contracts are on the way, but no switch over the Dialecticus that comes in now. He's not researching it in this camp. He's using a different Merc House. He's using the one over here, which is prioritized on the Dialecticus. On the Presidium, rather. Keshiks are going to dive in. They're going to look to clean up as many longbows as possible. Third TC looking like it's going to go down. Mangonel's forcing this back. Calp under pressure. Army shrinking. 25 and going down. But the Nesta Bees, they're coming in. And the Keshiks need to get on top of it now. Just a few Limitane to body block them. They can't find their targets right now. Donai needs to do more damage. He needs to think about his own tech up as well. He's got a decent-sized army, but now you get that trickle of troops. There's not that many in this. Maybe about 20 max on the front side, plus the Mangos. Rams hitting onto the second TC now. Last few longbows remaining. Calp for the second time in the game, caught out by his own prioritization. Dialecticus not being there means that the veterancy into Elite is only going to kick in when he has 7 longbows remaining. Now the Nesta Bees are going to be clutch repaired here, but the dive continues. Donati looking to take them out. And the Nesta Bees, I don't think the protection's there anymore. One goes down, second to hit the deck as well. Rams done with the second TC. Don onto the main objective now. This primary TC is going to be difficult to get through, but the Keshic count looks so good. Donati continues relentlessly through the breach. And Calp, he's got a lot of food on the backside, but it's not going to be protected. I mean, if you just move through with a few cavalry units here, the damage you could do could be irreparable to the Byzantines. Food gathering on the north side as well. Calp just throwing anything he's got into this just to try and keep it alive. Limitane are finally scaling up, though. A lot of Nesta Bees going down, but the Keshiks have been wiped out. The front army is not here. Second wave coming in, but now it's just Royal Limitane. I think Don, I mean, he had a timing here, but it felt like there's just too much base to break of Calps, and man, you've got to give it to him. Presidium in this game, I think it allowed Calp to win this. Oh man, Rams, even on the primary TC, it's just not going to be good enough. Dude, what an insane game. I mean, Calp, the way he defended this was impressive. Like, without Presidium, I think this base is dead. Without Presidium, the TCs die so fast, the primary's gone. This is not even, there's no question about it, folks. Like, if it was not for the Presidium on the front line, I do not think this base exists anymore. Donati played into something he's not familiar with. No one uses Presidium this much. But Cal, the most turtly player in the top 100, shows you exactly why you should be using Presidium. Even when it means you're not getting your tech upgrades. Oh my god, dude. Like, it's insane as well because you can just toggle at any stage. Villagers are dying here, but whoop-de-doo. Cal, like, he survived the denting. You need to do so much damage if you're Don. And with Streltsy and Spears here, that's going to be difficult. He'll swarm over the Streltsy, but at what cost? Several Keshiks go down. 5 remain. Make that 4. And this, I mean, this is where you need your tech up. He's scaling more crossbows, but crossbows against Mass Limitana, you just don't win that. Donite says he feels like he's happy to exchange. I respect that, Don. I can see where you're coming from, but the problem now is we're into the late game Imperial Age, like Byzantines. If he gets the Limitane upgrades, I genuinely think he just wins with Mass Limitane plus Streltsy to support right now. Unless you can get that tech up. But even then, like, that gold needs to be spent into hand cannoneers, right? Like, this... It's weird because you feel like you're in a good position, but the problem is, like, finishing the base. And Calp, in typical Calp fashion, adds in another TC. And that Presidium stays forever, folks. White Stupor is on the way. So, Donai, after these trades, you realize there's actually... Now we're talking about real Imperial. We're talking about the upgrades coming through. I need to match that. I think you need to prioritize mangoes, though. If you do not have mangoes against these Streltsy, dead. And not just... Wow. Okay, he's rebuilding 2 TCs in total. So, Calp, understanding his eco is small. This is pretty smart by Calp because right now, like, his eco is weak. Don's is boomed. Like, he can't go more. Like, this is full cap. You can't go beyond this. So... If Calp was able to hold like this, if he can just get his eco up to match, I think the logic for him is that he can win these fights. It's not going to be easy, though. Outpost on the front side is going to give them movement speed. I mean, really, you need that Kurultai, I think. Losing that Kurultai the way it happened, like, imagine if you had it for these assaults, the difference it would make. Donati now, Imperial Age, but taking the assault before he gets the upgrades! Limitane now diving in. Nesta Beast following up from this. There's already death for the front line. The attack speed arrow gets you. Don thinks he can stand here, but he's body blocked by his own landmark. And the wraparound comes in. Calp with the Mass Limitane. He finds it all. And he will chop him immediately off the block. The Mango's not even taking out any of the ranged. Rams get cleaned up. Don just threw away everything. Man, that fight right there. Like a horde from the north. Unlimited speardom. You thought that the Abbasids were to be feared for their spear in the late game. Move over, Abbasid Dynasty. There's a new late game king in town, and it's called the Limitane. The movement speed as well. He's got the teardrop shields. That's the game breaker, folks. The extra 15% movement speed allowed him to pinch that fight. Donai, unable to retreat due to his own dead landmark. That's going to be a reboom, this time into hand cannoneers, but the problem with hand cannoneers that this is what I don't like about this. Hand cannoneers will legit lose this fight. The reason? Limitane, reduced damage they take by 50%. That means that your hand cannoneers aren't doing 35 damage. They're doing 17. These spears do 11 damage. The difference in cost compared to the difference in damage there doesn't sound very fair for hand cannoneers. That's before we talk about those Nesta Bees. If they get a single volley off, it's going to be curtains closed. And there's the Zergian. Unlimited Limitane. Nesta Bees just trying to pound down the outpost, but the cannon placements come in, but it just doesn't matter to Calp. He says, go! A-click, never look back. Mango's dead. Hand cannoneers need to retreat. The cannon emplacements are not going to last long here. And you want to know what makes Limitane so insane in late game, folks? What is the one thing that you can get forever in Age of Empires 4? What is the one resource that never runs out? Food. What is the one thing you really only need for this unit? With a tiny splash of wood. These things that seem like they're detrimental in the early game, which they are, by the way. AE food in the early game hurts your economy so much because limited food. But when you reach unlimited food, this never runs out. You know, spears are for the weekend, but Limitane are eternal. For Nesta Bees now. Hand cannon is being thrown away. Limitane, dude, they're going off that trade. Oh my god. They're so fast! Dude, they're like mini Palace Guard! Oh my god! Go, go, go! Send it! Whoa, 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 he says. Don, you want to fight in the center? No, 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 no. We're going to fight over here. It all belongs to me now. The Limitane, no limit. The Unlimitane power. And that has to be it. I mean, there's no recovering this. The true Sith Lord has reared his head. Unlimitane is your Byzantine meta, folks. You want to win games? Get to the late game. Woo-hoo-hoo! Kaup, I respect the hell out of this. You know, we've seen some crazy, weird, wild, turtly games. But this was a hard-fought-for, well-earned victory for Kaup. I mean, he can't stop it. There's just so many still up here. He needs everything on the front side, and he's still losing these fights. If you guys have not checked out Kaup and Don, you should when they stream. This is exactly why. These are the type of games they find themselves in. Two of the funnest players to actually watch fight. I feel like they often get this because Kaup is all about these weird forms of defenses. Like, I say weird, but it's more like he defends harder than most players would. And Don is the opposite of that. He's polarizing. Don will happily say he doesn't like late game. He doesn't like long games. He likes bloodbaths. And this has turned into an absolute messy late game. Don has reached the base. However, have you met Limitane? You know why they have teardrop shields? Because they're going to make you cry on Reddit. Boom. Nesta Bees can't fight, but who cares? Unlimitane. Say it with me, folks. Unlimitane. Unlimitane. I feel like I'm exercising a demon right now. Unlimitane. Oh my god. Have mercy on Don Sol. Shout out to Tips for the raid, by the way. You got here just in time for the party. Oh, Kaup's victories feel dirty sometimes. Something feels dirty, but at the same time right about this. We got so used to watching Byzantines lose. But this is the glory of Unlimitane. Dude, that was such a sick game. Thank you for highlighting that one, Don. That was an amazing game. Such an entertainment one. Entertainment one? Entertaining one. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit hungry. Nerf incoming. The problem, like, actually, the sad part is they probably will do that to the Byzantines, even though there's not much left. Not as good as Kaup versus Krakeny. If they had a better one. Nah, I appreciate you, Don, man. You're amazing for that. So we need... Do you think the other one was worth watching, Don? You said that one was better than the Cliffside one, but is the Cliffside one worth a ganders as well? Because it was... Actually, if you had to choose between the Cliffside one versus Kaup or the Cliffside one versus Soldier, which was better in your eyes? Oh, dude, my restream bot's working now. What's up, David? Had a ranked game versus Jean. Dude, I think, like, so wiped his whole eco, army production, and locked John. Dude. Oh my god, that's brilliant. That's absolutely brilliant. Go across to my Discord and link that. I don't know what rank you are, but link that for me. Oh, man. Sushi Biz one is worth to watch too? Hell yeah. Okay, we'll check that one out. It's Don time, folks. Kaup versus Donati. Take 2. In fact, David, if you check my... I don't know if I got my Discord linked on my YouTube. I think I have. But if it's not there, then you can check the Twitch. It's definitely in the Twitch. Sorry, I just messaged someone about money. Papa needs his money. All right, I'm gonna ride the hunger until it's time for food because I think we're gonna go for about another hour and then we're gonna go eat. This is gonna be super sick though, dude. Oh, what's that? I'm getting loads of spams. Actually. Okay, yeah, good to go. Whoa. Actually, one sec. I need to restart my game because I'm noticing everything's lagging. I think I got a memory leak from all that time we spent on the thingy. That does happen a lot in A4 still, sadly. So one sec. We'll restart game, and then we're going to do Donai versus Calp again. But this time, I think, was it Byzantines versus Juji's Legacy? That's going to be hype. You dropped down to Diamond 1 when you had that matchup? Dude, that's quite funny at Diamond rank to do that to someone's pretty hilarious. Abba bees over Mongol bees in terms of soldier games. Ah, got you. Thank you. Do you call it Sushi Legacy? I mean, it's like, it sounds like kind of like sushi, but I just call it Juji because the thing that is kind of weird there is like Chinese. I don't think Chinese people even eat sushi. Like I know sushi is Japanese. It's almost like Juji. You need Juji to have been a Japanese variant, right? All right, awesome. Thank you for that, David. I don't know. Are you going to play a lot over the weekend? I might try to catch it off like stream then. Otherwise, don't have Discord though. I'm trying to think of another way you can send me the game. I'm not sure. Maybe you could like leave a comment on one of my like YouTube streams with your details, and I can have a look. Let me know that it's the John Walden game, and then I'll have a look. I don't know, like, is there a way to get a link regardless? Like I said, in the comments on the YouTube video, just literally leave a... What you can do is you can leave a comment with the name of your account, the name of the person you versed, and then put the map as well, so I can definitely find it. And then just say Jean Wall, and I'll know what that means. I might cast that one off stream, we'll see, because obviously, like, I don't know if you're planning to play a lot this weekend, because I don't know if I'm going to stream this weekend, because obviously EGC is going on. I might try to do an early stream on Sunday, but if not, my next stream will be Monday. Oh, man. Dude, I'm actually so glad when Don comes in with the recommendations, though. It's so nice. It's like the amount of times where I'll, like, check if Don's played. I'm like, 4 days. Damn it. Don is one of my favorite players to watch because he always tries to do entertaining different things. Like, Don has had one of my favorite Juji's Legacy games of the entire expansion. And that was the Cliffside one where he all-ins against, I can't remember who it was. Was it Poppy Paw or someone? He literally just sends all of his villagers in with the entire army. It's super sick. So many players are scared to play on the edge of their seat like that. But like when you know the game is close to over, you kind of just got to gamble, right? Got you, David. Awesome. All right, you guys ready for this game? Boys, gals, and non-binary pals, welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. I am hyped for more Don Artie versus Calp. If you just saw the Byzantine-Mongol game, you know exactly why. These two deliver time and time again. In fact, Don Artie playing a busted-ass Civ. He's going to be on the Juji's Legacy. Calp once again on the Byzantines. But I'm happy to watch Juji in Don Artie's hands every day of the week because this guy plays it different. He plays it more aggressive. He plays it vulgar with a bunch of Chuganu spam, admittedly, quite often. But he tries to end the game fast, which is always cool to see. Calp, on the other hand, the reason why these two make for such a beautiful combo to see dancing in their pub games is that they are polar opposites, really. Think about the way these two play. Don Artie is very much an all-in player. I think he's still in the chat. He'll even admit it. He hates late game. He hates long games. He just wants it over with, right? That's why he's willing to pull the villages, Control-Shift-A in the enemy base. Meanwhile, on the other side, Calp is like, hit me hard. Like, okay, but it does have that more kind of feeling to it. Like, Calp really is a glutton for punishment. He'll turtle down, he won't come out. He's that type of player so often. So having these two face off gives you an absolute clash of opposites. And well, it's interesting when you get these two civs, because actually I'd say Byzantines and Juji's are both seen as more defensive civs, reliant on that mid to late game. Juji's actually have early timing, so it kind of fits nicer into Don Artie style. But we're playing a map that also fits aggression. Mark my words, folks, Cliffside is going to be one of the most aggro maps in the rotation. I actually think English is going to be ban-worthy on this map because it's just so short. Look at the distance between you and the enemy. Compared to your regular map play, there's almost always a direct line of sight, right? Because the way the Cliffside spawn with the Sacred Site, there's always a pass there. So English, as an example, with longbows, are able to rush your base very quickly. The same goes with things like Zhu Xi's Legacy, with early cheeky new play, maybe even some cheeky Palace Guard if you want to go weird. And the other thing as well is typically something you want to have spawns on your front side. In this case, that really does echo true. The stone spawned on the front side for Kaup, the gold spawned on the front side for Don Artie. Oh, also, I did see the push-ups from Worst Case. Don't worry, buddy. I will do the push-up redemption after this game. And yeah, there you go. I just proved the point there. The game we just watched was the first game in this entire expansion that he hit Imperial Age. I believe it. And I believe that that is disgusting. You leave right now, Don. You know what you've done. Actually, is it that disgusting? 48. This is going to be... Is that like 80 food? 30 stone, 20 wood? It's disgusting because it's literally right next to his TC, right? Like, that's kind of the vile detail about this. He didn't run off to the edge of the map to get something silly like this. Like, actually, if he did, this would have been better. But that's still vile. I'm going to say grand total resources from this is probably going to be about 112, 115. Oh, yeah. And now immediately on the stone as well. So, disgusting opening for Don, as is often the case. I think Zhu Xi's is also going to be popular on this map because this very frequently happens. You either get double berries spawn close together, or if you head out to the edge of the map, you'll typically get like a stone, gold, and then like a berry bush plus wood. This would have been insane if he was on this side, actually. Look at this. Double gold, stone, and a wood line. Yeah, no, these are the type of gains you can get, especially around the center. Like, this area, Jesus. Like, you could... Dude, if he dropped one here... I think maybe it couldn't have reached there. Maybe. It would be close, though. But there's just so many easy gains on a lot of these new maps, the Meditation Gardens. So here we go, folks. 78 food, 14... So it's almost... So it's 80 food, I think, going to be total. About 15 wood and then 30 stone. That's... I need a vomit bucket. That's 3 villages, just like that. And once again, like, the issue here is, like, if that was the cap, if that was the best you could get, but you had to walk half the map, understandable. Don Artie walked half a screen and got that. That's incredible. Meanwhile, other side, Kaup, he actually is going Hippodrome. That is exciting to see. So I think it's because the biggest scare for him is Zhu Xi's playing into Zhuge Nu, right? It's the most likely play they're going to do. But the other reason why I've been on record saying I really love Hippodrome against Chinese and Chinese variant is because they build a lot of TCs, which means they have a lot of villages, which means there's a lot of potential for Expilatores, right? And the Hippodrome plus the Triumph allows you to snipe villages so quickly and so effectively. Like, if you get up to 10 horsemen and just find a wood line, gone. So pretty cool read. In some ways, it can be harder to just nail down Zhu Xi and Chinese with this play, though, because if they scale into their villages, they can protect their villages. Say that 10 times. But if they start getting these, especially with Song Dynasty now activated, which I imagine is the idea, that's a cool idea there by Don, by the way. I've seen players drop the first village, but instead he went for the house, and then he goes Jiangnan into the village afterwards, right? And that allows him to get a much bigger discount. Meanwhile, Scout is going to have an eyeball on what's happening here. A little raid attempt on the front side of Don Artie's base, going to push off the gold. Has got enough gold to get into the second tax, man, which is really important here. I think he's going to, what, maybe queue that in about a minute's time. He doesn't have too many things to prioritize here. Just a few people on wood. Most are going to be on food. This is still just ridiculous, folks. He got 124 resources. 124 from that. It's not the highest I've seen, but yeah. I don't know if it would even be balanced if you said that the further away from your TC the Meditation Garden is, the more of its potential it can unlock. Because I think, like, with the Chinese build speed, it's so easy to just move away and do that anyway in the early game. We'll see. Don Artie is able to last into the mid-late game. I was about to say mid game, which is mid and late together. Because we have got more horsemen coming. Kaup already up to level 4 on the Systems here. Did immediately go in for the Exploratorius. So this is going to be a very big deal. Looks like he already did pump the Triumph once. Didn't really find any value, so kind of feels like a mistake made there. But remember, the issue of what's going to happen here for Donati is the speed at which he scales villages and the speed at which he needs more villages is going to be... Seriously, I need to change this thing. The building, the population building, they're going to be different. And the reason that's important is this is going to give you room for 40 eco. But in terms of defense, it's going to give you room for 8. So there's a lot of villages that are going to be running around screaming panic and bloody murder. And this is also a game where Don has delayed getting Wheelbarrow. So if Cal just keeps going up to like 10 horsemen, it's going to be payday. Exploratorius means he already gets +2 damage against workers, as you can see there. And then when he activates the Triumph, it's going to be an extra 4 damage. That means you're doing 15 damage per strike. That is the same damage a Gilded Horseman would do. Archer on the front side might be the first to fall here. Cal actually letting it go up is kind of surprising. Seems a little bit paranoid about the spears. Might be able to yoink this villager, though. I don't think you need to activate the Triumph to get it. There you go. Poke of the sticks. One goes down. That's 20 gold in his pocket. Need to be careful, though, because if Kalp accidentally kills these villagers with the scout, he won't get paid. It's kind of weird like that. I've seen it before. Like, this is another reason why if you're planning to keep raiding, playing into Keshix is dicey. Much prefer what Kalp's doing there. Great wolves in the meantime from Donati. He's going to funnel him in, but that's going to be Triumph. He's going to run right past and take the damage. Smart maneuvering. But yeah, this is something you need to be careful of, by the way. I've seen loads of players go Triumph with Expilatores, and they go Keshix. And the reason Keshix are really, really bad is because if you go for Keshix, the Keshix are more likely to kill villagers than horsemen. If that happens, you don't get any gold. Meanwhile, going Lombos instead gives him a solid answer to the spears and the Chuganu. So pretty cool read. And I don't think that Don knows, right? Yeah, no. His scout has been staying at home, which you have to do. This is another strong element of growing for the Hippodrome, is because you go for Horseman, your opponent can't scout. Because if he comes out, he just dies to Mass Horseman, right? So this lets you mask your next play. And it's a super cool play as well, because, as I said, the meta right now, when people play Hippodrome, they're almost always going into Keshix. I don't think Don was expecting this. I mean, he might have because it's Kalp, but if you didn't see the player's name and you think it's Civ matchups, this wouldn't make sense. And check what else Kalp is doing. Sees he can't actually get in because all the walls going up, so he's going to go up himself. He's very up, actually, with a landmark that big. Golden Horn Tower being erected at the back of his base. Oh, okay. In fairness, Don, I'll give that to you. Like, it makes so much sense. I didn't give enough credit. He protected the villager by deleting the wall to let the spearman through because the gate wasn't going to go up. I should actually praise you for that, because I've been critical of players not deleting things enough. Like, someone that's kind of a pet peeve of mine, I say peeve, but it's such a high-level player, this master, is like when you see people with mass melee having to defend with mass melee, and they don't delete buildings, right? Like, they basically run into their own choke points, and they lose because of it. Like, so actually, very big respect there. Don using the delete key to get an edge in a fight. There's so many players that I've watched with buildings not delete them and lose more because of it. Don now marching in, though, towards the primary. I think he knows what's happening here. When you see just a small group of Lombos and Horsemen, it's too obvious. Your opponent has to be going Castle Age. And yes, I agree, Don. It is very hard to delete easily in this game. I think it would be really cool if the devs added in an option to fast delete on buildings, so you could toggle. I do think that actually, you know, fast delete for everything if you really want to be that person, like double tap delete or something. But I do think that the trade-off should be that when wall lulls happen, you can't delete any units. Firm handshakes? Firm handshakes. Systems going down. Good read there. I like that Don's prioritizing that because, you know, the issue we saw last game is that Presidium was a really big kind of game breaker here. The interesting thing, actually, by the way, I think for how broken systems look with Presidium to defend, from what we saw in Kalp's game earlier, the solution is killing the systems. I think you need to just target systems down when you see Presidium. I'm pretty sure the systems do get the buff, but maybe I'm wrong on that. I kind of hope I'm wrong. Even if they do, though, getting rid of them first opens the doors for longer harass, right? And also, it costs your opponent so much to replace at the stage. They have to pay 250, I think it is, for level 5 system. 250 stone. Better to target the Aqueduct. True, you could go Aqueduct into Cistern, but realistically, yeah, it's like just getting rid of it entirely is pretty good still. And yes, there is an insane population difference. 60 to 117. So Zhu Ji's name begins with Z. The Zerg begin with Z. I'm sure this is just a coincidence. Rams coming in now from Don. I've seen this move before. Horsemen are a good answer, though. Immediately just denting this one. Slow reaction. Spears finally moving across, but hard to get in there. No Presidium being used by Cap right now, so mistakes being made there. Upgrade coming in for the Horsemen finally. A little bit slow to get access to that gold. He's actually building into the racks. Has got some relics coming back as well. Cool to see him playing into monasteries. A very Calp-esque move. But cool in the timing considering that he doesn't actually have the Grand Winery, right? So he doesn't have free access. Horseman getting in. Nice use of the Triumph there. Able to just tank through this. We'll be able to get through the battering ram. Now, keep in mind, he done this without the veterancy, though. And mistakes made there. There was no Dialecticus. I keep seeing this, guys. Byzantines, I know they're underperforming right now, but these details matter a lot. Not having Dialecticus there meant they didn't have the extra armor, the extra health, and the extra damage to get through that fast. A lull from Calp. Just going to have to run that relic back as much as he can. He's dragging them further away from Donati. Don, who still nowhere near ready for Castle Age. That does sound like Don to me. He says, oh, Castle Age, that sounds like I need to build rams. More are coming. Now, this is actually a big deal, by the way, folks. If he gets rid of the Hippodrome, that means no Triumph whatsoever. Really important detail. Remember, another downside for Calp, he's playing against the Chuge Numas, and he has not built a blacksmith at all. Continues to not do so, in fact. That's a very big negative. I've seen this so often. Just classic Byzantines, right? Struggling to find the way into a blacksmith in their build. Divers coming out, though. Hippodrome being dented pretty hard here. And Cataphracts have arrived for the party. Ram's going to be able to take out the Hippodrome. Not before those charges are activated, so the Triumph's going to juice them up a little bit, but Spearman will be able to push them away. Lombo Mass able to counter out the Spears, and Chuge Nu not able to stay here long term, but Rams, in the meantime, are going to now move into the Merc House. Donati just trying to do what he can to dent this, but you can't help but feel the time has passed, right? The military mass is just not impressive anymore. If he starts trampling through this Chuge Nu, they're going to die fast as well. Villagers are at least being targeted down, so good micro there by Donati, realizing he can't kill any military. Just needs to take eco away. It's now 38 economy versus 72. Plus the Meditation Garden, because that's broken. We can't forget about it. Calp. Has still got one cat. Okay, no Cataphract. I think Calp needs to be careful. If he uses the Berserk, he's going to lose a lot of troops here. Luckily for him, it's on cooldown. Chuge Nu continue to back away now. Keep in mind, Don has way too much wood. It's almost like he wanted to build something that would ram Calp out of this game. What could it be? I'm hoping that's the granary transition. Yes, it is. There we go. So Don, he's ran out of steam for the time being, but if he can get the full granary transition, he could actually afford a tech up and an army. But it's so hard from here. Like, it's deceitful because when you look at their economy, you just think, oh, yeah, Don's won this game. Like, there's no way Calp can come back. That's a bait. Calp hasn't got many of these olive groves yet. That'll scale eventually into more mercs. He's still going to be faster to the relics, right? Like, Don just fully retracted his army, which means 5 relics could be feasible for Calp. And he is an entire age ahead. And Don right now is still going for a very one-dimensional army. It's just unlimited Chuge Nu. Would have been nice if Calp could have got a little bit more stone here. Actually, I think a keep drop would really slow down this game. And right now, the goal should be for Calp to slow this game down a little bit. Because Don, it looks like he's going in again. Dude doesn't even want Castle Age, right? Like, he just spent more on the granaries. Plenty on the Chuge Nu. In fact, considering he had 1,000 wood, and half these were already prepped, most of that wood disappearing wasn't into farms, folks. It was into mass Chuge Nu. Oy. And yes, we are finally getting under mesh. I have said this, though. This is a weak point of a lot of Byzantine players right now. They just can't figure out how to wiggle blacksmiths in. What's worse is when you build that blacksmiths out of range of the cistern as well. So that's a whole minute to wait for each tech. Kind of rough. Now, second TC. Huh. Surprise. Surprise. Calp going for multi-TC. I haven't seen this before, dude. I wonder if Don knows as well. He's probably got this tingling feeling. He's like, wait, I didn't kill him. What's the chances he's building town centers? Probably quite high. Don posturing hard here. So he's remastered the Chuginu. Army's looking pretty big, but Don does need to get back into the ramps to dent the space. Hippodrome is almost fully repaired at this stage. 3 villages, Calp being optimal with his wood. Wombos aren't going to be able to tickle down these troops, but I kind of have a feel, Don, like this is a stage where you go Castle Age, right? Like if you just get the Chuginu upgrade, you can still break his base, but the more you wait, the more Varangian you're going to face. And agreed, as the Byzantines have struggled to get the extra techs in, but when you're against Chuji or Chinese, it's critical you get Undermesh. Undermesh is so important, you can't forgo it at all. Scout goes down. Donati leading the charge with the weakest here. Merciless Man. Langstick in the mixer there. If he's targeting the wrong units, he might die fast. This needs to back up Donati. Good micro. Immediately takes out the cleavers. Still a decent amount of Chuginu going down here. Struggling to get deeper. Lombo's now tickling him away. The TC5 definitely stinging. Steeled Arrow also now coming in, so that town center is going to hurt more. Donati continues to be relentless in his aggression, now adding in a 3rd TC to get the deer. I think this is where maybe you start considering Castle Age. In fact, with that many farms, I don't think he's going to have a choice. Calp also going wide. I like this approach. He already got all the relics, final ones on the way home. He walked all the way over here for it. Now he gets the Sacred Sites as well. So despite what you're seeing on the eco count, folks, Calp has a little bit of extra trickle with the Olive Groves. He also has now got a lot of gold coming in via Sacred Site and Relic control. In fact, it's going to be 600 gold passively a minute once that final Relic is home. And it will be. Longbow's just probing this assault force here as Chuginu try to move in. Could be using the line formation to stay out of range. Mango is going to ambush, though, and that's going to scare Don and Artie away. Ooh, that was almost sick from Calp. Did you see what he done there? He hit the Mango behind the Aqueduct. Gets one more wallop out, though, so good hit there onto Don. Don still not taking up, though. Surely you've reached the point where, I mean, you're basically popped. You have no choice now, Don. I know you're not the biggest fan of Castle Age, but hear me out. You kind of have no choice in this game anymore. In before Don's like, watch this. You know how most players are like, woohoo, I can get Castle Age. Don's the type of player who sits there and goes, if I must. Third TC. Now, once again, this is looking like the Calp I know. I love how Calp always, with the Byzantines, does this delayed TC boom. It's kind of cool to see, and I think it's really smart. Because it allows you to catch up after being aggressive. It's a very different approach to what I think I've seen from almost any other player playing Byzantine. It's now the second game in a row we've seen it out of him. Varangian now charging in. I like that the Langstick is splitting up the fight a bit more, so it's staggered formation. Just means that you can tickle away the longbows easier. Don, apparently he was doing some reading about the Juji Legacy landmarks. He hasn't been in Castle before this. Why am I not surprised by that? So we're definitely not doing Shaolin Monastery, considering there are no relics for him. In fact, we're just waiting for Calp to drop off that final one. It's been a while. Which means we're going to be going for Mr. Taxman, so it should be the Mount Lu Academy. Pretty good for the movement speed, just able to tax even more. Also allows you to get some food with your tax drop-offs instead of just gold. I don't know how that works. I guess these taxmen just turn up to the house. They like come in for the gold and leave with the slab of meat and bread for your family. Mean buggers that they are. And all 3 Sacred Sites now locked in for Calp. Chuginu are wrapping around the back, so Donati going for a wide arc here. Ooh, this could be really good. Able to find all these villages, but keep in mind, although he's going to lose out on gold generation here, he has got all the passive generation. So he needs to move into the farms. Langstick are now reacting, but can't go in on their own. They need something tanky to frontline for the entry. Mass migration of the farms. Mango is now reacting to this. Shot coming in. Lanx plus the Varangian will now scare him away, but Sacred Sites are now counting down, so Don has to come out soon. Good movings there by Donai. Movings is definitely the word. Yeah, honestly, he used like a quarter of his Chicken mass to just buy so much time. However, look what's happening on the Ford. Kalp is just kind of nodding his head to this and saying, okay, later game? Later game? Sure, we can go later game. And I am a bit worried if this goes later for Don. Don seems to be a bit too much of a Chuginu enjoyer here. I think you need to find a new unit type. Man, that overreaction as well. 3 Spring was to react to 1 Mango. Actually, Kalp's gone up to 3, so it's a good read. Gotta remember, these Siege Workshops work ridiculously fast, folks. 15 seconds. 15 seconds to get a Mango out is kind of bonkers. Varangian and Lanx will chase this down, so it looks like the last of Chuginu on the flank should be dealt with. Sacred Site timers are still ticking, though, and I've got this feeling that Kalp is pivoting win condition to be Sacred Sites. Is he going to go for the stone on the right side? If he just harvests stone and goes for a keep drop, this game is going to be very hard for Don. Don, who has literally no way of dealing with buildings right now. Now, I know people are tempted to say, but mass Chuginu, but yes, but keep, folks. Even a keep, you won't be able to deal with. Wait, am I blind? What did he go for? Yeah, it was Mountain Lure, as expected. Hasn't gone for the single whip reform yet, so hasn't got the extra movement speed. I think that's the only one really worth grabbing here. If you're actually, considering the pocket ecos he's playing, going for Red Seals, this might have been a good Imperial Red Seals game. I don't see them often, but he's got a Lumber Camp here. He's got the Mining Camp over here. Instead, he says, I don't want to waste time on that. It's time for Imperial Age. What the duck is this timing? What? Bro, he didn't even get level 2 food gathering. That's crazy. And no wheelbarrow either. Yeah, we're going to need to talk about that, Donster. The no wheelbarrow is maybe the biggest surprise here. I think he's been a little bit distracted, folks. However, tech up might be good, but look at Kalp's timing. He's literally just going to be a minute behind. And army-wise, I think he scales a lot better. I'm glad Don is now moving into Palace Guard. If he's going to win this game, that's going to be his one hope. Moves in for the decap on the Sacred Site. Foreign Engineering Company is now going to be built. That's going to give him all the perks of these different unit types. All the upgrades. So his Lombos are going to get Volley, for example. On top of that, he's going to get access to those juicy Nest of Bees. A nice dose of irony for the Zhujis. The wall's going up. Yeah, I think Kalp had the wrong idea at the wrong time here. Oh, dude, if he was earlier on this, maybe. Movement in the center. Don, we've been here before. And we are once again. Oh, interesting. He went for the extra Imperial officials. That's surprising. You can only get 2 of these techs. And wait, how are you not okay, in fairness, it is cheaper, but still, you need to be prioritizing Chuginu bolts here. Instead, you might be prioritizing Chuginu losses. Langsneck moving in with the cleaves. Upgrade is complete, but he hasn't got the elite statuses on anything yet. Kalp, although he's in Imperial Age, he's not really. However, it might not matter. A lot of Chuginu going down here. Rams will be addressed, so Kalp able to buffer him away. Donai just trying to get into mass Palace Guard at this stage of the game, but he's going to need someone to flood in too fast. His goal shouldn't be to take the main fight. It should be to move beyond it. So it does get activated, so now you can see the chase down fast. Have we got the teardrop shields, actually? No teardrop shields yet for Kalp. Very big surprise there, considering he's playing into mass Varangian. The attack speed is definitely a big buffer. And the important part here is Don needs to hold this choke, because if he gets pushed past it, the mass Palace Guard doesn't work. His one edge right now is movement speed. Like, he loses to Varangian 100%. I mean, Varangian, they do have less health, sure, but they've got more armor. They hit harder. Mango's also just holding this hostage. Just so many of them right now. 4 in tow. Don just trying to get the sprills together, but this is getting to be quite the bind he's finding himself in. And Mango's once again walloping the damage to that front line. Palace Guard not going to be able to hold up long against that. Donati past the fold. Villagers working hard to gather the gold on the front side. Still no Imperial officials. Surprised he still hasn't gone for the Imperial Red Seals. It helped him a lot, but we have to remember that the microing the Chinese taxman, very difficult in the late game like this. There's so many things to focus on, so getting them in the right place with how quickly you exhaust is not easy. However, it feels like Don needs all the gold he can get. Varangian and Archers continue to push forward. Mangonels going to peel that one back. One does get sniped out by the Springwolves, but the others will remain. 3-for-3 Springwood exchange, but the Varangian do get in. So Don overextends here with the anti-siege. Mango's now walloping at the crossbows at the Chicken New. Don running out of space here as he's forced back into his production. This game is looking kind of cut and dry. I'm not really sure how Don gets back in now. I mean, the gold is exhausting fast, right? Like, look at this. He's cracked the 4K already. The rest of the gold is out of his purview. And he's trying to go into crossbow pals guard. That is a heavy amount of gold. Sure, you got the tax, but folks, I mean, he still doesn't have the movement speed. Like, he's not able to actually move around quick enough here. Funny thing is he went for the supervise to increase the production supervision from 150 to 300%, but I'm not really sure what that's meant to do for him. Dude, this is looking cut and dry for Calp. Calp kind of has his opponent on the chop and block right now. We are now seeing the ferocious speed coming in, so he's going to get the movement speed while berserking. Just more dive comp, essentially being the pseudo pass guard in this game. A hard game now for Don to recover. Now, I'm going to give Don a little bit of a defense here. Don, this is the first time he's gone into cast lace with Zhu Xi's legacy. He does not do this often, so this is foreign territory for him right now. And it's also territory he knows he hates. He's been vocal about this. He did not like that late game. And yet he finds himself here against Calp, someone who thrives on that prolonged engagement, on that slugfest. This is definitely a slugger. This Varangian just so bloody lethal now at this stage of the game. Archers are going to be a bit exposed. Mangoes are protected behind them, though. Second wave of Varangian and Cleavers coming in with those Langsneck. Langsneck that are fully upgraded in elite status. They hit hard. The Varangian, oh my god, are they going to get that? No way. It's so close. The Springwolves, they come into the front line, though. The formation wrap there, not good. So another Springwolf goes down as he gets baited to come forward as he's trying to find the Mangoes. The last of the Varangian to snipe out those Springwolves. They won't be able to find it. One survives. The two Mangonels and a nest of bees. Folks, I think you need to back up here if you're Don. That's way too much firepower. So gives over the ground again. Don struggling to keep enough food in reserve to just keep the wave coming. Calp behind this. He's going for the GG push. It's mass Siphons on the way. This is going to be it. I think when you start losing this ground here, it's going to become unrecoverable. Keep drop on the way from Calp. I mean, Calp is just 2 E's away from keep. And he's making this game look easy right now as Don has nothing left to do. He's officially out of gold, folks. Less than 500 income is not going to cut it if you're trying to scale crossbows. Calp. He's solving the Byzantines, man. Oh, has Don found more gold? Okay, credit to him. He's got a grand total of 44 people on gold, but... Oh, you sneaky goose. Okay. Well played. I actually didn't see that sneak. But this is a lot of Rams coming. And this keep is going to consolidate him. There's 11 Cairo siphons in total. About to siphon away all the HP on your TCs. Oh, man. Okay, so I love that Don is in the chat being like, no, I've got the gold. But the Hopium ends here. That's just too many Rams. He's going to be GG'd out of this game. Great plays by Calp. Early game had to pivot hard into this defend and hold late. And well, Calp definitely specializes in that type of play. If you haven't checked these two out, give them a follow. They do both stream on occasion, so don't miss them when they go live so you can get more wild gameplay like this. And if you haven't yet, be sure to subscribe to the channel. Follow me here. Follow me on all those places as well. Be sure to subscribe because every little bit helps. We're going to be streaming a lot more through December now that I'm done with casting gigs for other broadcasts. I think the only thing I've got left to do is I've got maybe 1 or 2 EGC weekends, but outside that, probably going to have like 4 or 5 streams a week, so you guys are definitely going to get good bang for buck. Use those primes so you don't have to worry about ads. I'm curious, did anyone get any ads in those games? Because I can't help that. The only way you can help it is by priming. So get it in. Thank you for the hydration. Oh, I need to do some push-ups as well, don't I? I've got the hungers really hard, actually. I'm very hungry. But I want to rock one more game then I'll probably have to call it. So I reckon we can do one more, and then I've got to eat. And then later tonight, guys, I'm going to be doing a pub quiz. I have tweeted about it. So my friend and me, Jorisar, we do this pub quiz together. We're raising money for War Child. It's really cool. We're going to be part of the Jingle Jam, if you guys know what that is. It's something that the Yogscast group put together each year around Christmas. You guys might be familiar with it if you go on Humble Bundle and buy their bundles. So we're actually going to be doing, it's called Virtual Quizzes. We do a bunch of pub quizzing to support that. So we've got time for one more game. Do we do another Don or do we go somewhere else? What's up, Lytical? How's it going, buddy? Hey, Pathless. How you doing, bud? I'm just having a look now. Is anyone online? Any interesting games happening? Who's Voldy got? Miyamai. I don't know who that is. Are they high rank? 130th, actually. That's respectable. Oh, they stream as well. Do you want to watch a Voldemort game to round it out? Or do you guys want more Don? Quickly, vote in chat. Mush, mush, mush. We've got limited time. What's it going to be? More Don? We can do Don versus Soldier or Miyamai versus Voldemort. We have options. I'm seeing Don's in chat. You guys want Don? Dude, we love Don. Don's amazing. Actually, I just realized I never /VIP Don I. I don't know why I haven't done that before. Boom, fixed. Yeah, bees just need to be figured out. I've been saying for a long time. You're showing on stream? Oh, whoops. Thank you. There we go. Didn't see the results. We haven't clicked what we're watching yet. I think like bees and teens, I still think that Hippodrome is like underrated and very strong in early and late game. It just needs the right situation. So you had some games versus Numidan, actually. So we can do Soldier, which we got Soldier, which is a Byzantine versus Abbasids. Or we've got Cliffside again, where Don once again does Yuji versus Order of the Dragon against Numidan. Yeah, you played Baloo. Baloo is Numidan. Do we want more Byzantine or we've seen enough for now? Byzantines versus Abbasids. I have a feeling that's going to be a very chill game. I say that, it's Donati Abbasids, probably not. All right, let's do this. It's Soldier. It'll be good. Yeah, I think Calp is solving Byzantines. Like, it's not fully solved, but he's making good progress with it. Especially the Mongol game, the way he used Presidium is better than what I've seen out of like 95% of players. Actually, no, I'd say 99%. I think that was probably the single best game I've seen for Presidium use with the Byzantines at all. Like, Calp done a phenomenal job there. All right. You guys ready? Let's get to. With the Donati fan club right now, for good reason. He delivers so many bangers. And, well, here alongside him to help do that is the one and only Soldier. Boys, gals, non-binary pals, welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. It's time for a Byzantines Abbasid showdown. Now, this feels appropriate because I'm pretty sure just a game or two ago, I was saying that the Abbasids need to move over and the Byzantines now rule the Speardom in the late game. Wonder if we're going to get there. It's definitely two civs that can play a more chill opening. And I know that a lot of people want to see Byzantines, so always fun to watch them up against a bunch of different civs. I mean, it does feel like Byzantine Day, I agree. I feel like Don's been getting a lot of party time against them. But he's playing a strong civ. I think in my eyes, like Abbasids is... Before the expansion, Abbasids was top 2, easily. Rus is like OP in competitive, OP in most situations, I felt. But like for me, I'd see like Malians versus Abbasids. Abbasids felt like they had more flexibility and they were harder to read. And I think that's what can make them a very interesting opponent here because it gives Donati the flexibility to either be a greedy boy or a very angry boy. Now, in his way stands one of the hopes of NA, one of the true champions. If you guys are not familiar with the illustrious Soldier, you've been missing out. A wonderful fellow, a very talented lad, the brother of Givyung Zadi. Together, they usually represent America's best hopes in tournaments historically. I'm hoping that does change over time. I'm looking forward to seeing more talent come through. I think I've been vocal about this before, and I stand by it. I don't like how heavily skewed Age of Empires is to Europe. That's not to add, like, throw shades of flame at the Europeans for being so good. What I mean is I want to see more players that America and Asia, or not America, NA, shall we say, and Asia can back, right? Because I think it's nice for people to have idols to look up to in their regions. There's no denying that at the moment, Europe is the place that has the most idols to look up to in Age of Empires 4. So, opening-wise, we do see Soldier move immediately onto the berries. I like to think whenever I see this happen, it's going to be Hippodrome, but the funny part is quite often when I see someone do this, they still go Grand Winery. So we'll see which way he goes. Doesn't mean he has access to wheelbarrow straight away if he wants to go for it, so no excuses here. It is going to be Hippodrome. Let's go! And dude, this is sick. So I think you should always be looking at Hippodrome when you're up against the Abbasids, because the best value plays for Hippodrome are up against any Civ that booms TCs. Because if they boom TCs, it means they boom villages, which means they boom things for you to make go boom. And the reason that's important is that the Byzantines have this really cool, unique tech called Expilatoras. It's 80 resources, and what it does is it gives +2 damage against workers for all your horsemen. And it pays you 20 gold when you kill worker units. That means fishing boats, villagers, taxmen, whatever. So it's basically, it's Mongol raiding for the Byzantines. Historically accurate as well. It's a really cool tech, and I think it's super effective against Abbasids, less so against the Ibids because they don't boom TCs as much, but mainly against things like the Abbasids, it can be effective. It can be effective also against Yuezhis and Chinese. I also think that Hippodrome play is going to be really effective against Mongols, because Mongol players like to go trade a lot, and traders are workers. And if you have the Hippodrome, you're going to get the +2 damage on your horseman, puts them up to 11. Then you're going to get the +4 damage from using the Triumph, so you're hitting for 15. It's really strong. And yes, it is true that Abbasids do have camels, but if you're massing horsemen and you have the bonus damage, think about it this way. If I activate Triumph against camels, my 9 damage, I lose 2 from the aura, right? But I'm getting +4. So you're actually negating the aura of the camels by getting into these horsemen. The other thing you always have to remember about horsemen is, like, the beautiful thing about having horsemen is you don't have to fight where you don't want to fight, right? The only time you're forced to fight is when you're pinned in your base, and I don't feel like I see that happen often with camel play. Camel play is usually about mid-map aggressions and also defensive reactions. So if you're able to have that flexibility to not engage because nothing's threatened for you, you can just stay away from the camels entirely. And yes, camel riders are faster with the upgrade, but the whole power in Hippodrome doesn't revolve around Castle Age. You're playing against an Abbasid player who just hit Eco Wing. What's Donati's first fort here? TC. What's his second fort? TC. What's his third fort? TC. Fourth fort. Is there room for another TC? Right? And that's bad, because what it means is you're just creating these dispensaries of gold, which is kind of wild, right? 259. Wait, yeah, we got to talk about maths is hard. Today, I think Don may have chosen math. Oops. Okay, he's noticed fairly fast. That could have been much worse. You know what, Don? This is just free TC play now, right, buddy? Just drop it on the stone outcropping and keep going. I mean, you're probably going free TC here anyway with Eco Wing, right? I don't know if you're going to react differently now that you see it's a Hippodrome and just not. We'll have to see. Yeah, now just drop the TC here and it makes sense. Boom. Nah, he's going wide, isn't he? Is he going for the deer? Okay, interesting. So Don is looking to match the aggression. And he's going to need to. Soldier, remember, he went on the berries immediately, which means he's already ready with the mercenary house to get the first Lombos out. Once again, something I love to see. I think people overplay into cavalry with Hippodrome. Horseman into Keshik sounds like it's very complimentary, but it's kind of bad. It makes you very predictable. You know what we talked about, like implied odds? Your opponent already knows what you're going to do before you do it if you do that. So this catches you off guard. It also means you have the Lombo answer to the Spearman. Also means that if your opponent now goes into camel archers to negate the damage of these horsemen, your archers can snipe out camels easily. Lombos are a great counter to camels. Horseman once again just prowling though. Did he get the Expilatoris? He did. So these villagers do die pretty quick. So he's already got 20 gold. If he kills 3 more, tech has paid for itself. And anything past that is just positive. That's before we add in the fact that you're killing workers, so it's already a very big benefit, right? Interesting. And people saying Byzantines are hard to counter because they spit out every type of unit with minimum production. I don't know if that's true. I think like Byzantines seems hard to counter if you let them get later into the game. I think Byzantines right now are one of the civs struggling the most with the early game. Part of it is like not being able to figure out the optimal builds. Part of it is just kind of like the way that your eco works. It definitely scales very strong later on, but it feels hard to get optimal with it early on. Especially because you have to go in for these systems to get that optimization, and there's a very heavy stone cost initially. But they do have a lot of strong points. Like, I think they have one of the best early techs in the game with this here. Border Settlements is insane. I'm expecting to see Border Settlements coming out in a lot more Byzantine games in the future. The reality of Border Settlements is if you get it straight away, by the time you house yourself, like by the time you get max housing, you've actually paid for the tech twice over in terms of idle time saved for villagers. Oh, you mean their unit type? I think their unit type could become unpredictable, but I disagree that right now it's unpredictable. You can argue the Mercenary House. That's the one thing I'll give you, and one issue I've had with the Merc Houses, they need to have indicators. You need to be able to tell what contract your opponent has chosen. I don't like that you can't until you see the unit. That's silly to me. But outside the Merc Houses, like in terms of what they tend to drop, I find that a lot of Byzantine players struggle to get into their different production buildings. What's worse still is they also struggle to then get into blacksmiths. And being missing blacksmiths is a key issue. Love the fact that Soldier isn't, though. Check this. He went for it very early. Other than he was ready to tech. I imagine this is going to be undermesh so he can dive the TCs. A little bit of berry gathering here. So Soldier just doing the best thing he can is he's trying to avoid the Olive Grove transition, which lets him keep mid-map momentum with Horseman scaling. And also Kyro Cypher. Dude, that's sick. So he could have went more Horsemen, but by going for these berries, he's getting the oil to get more Lombos, but he's not affording Olive Groves. And the value of that is it's saving him 60 wood a pop, which lets him afford these really expensive Kyro Siphons. Kyro Siphons are not cheap, folks. 250 wood plus 100 gold. Horseman just pulling away the army here. Lombos and archers are ready to counter this force. Kyro Siphon coming in. Donati, don't do it. Don't walk into the fire. Ah! Well, that's 5 less villages to worry about microing. Well played, Don. Oh my god, the indecision there. He's still dying with them as well. Archers just trying to counter out the horsemen, but not the best use of them. Needs to actually mirror these horsemen moving in. Instead, the spears are going to just wrap around. So Kyro Siphons are going to get killed off. TC was set ablaze. Now, he didn't finish it off, but he killed several villagers. And on top of that, folks, right now, Don is repairing with 5 villages. That means he's losing a lot of wood to keep this up. I really don't mean for these innuendos to come out, I swear. Like, legit, I said it. I'm not even going to draw attention to it. We're moving on. So Undermesh is there, right? So this TC isn't going to hurt much. But you really need the melee upgrade now, considering how much melee you're facing here. Would love to see him just wiggle in here as well. Just snipe out a few of the villagers with the horsemen. Oh no, Don. The flames are not a cool animation. I can't remember if it's 1 or 2 damage a second. I think it's 1 damage. But if you stand there for 5 seconds, it's like it's less archer fire required to kill you, right? And Soldier says, I like the results of that. Let's test the Kyro Siphon again. See if we can siphon off a little bit more gold by killing villagers. Keep in mind, by the way, he didn't get get paid rather for those kills on villagers. The horsemen didn't get them. So although it's villagers down, it's not gold up for Soldier. Oh, it might be villagers down for Soldier. Donati, nice ramp here. Finds 3 villagers. Can he finish them, though? Second going down. There should be a dive. It's a good commitment there. Gets 3 villagers for his troubles and backs out without any significant losses. Only a single horseman going down to hit him there. How are we looking, Don? Oh, he gets found on the berry line. Wait, Don? I don't remember your name being Mister. There are rules about these things. No wheelbarrow, so unfortunate there. Also, there's Triumph coming out, so getting a little bit of extra heal in there. That wasn't a very long Triumph. I'm kind of surprised Soldier popped that. Wheelbarrows for losers? What do you call this? I didn't really want to say it, but this looks like losing right now, Don. Nobody has wheelbarrow. That's true. Wait, so if neither of them got wheelbarrow and wheelbarrow's for losers, that means this game can never end. All right, guys. You know how people like to make bold predictions? How about this for a bold prediction? Whoever gets wheelbarrow first loses the game. That's one less horseman if you get wheelbarrow. Whew. Almost two. Pyrosiphons are quite the kicker right now, though. It's always annoying because now you have to like dive through and all your horsemen take this little bit of damage. Yeah, so it is 2 damage per second. I thought it was. Limitane, definitely not going to hold that. Jesus! Longbows and archers, you just need to snipe villagers right now. You're taking out the TC, so take away his eco advantage. Problem is, there's so many horsemen there. It feels like you're just going to start losing this fight. More Limitane are coming. Archers just trying to trade out as best they can. Now, Soldier does have horsemen elsewhere raiding in. There's the triumph, and there's the bonus goal coming in. Soldier says, thank you very much. That's a payday. So many dead villagers. Now about 10 of them dying to these horsemen in total. So tech well and truly paid for itself. Whew. Dude, I'm loving this game from Soldier. Don is getting a very big army together, though. It has to be said that Soldier hasn't got that many cavalry units left over. Also, with this many horsemen, Limitane aren't going to be a solid answer either. 40 vills? No, 41 versus 40, mate. You're behind. Dude, Don's like, okay, I did go Eco Wing for a reason. I just forgot what the reason was. Oh, that's right. More TCs. He burns one down. I build one up. It's kind of funny, actually, if you think about the TC cost here. So Don, he paid 563 resources for the TC. His opponent built, was that 4 Pyrosiphons in total to kill the TC? So his opponent spent 1,400 resources to kill a TC at a stables. I don't know about you guys, but I'd say that's kind of worth it if you're Don. Even with the villager kills where your opponent got gold, it's still a good trade for you. And oh, speaking of villager kills, Don found it. Now remember, guys, wheelbarrow is for losers. As in people who lose their villages. That's so many dead eco units. Damn, Don. Good strike there. Horseman also still alive, so who knows, just pull away. No losses for him on that flank. Meanwhile, Soldier now just trying to switch into more Limitane, but Don already on the archers. This is looking really good for Don right now. And when I see a TC like that, I know what's coming next. It is the remembrance. Like, Don, he finally hit that trigger point in his brain. He's like, yes, I am playing Bastards. Why was my second fort stables? My second fort should have been more TCs. Wrap around on Limitane. They're just dead. Archers as well. So Soldier losing a big chunk of his effective army. Horsemen are wrapping on the back, but 3 of them almost dead. It hasn't activated the Triumph because he can't find a target. Third TC on the barriers, yeah. This is looking pretty orderly from Don. I think Soldier's got a very big problem now. It looks like he's trying to go multi-TC to catch up, but I don't like that here. I mean, I don't think there's any option I truly like here, if I'm honest with you entirely. Like, Soldier has a very hard game. Yeah, and I think he'll wish he got this sooner. If he'd got border settlements, maybe had a house ford, would have been able to see things ahead of time. Even then, though, without wheelbarrow, he probably still dies on these pocket economies. So Don is clarifying he likes actually having the Eco Wing for the option to go multi-TC later. Oh, so you like going TCs later? That sounds like another player that I know. I don't know. Is Calp rubbing off on you? It's an interesting idea where most players will try to go like 2 TC and then maybe castle or something. I definitely agree it gives you that scalability. Also means if there's a very long feudal and you have to transition farms, you can do it more efficiently. Which is really important in this matchup because if you don't have that discount of 25%, you're paying a lot more wood than your opponent because the Byzantines only pay 60 wood. Horseman round raiding in. Dude, this is so many horsemen, so few Limitane. There's so many villagers right now. Now, does Don want to go in? He's heavily injured in a lot of these horsemen, so hesitation strikes. We'll back away. Behind this, though, Don quite happy, however. If this turns into a status quo, it's now 3 TC versus 1. Soldier still just not going in for an extra TC. I think at this stage, it would have been better than going for the Arislets here. I actually feel like... Wait. Does Soldier just have GPS on these villagers? This timing is actually perfect. If he can get 10 kills, I mean, that can trade across some food. You can get some more Limitane, right? Let's see. It's going to be hard because Textiles came in. Good read there by Don to actually stop off for that. It's not just less villager losses for you, it's less gold to your opponent, but Triumph just makes it so bloody hard. You can see just milking this for all it's worth. Should be able to get away as well. Easy escape here with Horseman. The same speed. In fact, if the Triumph was still active, he'd move away even quicker. Wait a second, he's going Will Barrett. Okay, we've got our loser. Actually, I don't know. I don't know if this game is really losable right now for Don. It's a good start, but I feel like Soldier has to get those strikes like that 2 or 3 more times. And we are now getting outposts. Don isn't being too greedy. And remember, because he went for the Fertile Crescent, he can get into cheaper farms. Also, keep in mind that Soldier's playing a more dangerous game. Building an outpost on the front side so you can gather the berries. And a lot of Olive all being held onto. So it looks like he doesn't want to go into more Lombos. Understandable when you're up against mass horsemen like this. But he's just kind of hard stuck with the resources, which is why I like that Soldier is now pursuing a Castle Age timing. That will give him access to Langsneck. Langsneck could be phenomenal here against horsemen. However, Don, not going to skip a beat. He's heading towards that number himself. Almost has the 1,800 resources for Castle. I imagine we are going to be looking at Military Wing here. Just a very big edge when you have this many archers for the composite bow plus the boot camp. I like that we're finally going under mesh after all this time. It's kind of funny the way that Donite was able to swarm those fights up against the early Lombos, even without having that type of upgrade. Really want to praise Soldier for having so much blacksmith priority in that early game, because I think it means a world of difference for the Byzantines' timings, but... Do archers get boosted by boot camps? Yes, all infantry units get boosted by boot camp. That's the way it works. So if you read it right here, health of all infantry. So whenever you see infantry, it means infantry in the tile. That's why I've been saying like Samurai with Adachi are hilarious against crossbows because they almost get enough bonus damage to do more damage to the thing countering them when they take in return. And uh-oh, no wheelbarrow. Oh, God. I don't know about wheelbarrow. I think he needs a stretcher right now. Horseman just swarming this right here. We'll back away for the time being. Both of them proceeding with the upgrade here, but that means that, you know, on this defensive environment, Soldier just didn't have the extra layer of archers to push up against this. Donai strikes again. It's cool to know we can still teach people like lessons about the game this far into release. I think there's loads of interesting ones that kind of get overlooked that seem so obvious. But yeah, so that's like another little tip. Like in terms of like infantry effects, guys, if you're playing Samurai right now, Japanese, and you see your opponent builds crossbows, Odachi the crap out of them. Infantry is infantry. These villagers might be in trouble. Don. I think we're living beyond our means here, bud. That's 13 villagers, but it looks like actually, wow, Soldier's scared. Surprised he didn't go for that. And no, Odachi is not +4 versus melee. Odachi is +4 versus infantry. You're thinking of the plus damage, which is, I think, +5 that the Shinobi get against melee. So yeah, you should be building Odachi anytime you're against infantry comp. Adachi is like, it kind of just makes Japanese have a better HRE, like a better than HRE men-arms comp. Military wing almost complete. Soldier, he hasn't even upgraded these horsemen. I mean, I think he doesn't want to play into them long term, but it just kind of makes you feel awkward with your army comp when you think like how sizable of a chunk of your effective force this is. This is one of the downsides when you go for this very mixed comp, by the way. Is whenever you have to create this many different unit types, it makes it very awkward to like upgrade them all, right? Because the gold cost at the beginning of Castle Age is going to be so high. Someone saying HRE men at arms are better than Samurai. You might be surprised. So, well, we got a small break quickly. So the men at arms will get a total of +6 damage. Meanwhile, with Odachi plus the extra melee tech, you get +5 to Samurai, but you get deflective armor as well. Then there's Bannerman. Do mass men-at-arms versus mass samurai, see how it ends up. You'll be very surprised. Pass coming in the center here. Horseman looking to swarm. Donati holding the archers back. He's about to get the upgrade coming through. He's got the level 2 ranged upgrade as well. There's going to be a big deal. Soldier, he feels strong for the moment because he has the extra undermesh, but that's about to change. Has to shift away from this fast. Meanwhile, tech-wise, we have got the boot camp. No composite bows, but it's now on the way, and this is going to be a game breaker here. Front lines clashing for the time being. It looks decent for Soldier, but the problem here is the archer mass. The back line is just too big, and he's already broken the front. Soldier, if he loses this fight, it's going to be a dive towards the main base. He's going for the passe balls now, but that is not going to keep Don out. Don, just like that, breaks the back of the formation, and now he can start diving towards that base once more, this time with true momentum. Level 2 undermesh coming in. He's also getting the increased attack speed with composite bows. This game is looking close to over. Now this push against his defense. I mean, he hasn't even got villagers up here anymore, right? So you're not achieving idle time, but guys, Don doesn't need to rush this end. Look at his economy. Look at what he just done to the military. He's in the driving seat. Soldier would need so many lombos and so many good trades to win this now. It's not impossible, but an incredibly uphill battle. Archer's moving in. A-click on the outpost, a bit awkward, but finally switches targets. Just kills everything. I mean, the Varangian just don't survive long enough. Level 2 range damage increase of Soldier finally coming out. We are going to see the Mangonel placement on the way as well, but not before Soldier's going to lose the entire army. A lot of static defenses, but only one of them actually has any sort of form of protection right now. Villagers also seeking shelter, but they're seeking shelter towards the army. Soldier, oh my god, that's 8 more going down. And he's not done yet. He says deeper, go deeper. If he finds his way to that wood line, I think this is over. I mean, if you look on the right side, on the left side of the base, rather, the food is dried up. He's switching into olive groves on the back here, but this game is looking mighty dicey for Soldier, as he's only got a handful of soldiers left to try and hold. Those archers already hunting. I think this is GG point, and Soldier will know it. Like, he's processing it right now. He's like, maybe he runs away. Maybe I can recover. But the moment he reaches those olive groves, it's all going to be over. Great plays by Don there. He forced all this focus on the TC. I think Soldier had some these interesting, early game timings. But the issue I do see is that Kairos Siphons are very hard to make work. It feels like you need a villager there to repair, because it's not just a wood cost. An extra 100 gold to get that unit. It can be effective in the right environments. You actually saw him got some great value up against Don running through the flames. But if you don't pull a villager to repair them, I think it becomes a dead weight cost. It's never a good exchange for you. Now, I think we're at the end of Soldier's Tethers here. Last of the horsemen are going to be going down. Villagers running left, right, and center, not really sure what to do with themselves. I see no way back. Love what Don highlighted there as well. Eco Wing, despite the fact he only went 2 TCs, because it gave him the delayed opportunity to go back into TCs later after he felt the moment was necessary. Just a smart read from a smart player. It's a very smart and orderly win. If you guys haven't checked these guys out, by the way, you should. I don't think Soldier streams much anymore. I think he did a little bit once upon a time, but I know his brother give you anxiety. Occasionally still throws up streams. But Don, we need to get him back to streaming more. I don't think he likes to just feel pressured to do it regularly, but give him a follow because you might be able to catch him from time to time live. But something that is not live anymore, alive, I think, is Soldier. I'm wondering what he thinks his recovery point is. Maybe he was just waiting for the siege, but now that there are Rams, that's going to be it. GG gets called. Be sure to give these players a follow, like I said. Be sure to follow this channel as well. I don't want you guys to miss any of the action. We are streaming 4 to 5 times a week is the goal, so get it while it's hot. Whew, rough game. So yeah, just to do the maths for people. So if you go heavy maces, I mean, you can here we can look through the text. Let's look through the text on the screen so you guys can see exactly what I was talking about. So if you're playing HRE and you go for your men at arms. You go into your blacksmiths, you get this. Sure, you get marching drills, that's cool. But like, sorry, not blacksmiths. You go into your racks, you get the heavy maces for +6 damage and +2. Sorry. So yeah, so you get the 8 in total, right? But it's more situational than Odachi already, because Odachi is infantry, this is only heavy. There's more infantry units in the game on average than there is heavy units. but you're getting plus 8 damage here. By comparison, the Japanese, this is where it gets kind of wild. The Japanese get Adachi for plus 4. They get 1 extra melee tech, so now with plus 5 damage in that exchange. They need to make up 3 damage. Katana Bannerman. 15% damage increase, which at the point you're at is like 15 or 16 damage, which means they're going to get, I think, plus 3 damage, if I'm not mistaken. It's at least plus 2, which brings them up to a total of 7. If it's plus 3, they're evening out against you, but the difference is that then the samurai have the deflective armor to get rid of that first shot. So it's a very interesting matchup. I haven't done the hard comparisons of like 10 samurai versus 10 like men-at-arms. You'd actually have to like do it. Probably you'd have to do 12 samurai versus 13 men-at-arms to make it fair, because samurai cost more. If you're talking about a raw cost, yes, the argument is that men-at-arms are slightly better. But if you're talking raw population, I do think samurai, especially past that point in the game, will always be HRE. 45 times a week? Jesus, no. 4 to 5 times a week is the goal at the moment. 3 to 5 to give me a bit of variance. I know next week I've got to head up to the Scan studio for the day to do a little bit of filming with them, so I won't be streaming on Wednesday. I think my goal next week is to stream like maybe Monday, Tuesday, and then like maybe we'll do Thursday, Friday. We'll see. Because the weekend, of course, is going to be the finals. Sup, Mau Mau. Would love to watch the Bronze League Legends games again. Dude, I would absolutely love to do more of them. The challenge is always getting the games. We could always try and punt and randomly go for them, and maybe we'll have to start doing that on streams. But if we have got any low rankers, people with interesting games, or they know people that had interesting games, go to my Discord and let me know so that I can actually do them. I want to start up the Bronze League Legends again sometime this month and get it rolling, because I have so much fun. I'd love to even be able to get to a point where like schedule, once or twice a week, like, we have like, oh, this stream's going to be pro levels. This stream's going to be Bronze League Legends. This stream's going to be community games, so that we can have that nice kind of rotation going on. 1.38 Samurai? No, it's the other way. You're doing that the wrong way around. It's 1.36, by the way, for the Men-at-Arms, and then 1.24 for the Samurai. The exception is the Katana Bannerman moves at 1.36. I'm glad you enjoyed them, man. We'll definitely be looking to do more of them. I think my food is going to be ready now, and I do need to get prepped for the quiz. I'm wondering. I mean, there's 2 options here. We can either put up a replay and go eat, sort of thing, then come back. But I think I need to prep for the quiz, so maybe it's a good idea to end around now. Let me check with my partner if food is almost ready. Because I know, so the quiz that I'm doing is going to be happening at 7, so in 2 hours. And I'm going to need to get prepped, so I'm probably going to need an hour for that. And I don't think he's going to have the stream up early enough that I can just host it. Wait, isn't the... Well, I think everything goes out on the Yogscast channel, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct? I'm not sure. It should be. Let me check on with my fellow quiz host. Do I cast Xbox games? I don't know if you can. Can you cast Xbox games from PC? If you can, then sure. I don't know if you can from the PC, though. That's what I'm not sure of. But if you can, hell yeah, I would. Okay, I don't think we're on the Yogscast channel, so where are we streaming to? Yeah, I'm looking at the schedule. That's not where we're going to be. I'll double check on that. I will, if you join my Discord, I will send out a message there about where the quiz is going to be. If you guys want to do the pub quiz, definitely come along. What we're doing is we're raising money for War Child's UK, which is a well worth endeavor. Well worth words. I'm so hungry. It's a worthwhile endeavor. It's exactly what it sounds like. It's for children around the world stuck in tough environments right now. So I think there's a lot of money going into raisings around things like what's happening in Israel right now. I believe they have maybe in the past done stuff for Ukraine as well, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, they work at Ukraine, Yemen, Iraq, the Congo, Africa, Afghanistan are their big priorities right now. So be sure to check out that quiz. If you guys have any, like, you want to donate some charity, we'll be doing it there. On top of that, just hop in and play the quizzes. They can be pretty fun. It's also an opportunity in my friend John's channel to make us get drunk faster because you guys can redeem hydrates. But what I'll do now then is I'll find someone to raid. And then if you guys... I think the quiz should be here in 2 hours. Let me get Joro's channel. So this will be the place for you guys to go if you want the quiz, want to participate in the quiz or watch the quiz or whatever in 2 hours. And that's where I'll be live for about 3 or 4 hours with my friend Joro. But for the time being, let me give you someone to watch in Age of Empires. Let's have a look. Who have we got live?
Something.
The Akusi's playing. Who else we got? Kelzy. Yo! We could yeah, let's host Kelzy. That'll be cool. Let's give Kelzy some love. Good lad. Seen him before multiple times. Random Civ to Conk challenge. That should be a fun one for you guys. So I'm gonna give Kelzy a raid. It's the same attack speed. Oh, you were talking attack speed. Sorry, I thought you meant movement speeds. My bad, my bad. I misread that. My apologies. No, they're the same attack speed, yes. I don't know why. I read that as movement speed. But no, they're the same attack speed. You are correct. But I'm going to raid Kelzy. Go give him some love. Show him where you came from. If you've got the emotes, spam our emotes in there. Give him that hype. Give him the killer hype, especially. If you haven't got the killer hypes, subscribe to the channel. It's worth it for the amazing emotes. On top of that, you don't have to worry about ads. And also, it does help support me as a content creator, which allows me to invest more in said content. But I'm going to go raid him now. I'm going to go eat. I'll be back across on my friend Jurasar's channel in about 2 hours. I think we're going to be there. If not there, be sure to check Discord and Twitter to let you know where. But much love, folks. Thank you for tuning in. And hopefully, I will see you again very soon. I'll definitely be watching the EGC games across the weekend. Next stream on this channel, the definite one is going to be Monday. I might try to pencil one in for Sunday, though. So keep an eye out for that. Make sure you got this notification turned on. I'll see you guys soon. Toodaloo.